And it looks like we are live. Got to give Chad just a second here to pull in our superfan group over on the Facebook page. Looks like we are good to go. Mile High, hello, everybody in Broncos country. Welcome into the Mile High Roundtable as we are watching the 2021 NFL Draft unfold right in front of your eyes. The Jacksonville Jaguars are just about to be on the clock. Fellas, great to be joined, as always, by my colleague and good friend, Erick Trickel, Mile High Huddle, senior NFL draft analyst, and for the third day in a row here, Luke Patterson. Fellas, what's going on? Erick, how are we doing this morning?
I'm doing good. I've got the energy drink flowing through my veins right now. It was a very late night for me, and then a very early morning with the daughter that decided she didn't want to sleep very well. So,
yeah.
So very tired, very exhausted, but this is my favorite day of the draft. I love day 3. I love looking at these potential gems and what they can bring to teams, and I just love it.
Yeah. Luke, how we doing, bud?
Doing good, man. I feel like Nicolas Cage and Gone in 60 Seconds, right? I'm a little tired, I'm a little wired, and I'm looking for a little appreciation. Well, I have tons of appreciation for what George Paton is doing in this draft. I am pumped to get to loads of talent in day 3. The NFL draft is not over, ladies and gentlemen.
No, absolutely not. Long way to go here, guys. I mean, we're talking, 150 some odd picks at least right now just to get to 260 total picks overall. The Broncos have a handful of selections. I don't exactly remember them off the top of my head, but I know they're going to be waiting for a little bit because they do not have a 4th round pick. They got a pair of 5ths, a pair of 6th, and 3 7ths, I think, or something like that. So there's a lot of potential here to add some really good depth. Let's go back and recap what happened yesterday on day 2 for the Denver Broncos, obviously trading up from number 40 to number 35 to go and draft the running back Javonte Williams out of North Carolina. Then moving back twice in the 3rd round, landing Quinn Miners, the center guard hybrid kind of a player from Wisconsin Whitewater. We love the gut here at Mile High Huddle. And then also Baron Browning at number 105, the last pick of the 3rd round. Now, Luke, gut reaction to what happened yesterday for the Broncos?
Well worth the wait. I was someone that was, pissing and moaning on these airwaves all day for a linebacker yesterday, and to land Javonte Williams, Quinn Miners, and then Baron Browning, which for some reason everybody's calling Brandon Browning. I heard it on Denver radio this morning. I mean, if we could say Pat Surtain, then we can get Baron Browning's name right. I'm through the moon with what the Broncos are doing right now. General manager George Paton did say he was disappointed to not have a 4th round pick today. However, it sounds like he can manipulate and move and do whatever he wants. If he wants to get in the 4th round, Lance, Eric, he can make a splash. He can do that, and he's willing to do that. He proved that last night.
Yeah, man, it's going to be really kind of interesting. Now, Eric, let's get to your big board here just a little bit, kind of run down some things, and specifically to the Broncos. Where do you think they're looking here on day 3?
Well, real quick, I just want to point out a thing about the Broncos draft. Kentley Platt on Twitter at MathBomb, he does this thing called the relative athletic score. And right now, the Broncos have the highest average for the RAS. Their worst RAS was Javonte Williams, who had a 8.79. Everybody else, Patrick Surtain, 9.96. Quinn Miners, 9.98. Baron Browning, 9.98. Very athletic guys they're looking at here, but they're all guys that don't just have that athleticism. They have that football ability in them. They showed that they are not just athletes at this point. Absolutely love it. Really good way to go for them right now. Now getting to my big board, I have a video up on Mile High Huddle's YouTube as well, talking about it, going to be a little bit more in depth than what I get to here. But I mean, I still have 3 second-round guys on there. Tommy Togiai. I'm not shocked at all. He's fallen a little bit. I like his play. He just plays a devalued position. Kenneth Gainwell, I'm surprised he's still on the board, in all honesty. I mean, he's just an explosive playmaking running back, works so well in space. I'm really shocked that the 49ers went with Trey Sermon a little bit over Kenneth Gainwell. He seems like the perfect type of running back for that type of offense. And then Jabril Cox. There seems to be some stuff coming out. I know Ian Rappaport tweeted out or reported something about his shoulder and teams being concerned about that. I've heard some stuff because he had a hamstring injury that caused him to miss LSU's pro day. I've heard some stuff that there's more to that injury as well that teams are concerned about. Trill Williams, super athlete. Davion Nixon, there's been some character stuff with him at Iowa and him being late to meetings, leaving meetings early, things like that. Ardarius Washington, playmaking defensive weapon. Bunch of guys left that I still had as day 2 grades, but I think that we're continuing to see some of these guys fall a little bit.
Yeah, man, very interesting there. Now, Luke, what do you think that the Broncos are going to probably do here as far as the direction that they need? They obviously need to go and get another safety prospect. Could potentially add another linebacker here as well if Jabril Cox is something that the Broncos are interested there. What do you think is probably the biggest needs that the Broncos need to address here remaining?
Shocker, edge rusher, and offensive tackle or something. And you hit the nail on the head, Lance. It's not just because you love safeties and you love defensive backs. The Broncos need safeties, okay? Kareem Jackson's a one-year rental. They definitely need a developmental player there. Now, I hear everybody saying, now, Michael Ojemudia, he's going to be a safety. No, he's not. When did Vic Fangio say that? I have not heard that. It's an interesting theory, but let's not give up on Iowa just yet. I know somewhere Nick Kendall's smiling big right now, but it's just one of those things for me where the Broncos have glaring needs at these positions. Clearly, George Paton knows that, and he's not willing to just take anybody. He wants to find his guy. He wants to find the right guy. So I'm excited to see what they're going to do.
Now, before we continue breaking down what the Broncos have done, I want to say hello to everybody in the chat. It's great to see you, all of you, with us again. I mean, it's day 3, and a lot of you have been with us for the past 2 days. I know Kathy Lund. I know you've been in here every single day. Wish we had a 4th round pick. Hey, I do too. I love the 4th round. That's where a lot of good talent seems to fall. But they decided that moving up for Javonte Williams was worth it. We have in the shop Willie joining us as well. He's another guy who's been here all 3 days. Missed yesterday. Is Nick's heart broken? I don't think it's broken. I think he's still a little hurt about not taking a quarterback round 1, but I think yesterday helped mend the broken heart a little bit. We got Malcolm Brown.
Yeah, and Nick gave an A grade, I think, yesterday. So I think he's okay.
And we got Malcolm Brown saying hello from Ogden, Kansas. Malcolm, it's definitely hard for me to see not saying hello from Homer, Alaska. That definitely hurts a little bit, but I hope you're having a good time down there with your grandkids and everything. And then Ernie Mays is in here. George is in here. Evan, it's good to see you in here. I don't think I've seen you the last couple of days. Man, your little girl, absolutely adorable. And Peter's in here all the way in Turkey, just 7 p.m. here. Hey, man, you're almost 12 hours ahead of me. It's 8 a.m., and I know Charlie Beagle said something about that. Man, it's 8 a.m. for me. I was been up since 5 after a late night. Super excited. Glad all that you guys are in here, and just excited for this day. I can't say that enough. Day 3 is the day that gets my juices really flowing.
Right, and right now we actually got picks coming down the wire. The Jacksonville Jaguars have selected defensive tackle Jay Tufel from USC. Very intriguing pick here. Want to grab these super chats while we got a second here as well. Call of Duty with a $3 super. This is where teams win the Super Bowl, boys. Very hyped. Exactly, man. Like I was saying in the opening of this is where the depth is going to come. And Broncos have a pretty decent roster right now. They've got, 6 picks, actually. Number 152, 164, 219, 237, 239, and 253 to round out the day. They're going to build some depth to this team. Probably a couple of these guys won't even have an opportunity to make the roster. Kick off guys like a Deshaun Hamilton, Royce Freeman. We're not sure exactly what his future looks like for the Denver Broncos. But, yeah, you got to have the depth, and you got to be able to win on the special teams, and that's where these players are going to be looking at least in their early part of their careers. In the shop with Willie, got another $2 super chat from him so far. George Paton with an A- so far. I bet we trade up a little bit. Eric or Luke, what do you think about that?
I agree, Willie. Thank you so much for the super chat, the donation. Thank you for rocking with Mile High Huddle. Guys, be sure to get at milehighhuddle.com, where we've got writers all over the globe right now, hard at work. All 3 of us, as soon as we signed off the airwaves, we're writing, recording videos, working. The work doesn't stop at Mile High Huddle on Twitter. Yeah, Willie, I think that's good. George Paton, I think he might have hinted at that last night, going back and rewatching his press conferences for a second time this morning. It's bizarre to me for him to be honest and say, I'm disappointed we don't have a 4th rounder right now, but I feel pretty good about the 6 other picks that we have, and we can move up if we want. He mentioned Tom McMahon's name last night, something that caught me off guard at 2 a.m, saying that special teams has been critical throughout the entire draft, but especially today. This is where the Broncos have a chance to turn a major corner in their division. They have been atrocious. They have not been in the top 10 in special team since 2003. This is a problem that has plagued this franchise for decades. Eric, Lance, you said it. There's tons of players here that are just looking for a chance to get on the field. This is where they do it in round 3 or round 4, day 3.
If they really want to add to special teams, there's a lot of good options out there. One guy I really like, it adds another piece to that defensive back room too that George Paton values. Avery Williams out of Boise State. Dude is a monster on special teams. Despite his small size, he is he is physical. He's not afraid to hit anybody.
No, absolutely not. I love it. And like you said, smaller guy, probably going to be more of a nickel defensive back if he does actually get a chance to play nickel dime kind of a defensive back playing in the slot, but also just very physical. The guy likes to go and get his nose in there. Good in the running game as well. But the size concerns is going to see him drop just a little bit. Another pick coming in here, the New York Jets stacking on this weapon just a little bit. Michael Carter, the running back from North Carolina. Love this pick for them. He and Javonte Williams formed a monster of a two-headed duo up there in North Carolina. Very powerful, good patience. I like the vision with him as well. Runs with really good balance and fights through contact as well. Falls forward every time he runs the football. Not the best receiver, but I like him a lot. Eric, what do you think of how this is playing out so far?
I saw a tweet last night that was really funny to me, and it was saying how the Carolina Panthers are building better around Sam Darnold than the Jets ever did. And the Jets are building better around Zach Wilson than they ever did for Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
So it's definitely nice to see them actually treating their quarterback right, doing what they can to help him out. The Jets, I mean, it was a bad move getting Adam Gase in there in the first place. I'm about to say base Gase. But I like what the Jets are doing. I like what a lot of teams are doing. There's only a few of them that are head scratching to me, the Raiders being one of them. But hey, that's a good thing for us. But a lot of good drafts going around. Very interesting to see. There has been some talk that a lot of coaching staffs aren't happy with how drafts are turning out. There was a video tweeted out about from the Eagles when they drafted Milton Williams, and the only person that was excited was Howie Roseman.
Yeah, so, it's been pretty interesting. This goes back to just the scouting process this year and the pre-draft process, not having the combine, not being able to do a bunch of the pro days and stuff like that, or the in-person workouts and everything like that. So general managers are really kind of just relying on their own eyes in their scouting departments more than they are allowing the coaches to get their hands on some of these players. Now, Luke, I got to throw this shot, man. Got to throw the shot while I have it. Raymond Glass jumping in here with €5. Thanks for the coverage this week, guys. And by the way, Dove Valley Deep Divers, the best podcast of the week. Shout out to my boy. What's up, dude?
Boom. There you go. I'll take it. That's good. That's good for the brand. That's good for you guys. That's good for Mile High Huddle. And that is superb for Broncos country. I'll take that all day, every day, if that's shade. Here's the thing. Here's the thing for me, man. George Paton trying to connect the dots with what he's doing. Just a quick reaction from me. Quinn Miners revealed on his press conference that he did have a little bit of contact with George Paton. Wouldn't reveal how much contact he had. Baron Browning said, yeah, a little bit of contact from Denver. But you're seeing this consistent strategy with George Paton with kind of liking guys from a distance or not tipping his hand as to what he wants to do, trying not to give any other NFL team the jump over what the Broncos want to do, so to speak. Now, I see a lot of questions in here about inside linebacker, outside linebacker. What are the Broncos going to do with Baron Browning? Vic Fangio talked about that a little bit last night. I think he said he wants to start out in the inside and see how he does, maybe translate to the outside. He also talked a little bit about his pass rushing moves, but guys, this is a rookie linebacker that we all love, we're all high on, and we all have critiques on. Keep in mind, he needs to set down some roots in Vic Fangio's defense. I'm hearing, day one starter, not so fast. Vic Fangio doesn't trust rookies right away to jump in there and get his defense going. Let's give this cat a little bit of time. Speaking of time, Kathy Lund has been rocking with us through the entire draft. Good morning and welcome to day 3. Kathy with a generous super chat. The more I learned about Quinn Meinerz last night, the more I fell in love with that pick. Eric, you've had a whole 2 hours to digest the Quinn Meinerz pick in your sleep. Now that you've had a little bit of time to step away from the screen and actually think about what Quinn Meinerz and the Denver Broncos means, what do you have to say to Broncos country?
Hey, I still like the pick. I liked the pick last night. My only issue was that it was just a little early for an interior offensive lineman, I felt. But hey, he was a guy I didn't expect to be there. It was value. I like that aspect. I like getting value. I always like teams who let the board fall to them and then take a guy that they value highly rather than reaching for somebody that they feel is going to fall. Kind of like we're seeing the Raiders are doing, kind of what we see these teams who have perennial bad drafts do. Something that we saw John Elway do for a few years as well. So I like seeing that. I like Quinn Meinerz. I like the attitude he's going to bring to the interior offensive lineman. There's been some rumblings that Lloyd Cushenberry is viewed as a little soft. That is definitely not the case with Quinn Meinerz.
Yeah, man, absolutely. Nick Kendell jumping in here and joining us, man. It's about time. Dang it. We've been live for 15 minutes. We've been waiting on you this whole freaking time. Gosh, dang. Good morning, dude.
Good morning. Goodell called me. He said, "Hey, Nick, we're waiting on you." I said, just do it, man. It's okay. Raj, let's just get it going. This day 3 is always kind of fun, a little zany, but happy to be here. Happy for everybody in the chat. I see we have a bunch of eyes. Eric, I know I always say day 2 is my favorite because I mainly look at about top 120, top 150, but you look at about 600 guys. So day 3, you're going to have a lot of insight here today. I'm excited for that. And Luke, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Good morning.
Yeah, I like that hat you got on there. The DVDD's been throwing a little shade my way already, so I'm starting to feel like I got a little bit of backup, although I'm still a little jealous because I think Building the Broncos had breakfast without me this morning. I don't know if it was one of those Broncos and coffee with Scout Kennedy as well. But no, man, Nick, I'm pumped to have you here. This is what we do here at Mile High Huddle, and I get it, Broncos country. Everybody's a little tired. Everybody's a little groggy. No one wants to wait any longer to figure out what George Paton's going to do. He proved that it's worth the wait. Just let's have patience. It's all good. And Mile High Huddle is here to take you through the draft.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Jinx, you owe me a coffee, Lance. Good morning, everybody. No Broncos for breakfast today, but we will be back Monday. Today, day 3, I don't know if you guys already touched on this, and you can cut me off if so, but I'm expecting to see some player trades. Today is the day where the draft falls apart, or it gets to this point, and you're like, you know what? Round 3, or day 3 selections, 2022 picks, maybe somebody like Deshaun Hamilton, maybe a sleeper like Bryce Callahan, Royce Freeman. There's going to be some moves, and that's just the Broncos talking there. So I'm curious to see what guys get moved and breaking down that roster, because obviously the Broncos have some guys on here, but they may look to move them.
Who was Royce Freeman?
They didn't even talk about him.
I don't know about Royce Freeman, but there are 2 intriguing wide receiver players that the Broncos have, in Tim Patrick and Deshaun Hamilton, that definitely could be on the move today. Going back to the big news that broke on Thursday, Aaron Rodgers wanting to be out of Green Bay. Could Tim Patrick be another piece that they're going to send over to the Green Bay Packers to get Aaron Rodgers to come into Denver? So I mean, they're looking to add some weaponry around for Jordan Love, if that could be the potential case. I mean, let's go get it. Absolutely. Anthony Edwards jumping in here really fast. We got
Jaden here at the $5 super here. Thank you very much, Jaden, and good morning to you. Happy Saturday. Who would potentially be worth it if we trade up into the 4th? Day 3 is where I don't know most of the picks. Well, Jaden, that's okay. That's why you're joining us today, to help you guide through some of these. I mean, it's a smaller class this year. A lot of these day 3 picks are going to be closer to priority free agents in many seasons, but there's still talent to be had here. These are developmental guys. Maybe they're lottery tickets, but we get to see a lot of guys see their dreams come true today, right? And that's what it's about. Day 3 is seeing these stories. That's awesome. So, Eric, I want to kick it to you. Obviously, you're the guy with the biggest of the big boards. Do you have some day 3 guys that were interested in here today that you would be interested in?
Yeah, just give me 1 second, and
I'll shout out one. I'm interested. Avery Williams, Boise State. We heard of yesterday. Baron Browning. Oh, is he going to play edge? Is he going to play off-ball linebacker? Well, you know what he damn well is going to do? Special teams. And that's what you get with Avery Williams too. Boise State, blocking punts, returning punts, gunner, returning kicks. Tom McMahon, everybody kind of talks down about him ever since that Indianapolis game with that special teams play that he did. Maybe rightfully so, but if you can empower that at the bottom of your roster with some special teams guy and win that 3rd phase, like the Broncos haven't been doing, they have a chance to do some things. So I like Avery Williams. Just a shout out for the 3rd phase of football.
And talking about special teams, Ben Fennell at @BenFennell_NFL tweeted out some special teams aces via snaps. I mean, a lot of guys, they're still available. Doing a quick look. Only 2 of the guys that he named are already off the board. Justin Hilliard out of Ohio State. Maybe Denver double dips there and goes get a special team ace, super athletic guy. I know a guy that you really like as well, Trey Brown, who I like him, and day 3 is pretty good value for him. Avery Williams, as you mentioned. Garrett Wallow, a linebacker I'm really high on, and Buddy Johnson. Jamie Sherwood, I'm not sure about his defensive fit, but I mean, if they're looking for a guy just to be a special teams ace, there you go. Tight end John Bates has some blocking ability. Maybe that's the wide tight end that they go looking at this today. And then linebacker, his first name's Amen. I'm not going to sit there try to say the last name, but he's out of Oklahoma State or Oregon State. I can't remember which one. He's pretty good, got some good athleticism there, and it translates well into coverage. And then the other LSU wide receiver that there was a lot of hype about, Racey McMath.
Yeah. Yeah. So what about this here from Anthony Edwards with a $5 super chat? Would love to see Jamar Johnson if we move up. Carl, good morning. Let's throw this one to you. Jamar Johnson, the safety from Indiana.
That'd be a great pick for the Broncos. I mean, I love the player. I think he really adds to the safety group. I think he fits well with what the Broncos want to do on defense. And he was highly productive there in college, just had some injury concerns. But I would love this pick if the Broncos could figure out a way to go get him. I think it would really round up the defense.
Got some picks coming in here really fast. Let's just recap this here. Atlanta at number 108 took Darren Hall, the cornerback safety hybrid player from San Diego State. Excuse me, not South Dakota State. San Diego State University. Tennessee traded up with Carolina at number 109 to go get Des Fitzpatrick, the wide receiver from Louisville. And then at number 110, this pick just came across. Eric, your boy from Cincinnati, James Hudson, the long athletic tackle from Cincinnati. What do you really like about James Hudson here, Eric?
I mean, he's got that attitude that you want on the offensive line, and he's still growing as a player. He's a former defensive lineman that transferred over to tackle just, I think, 2 years ago, and it was a rough early start, but he really started to show those signs of development this year. My big concern with him is keeping him in check. He got ejected from, I think, the Georgia game for just getting a little bit too rowdy. He has that habit in practice as well. And it's been some issues for the coaching staff and teammates there. So they're going to have to keep that in check. But, I mean, he's got a ton of upside. And going back to Jamar Johnson, I like him. I really like the player. I'm just not sure Denver will because of the tackling issues he has.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, you're looking for safeties who can do a lot of stuff. He has good ball production. That Ohio State game alone has him on the map, but you could see him going round 4, round 5 here. I would expect him off the board here pretty soon. And Luke, I want to kick it to you. We had this, obviously the question about day 3 picks here. You were down in Mobile this year covering the Senior Bowl for Mile High Huddle, and you had a good time down there. It looked like hanging out with a bunch of the Broncos crew, talking to some players. And down at the Senior Bowl, a lot of those guys, they're not the early declarations. They're not going to be the guys taken in the first round or second round, but there's a lot of quality depth that you can find there at the Senior Bowl. So who caught your eye that might still be on the board here day 3 that you saw down in the Senior Bowl?
Yeah, another name to go back to, Justin Hilliard, Ohio State, Baron Browning's teammate. I love this cat. And just full disclosure, I've been talking to him since the draft started. I mean, I'm going to lose my junk if the Broncos go after Justin Hilliard. Now, he's more of a developmental linebacker. He's got a lot to be desired, but brings a little something to his game. And I know injury history is big with Justin Hilliard, but I like his upside a lot. I've talked about Wyatt Hubert out of Kansas State. I think he's got some shades of Derek Wolfe to his game. I really like that. And then there's a cornerback, slot corner, Thomas Graham Jr. out of Oregon that I absolutely fell in love with. When you talk about smooth back pedals and all in the hips, I feel like Chubbs from Happy Gilmore. That's Thomas Graham Jr. I like Kerry Vincent Jr. from LSU. Also, we might be able to see him go as a slot corner here relatively soon. But there is loads of talent here. Jabril Cox, that name still keeps getting thrown up there for Zach Kelberman fans out there. So yeah, there's so much to go with here in day 3. I absolutely love it. I'm caffeinated. I'm ready to rock. And Evan McKinley is ready to rock with the 199 super coming in here and coming in hot. Speaking of Jabril Cox, if we don't get Jabril Cox, guys, who do you want as middle linebacker? Carl, I'm going to dish this one to you first.
Good morning, Carl. We love you.
Yeah. Thank you. Just got done with a couple soccer games, but the other football. But no, there's still some decent names out there. I know Eric has mentioned Tony Fields a couple times. I think he's a little bit on the smaller side, but I think he could be a fun one to have out there. I don't know. It's getting a little bit thinned at this point, but I know Tough Borland of Ohio State. I mean, we're looking at a lot of Ohio State linebackers.
Yeah.
I know
Josie Jewell 3.0 right there.
Yeah,
less athletic. Less athletic, Josie Jewell.
Right, and I would say he's coming from a good bloodline. Brother was a good player until he retired. I think there's a decent player there, especially when you're talking 4th, 5th round special teams kind of guys. I think he could be good for that. And Josie Jewell, I think he gets ragged on a little too much. He actually had a pretty good season last year. I think he outplayed Johnson, if we're being honest, there at the linebacker spot. And while he has some limitations, he's still smart. He was instinctive, made a lot of plays. So, like I said, I think we can kind of get a little too much on him. So if you can get another player that's like that, especially to add to the depth of the group, I'll take that.
Well,
Yeah,
speaking
absolutely.
of getting
Go
on
ahead.
him real quick, can someone get on Vic Fangio? I don't want to see any linebackers within 2 inches of the line of scrimmage all season. Something that we consistently saw with Alexander Johnson and Josie Jewell, 2 linebackers who aren't exactly known for having wheels. How are you going to scrape? How are you going to change direction? Something that absolutely drives me crazy. I put that on coaching when it comes to Josie Jewell and Alexander Johnson. So Vic Fangio, I'm talking to you, bud.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're talking linebackers here. I have to do it, guys. I'm sorry, I have to do it. Nick Neiman, Iowa Hawkeye. He tested extremely well at the pro day. He's got good length. I think he's going to come off the board here round 4. He's been solid at Iowa as well. He's probably one of the better ones on the board. And I got to ask you guys, I slept on it a little bit with Jabril Cox. So sleeping with Cox on the mind, you know how it is. And I'm curious if he is too much like Justin Strnad, right? Like kind of he's not the best in against the run. He's not the best athlete sideline to sideline explosive wise, maybe more of that sub package linebacker. Well, hello, you have Justin Strnad, somebody this team already really likes. That's almost a 1-for-1 with how I perceive Jabril Cox.
Yeah.
Well, and we got a pick coming in real quick just for some housekeeping business. The Detroit Lions went with Amon-Ra St. Brown, wide receiver out of USC. Lance, what can you tell Broncos country about Amon-Ra?
Man, this dude, prototypical slot, 5'11", 195, something about like that. Smooth hands, decent route runner, does a really good job separating and using his speed variation throughout his routes. Not the biggest guy, so there might be some size concerns here, and that's probably a reason why he fell just a little bit. We also have Cincinnati at 111 taking Cameron Sample, the edge of Tulane, I think. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. Sorry about that. But yeah, no, Cam Sample, intriguing there. Detroit continuing to just murder this NFL draft this year. They are getting a lot of value picks right now. I really like what the Detroit Lions are doing here. There's also, let me see here. We've got some super chats I want to grab really quick. We've got In the Shop with Willie with another $2 super Willie. Dude, showing the love. We appreciate you, man.
Thanks,
Quinn Miners is an animal. I love Williams too. No quarterback here. I don't necessarily think that we're going to see another quarterback go for a while. I guess I could see, Jamie Newman maybe. Kellen Mond is still available, or no, Kellen Mond's not available. Excuse me. Jamie Newman would be the only one that would be really a draftable player at this particular point. Shane Buechele maybe out of SMU, which not necessarily anything that I would take a look at for me. Jaden Routh, did we already grab this one?
Watch Ian Book go to the Raiders.
Oh, yeah, there you go. I do want to jump back into that linebacker conversation because there was 3 names that I know for day 3 picks that have some coverage upside. Maybe not with Cameron Mcgrone out of Michigan, not necessarily the best coverage player, but I think he has enough athleticism to be able to turn and run with some tight ends and running backs and stuff like that. Does a lot better moving forward vertically than he does dropping in his back pedal, but still at the same time, there's some upside there with him. ACL injury, there's some injury concerns there. Not sure how that's all going to clear up. Also, you have Anthony Hines from Texas A&M, and then also KJ Britt from Auburn. Those guys, probably 6th, 7th rounders. I wouldn't be surprised to see Cameron Mcgrone come here in the next probably round or so, just because there's a lot of upside with him as a blitzer as well. So there's some more linebacker prospects that the Broncos could get to add to that interior or the off-ball linebacker, the middle linebacker group that they have.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to get to a few other positions here. We're looking at this team. This is about adding depth. And if you can get a starter day 3, that's fantastic. But a lot of these guys are going to be more of the back end of the roster, especially in this draft class. So I think wide receiver is on the table here. Obviously, the Broncos are looking to potentially deal Deshaun Hamilton, Cortland Sutton, as well as Tim Patrick are on the final year of their contract. So I wouldn't be surprised here if there's a player that fits the Broncos that Zach Azzani saying, like, look, I need that guy. I like him a lot. You got to look at it here, and people are going to be like, oh, we don't need a wide receiver. What the heck's going on? If you're round 4 pick, if you're banking on your round 4 pick as being a starter or really making an impact on your starting roster anywhere, you're already in trouble. So you need to just change your perspective there and shift your focus. It's about the future.
Frank Darby, Arizona State, is he still available? He was a decent player at the Senior Bowl, right, Eric? I mean, what can you tell us about the Arizona State Sun Devil?
I absolutely am a big fan of his. I think he's a limited guy. I think he's just a possession type receiver. He's not going to get major separation. He's just going to get enough to make the catch and basically fall down. Doesn't have great speed. solid routes, solid aggressiveness, blocking technique needs to be worked on. I like him, don't love him, but somewhere day 3, I'm all right with it.
Is he a possession wide receiver? I mean, because I saw the same thing. I wanted separation. I wanted that yak, but he kind of has some Eric Decker legs sometimes where he trips over himself a little bit. Yeah. And, like sometimes those things just happen. I'm okay with a throwback possession receiver. I really am. I mean, it's doing okay with Timmy Pats right now in the league.
Yeah, I do have some questions about Darby's decision making because he committed to Iowa and then decommitted. So you gotta watch out for that.
Home run Bronco for us right there.
He tore my heart. He was like a 4-star prospect, and then like, oh yeah, Iowa's actually got a good recruit. No, I'm going to Arizona State. God bless. I mean, I can't blame him. Arizona State, beautiful, good, fun city. But man, God bless it.
So to get back to the draft here really fast, the Detroit Lions just traded up with the Cleveland Browns. I'm not exactly sure. I just missed the compensation. The pick is in, and let's see, what's the selection?
Derek Barnes.
Derek Barnes. Okay.
Oh, I really like Derek Barnes. He's kind of he's an interesting player. I thought he would go day 2. He'd seek and missile coming downhill. He has some versatility as far as edge and off ball. He's thick. He does a good job filling in gaps. You wish if he was going to be that edge player to have a little bit more length. He's a little bit stubby there, but you're getting a guy who is going to come in, be that back into the linebacker core, can do some different stuff there, be versatile, and another guy with how physical he plays and how much he's a heat-seeking missile to the football. Special teams. We're going to talk a lot of special teams today, boys.
He's a worse version of Baron Browning. Like what they bring to your defense is very similar, and he's just the worst version of it. Not that he's bad by any means, but I mean, getting Baron Browning at 105 compared to what 113, 114, whatever it was for Derek Barnes. Like, I'll take Baron Browning at that value. Like, just going back to that a little bit, and then going back to special teams and positions. I don't know if you mentioned tight end.
Yes.
Nick, but John Bates, as I said earlier, he's played a lot of special team snaps. Really has decent speed actually to be a gunner. I think that's what he did for Boise State a little bit, and I like him. Like I like his potential as a blocking tight end. Like this is a good spot to get him. Like I think he'll be there around 5 for one of the Broncos picks.
Yeah. Got a super chat coming in here from Evan McKinley. What a $2 super. Evan, dude, thanks again. We appreciate you for joining in. Evan and I are friends on Facebook. Dude's really funny. He posts a lot of really good memes and stuff like that. Pokemon nerd as well. That's my dude. Evan, what's up, man? What interior defensive line and edge guys do you love in the late rounds? Carl, what's up, man? Edge guys.
Hey. Carl. You want edge guys?
I want edge guys from you.
Oh, man. Okay. Let's see. I'm trying to remember. Quincy Roach is still there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm coming in here a little bit late. I haven't looked at all the picks that have gone completely. But he'd be one. Jordan Smith of UAB didn't test the best, but man, you watch his tape, look like a great player out there. Victor Demukachi of Duke is another one that I think could develop into something a little bit. I know one that has been linked to the Broncos a few different times. I'm trying to remember. Taron Jackson of Coastal Carolina. I don't think he's going to turn into a great player, but for a depth player, I really like his ability to come in. Has Shaka Toney gone yet?
No.
Okay, there's another one that I think could be something in the NFL. So there's a few names for you.
Mm-hmm.
And how about let's keep Buckeye theme here with Jonathan Cooper. I like Jonathan Cooper a lot. I think it's not Dalen Hayes out of Notre Dame.
Yeah.
I think is still available. Not a bad edge rusher either. But yeah, there's lots of options here, Evan. So just because we aren't necessarily now, we might be familiar with some of these names. If you guys aren't, that's okay. It doesn't mean you're a bad football fan. Doesn't mean you're a bad draft fan. It means that these young men have an opportunity to stake their claim in the NFL. Starting with special teams, George Paton, how did he get his start in the NFL? Scouting for special teams. You gotta believe that special teams matters to this man. You know they matter to Tom McMahon. Should be a good day for the Broncos.
Yeah.
And I have a few more edges I wanted to get to here real quick, just to throw them out there. Kind of a hybrid edge. Maybe you can do some stuff. I believe his father is the Bears linebacker coach as well, Chris Rumpf. You're not sure with the length and the size, how he's going to hold up in the NFL. But actually solid length, looking like it's a 33 and 3/4 here for arm length, but kind of a smaller guy. But Chris Rumpf, and he had some really good tape out there. He's interesting. There's Ellerson Smith from Northern Iowa. Is he going to bulk up and maybe be more of a 5-tech? I don't know. His frame is still really going, but 6'6", 250, 34-inch arm length. That's really fun. A guy who never really lived up to his 5-star recruiting status. The classic Florida State, Janarius Robinson, great frame. I think there's a lot of untapped potential there. 35.25 arm length. That's a long boy. And looking for more of a 9 technique, maybe a potential 2-point stand-up edge rusher. Hamilcar Rashad Jr., also another name to look for. So there are some edge rushers still available here. Probably going to be more depth guys, but Malik Reed, free agent after this season. So you got to look there.
And
I got to
real quick.
Yep, go ahead, Eric.
You missed out on the other Florida State edge rusher, Joshua Quaindo. I actually like him a little bit more than Robinson. And real quick, for interior defensive line, at this point, no one, because the Rams took Bobby Brown.
Right.
Oh, no, they did not.
I got a really good one for day 3. There's some high upside here. Decent pass rusher, needs to work up a little bit more strength in the running game. Malcolm Kuntz from Buffalo. Oh, Raiders. Oh, Raiders.
Ian Book. Did they get Ian Book?
Pick 114 came in. The Atlanta Falcons took Drew Dahlman, the center from Stanford, son of former offensive lineman for the San Francisco 49ers. Chris Dahlman, I believe was his name. And Eric, I don't know anything about this guy. Why don't you run away with it, since I know that the big uglies are the guys that you really like to watch the most.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Drew Dahlman. I know that there's a lot of people in the NFL. I think Daniel Jeremiah really touted his praise and everything. I didn't like him. I thought he was just an athlete. Doesn't have the strength to hold up. I mean, he went to a decent scheme fit, but I am not a fan of Drew Dahlman, and I believe Jabril Cox just went off the board as well.
Ellerson Smith also went off the board. We were talking about him. The Giants select Ellerson Smith. Jabril Cox goes to the Cowboys. And as you said, Bobby Brown to the Rams. So a bunch of guys that I like there. All 3 of them I would have been happy about getting in Denver, but no round 4 pick. That's kind of going to be the name of the game for right now.
Well, let's give some quick shout outs to some folks in the stream that have been rocking with us for a little bit. Clayton, I see you. George, I see you. Sasha, welcome to Mile High Huddle War Room. It's so cool to see all these folks from all over the world coming together to unite for the Broncos draft. Absolutely love it. But I got a question for everybody, and I want to open this up to the stream as well. As the Broncos press conferences are wrapping up, right? And Seth and Patrick and Eric and everybody are saying, all right, fellas, that's it. We'll see you in a couple weeks. Congratulations. A couple weeks? Pastor Tan came into Denver yesterday. Quinn Miners, I get that you're out on an island in the middle of Canada lifting logs, but I mean, it's going to take 2 weeks to get these guys into Denver? Damn it.
Oh, man. I don't know. It's fortunate to see those guys go off the board there, but you're going to start to figure these things out, and hopefully we'll see some movements made. Also, maybe the Broncos can get some 2022 capital, start to get a head start there. We know that Peyton wants 10 shots every draft. That's his magic number. It would be nice to start filling out those today, so you're not having to trade players next year or trade back. So you just already have that capital. And Eric's been sitting here waiting on something, holding that finger up. Eric, let's get to you.
Actually, I want to address the super chat. Anthony Edwards comes with the $2.99 donation, asks about thoughts on Jordan Smith to develop behind Vaughn. And this is a conversation that actually Carl and I had a couple weeks ago. Carl brought up his RAS, and Carl, you weren't here for it, but the Broncos currently have the highest average for RAS. And with Jordan Smith being so low, I wonder if that takes him off the board for them.
Well, I think you're seeing right now, especially the picks that they've made, he's really listening to his scouts and his analytics department, probably more than the coaches. And which you can say how good or bad that is. But I mean, I like the players they've taken. But you're right. That might take a player like this off your board. And I don't like that. Because, again, you watch the tape of this guy, and he's a star on the field. Needs some development. He's still raw. But, man, you see just how good this guy could become. Like, he's one of those few that are still really left on the board that you're going, if this guy hits his potential, he can actually become a really, really good player in the NFL. So I really hope that they are willing to adjust on some of that they don't just stick to that, hey, we have to take these guys. They have to be at this exact level. Because, again, he had a terrible day testing. Sometimes guys just have a bad day. Maybe they're sick. Maybe they didn't stretch right. Something tweaked. I know he put on a lot of weight right before he decided to do his pro day. I think that was a really bad decision on his part in the sense that, I mean, it did hurt his testing numbers. Maybe he wanted to show, hey, I can bulk up. I can get to the weights that you guys want me to get to. But, yeah, it just was not the best day for him. And answering this question from Edgecombe, what is RAS? That is relative athletic score.
Yep.
Am I right?
Yep.
Okay. And this is where they take the numbers and like 10 is the highest you can get. That is the most athletic profile that you can have. And so they kind of they test the numbers against your position and weight it from 0 to 10 of how you would rate on that scale. And so the higher the number, the more athletic you are.
It was a creation of a guy named Kentley Platt on Twitter. His handle is @MathBomb. Give him a follow. The work that he does, man, it's outstanding. Every pro day, I mean, no combine this year, but typically he includes that as well. Constantly giving all the numbers. Like, it's got to be a 24/7 job for him. Awesome dude, fun to talk to, and and his RAS that he created, it's being used by teams. Like, and he talks about that a lot as well on his Twitter account, and he compares it to how teams do every single year, averages. He just does so much with it. If you have a Twitter, he's definitely worth following there.
And just to make it really simple, stupid for you guys, if you have a 250-pound player that runs a 4.4, has a great three-cone, great jumps, and a 200-pound player who does the exact same thing, which player is a better athlete? It's the guy who's bigger, right? So size matters in the NFL. So it does take into account. It's not just the testing numbers. It's what you do testing wise compared to your size. So, and the length and everything like that. So you don't want to be small and fast. Well, it's okay to be small and fast. You don't want to be big and slow, but if you can get those guys who are all big and fast, those are football players. Those are balls of clay. You can do something with it. I also dropped a MathBomb's Twitter handle in the chat on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Periscope. So you guys can check him out as well. He's dropping them all going on right now. And Baron Browning, just a fun fact with the RAS going on there. The fifth highest off-ball linebacker ever recorded, fifth highest Ross score ever recorded for a linebacker. It's a season with no combine, so a little bit of a grain of salt, but still pretty interesting.
And worth noting too that was out of like 2,168 linebackers that he was fifth.
Yeah, yep. There was another one. I can't. It's ASI. I'm not exactly sure where that one came from, but they had Baron Browning up there as well. More athletic and more versatile than Eric Kendricks, who was an All-Pro linebacker. So just take that for what it's worth there as well. Jaden Routh coming in here because he is dropping the way his name is pronounced, like mouth and south. So Jaden Routh, we appreciate that, buddy, for clarifying that up. And apologies if we got that wrong earlier for you. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Jaden, for coming in twice now. We appreciate you. A little bit of housekeeping here just to keep up a little bit. Obviously, Ellerson Smith went off the board there. The Chargers pick, it says it's in, but I do see that the Raiders brought in the running back for the Broncos we were talking about here, Rondre Stevenson from OU. Eric was teasing us yesterday saying that, hey, if the Broncos don't get Williams, look out for Stevenson. I would have been very upset day two, but round 4, that's about where he should go. Good inside zone running back. Maybe not the most versatile, but it's kind of like LeGarrette Blount back in the day. That's kind of what I see with him, especially older LeGarrette Blount. Just pound him between the tackles. He can do some stuff for you. Maybe not the most dynamic, but with the box numbers getting lighter and lighter in today's NFL, if you can bring in a sledgehammer and make teams pay for not stacking the box, he can do some things for you. Yeah, absolutely. So let's keep it going here. Eric, who are your best remaining guys? I keep seeing on the board here, Mel's best available, Hamlin. Damar Hamlin is a guy here. Do you think there's a chance he could fall to the Broncos' 5th round pick, or given how high Kuiper has him, maybe not?
I hope so. I love Damar Hamlin. I loved him last year. I mean, if they're never mind. I won't go down that road. But I love him. I love him for this defense. I think that if Denver wants to trade up, he would definitely be a guy I would be keeping an eye on. I mean, it's kind of like the how I viewed Elijah Molden. I mean, Damar Hamlin is a true safety version of Elijah Molden with everything that he can bring to it. And another guy that I wouldn't mind trading up for either that nobody's talking about is Shaun Wade. This was a guy who entering the season had first round hype, had a rough year as a boundary corner, and that's not what he should be in the NFL. He should be a safety in the NFL. I think he's a good option to be that replacement for Kareem Jackson down the road and be that number 3 safety this year.
Do we have some breaking news with an Aaron Rodgers sighting, Broncos country? I'm on Twitter right now, and a friend of mine, Rami Bean from CBS 4 here in Denver, looks like she's got a picture of the Green Bay Packers disgruntled quarterback is at the Kentucky Derby. Is that going on today? Looks like Aaron Rodgers and the pack showing up there. So Aaron Rodgers might be saying goodbye to teammates in Green Bay, but he's still hanging out with them at the Kentucky Derby.
Well,
Just
you know that
go ahead.
you know that Broncos are horses, right? Like he's out there watching some Broncos. Like
Vaughn likes going to the Kentucky Derby. Can we see a picture with Vaughn and Aaron Rodgers just to piss off everyone in Green Bay today?
Every time I think of the Broncos in the Kentucky Derby, I cannot help but think of Wes Welker going there. Whatever the heck he was on, enjoying himself, just tossing money around. My God,
baby.
Oh man, that was hilarious. There's no other way to put it. We do have some picks coming in here that we do want to get to. We're talking about a lot of these guys, and they're flying off the board now. The Chargers getting Chris Rumpf the second, good player there. I think he's going to be a good scheme fit. Obviously, Brandon Staley did incredible work with the edge rushers, both with Chicago and the Broncos, and now he's over at the Chargers, did it with the Rams as well, bringing in Chris Rumpf. I think he's a really good scheme fit there, can do some stuff in coverage as well, so watch for him. I mean, even if he's just kind of a Malik Reed, that's a good fit for them. We have the Vikings taking a running back, Kene Wangwu, the running back from Iowa State. He tested extremely well, but he was buried at Iowa State behind Bryce Hall, who is a really special running back. It hurts me to say as an Iowa fan, but he could be one of those guys contending for All-Pro next year at Iowa State. He's that level of running back. Now I need to go wash my mouth out now. That hurts.
Well, one of my favorite guys of all time, Matt Miller, loved Chris Rumpf. I mean, absolutely loved him. I trust Matt a lot. Got to meet him down at the Senior Bowl this year. So I think that's saying something.
And I just want to say is you compared Ramondre Stevenson to LeGarrette Blount. Well, look at where he went. The Patriots. I mean, they have styles at running backs. They have all those versatile pass catcher guys. They want that power guy. And then also, I just want to say is that the Vikings taking the running back from the better Iowa school.
Haven't beat them in like 6 years, but it's okay. How many Iowa State players are on the Broncos right now? I can't even name them. If my friend Jacob Federer, he was an Oklahoma fan for a long time. Then he went to Iowa State. Now he's the biggest Iowa State homer you'd ever meet. But it's a good time. They're like the Iowa State rivalry is a little bit.
Pretty
more
soon you're going to be changing that to how many bench players from Iowa State Broncos with that new linebacker and Baron Browning coming through the Denver Broncos. I'm done with the Iowa State thing, Nick. Just enough. I love
Davion Nixon still out there. That'd be interesting. I mean, the Broncos need could use some depth at the defensive line. Although Nixon has the character concerns.
Yeah, I was going to say with the character concerns with Vic Fangio and George Payton both talking about that and seemingly staying away from that, I have a hard time seeing Nixon in Denver.
Yeah,
but late, if you're talking 5th round, I mean, at that point, the odds of a guy hitting, as long as they're not, out there beating up their teammates or assaulting people on the streets, that's when you can take a little bit more chances. Like we talked about it with talked about Chad Kelly and versus Micah Parsons and whatnot. It's like, well, Micah Parsons, if you take him in the day 3, like you're taking a swing, right? Like if you miss on that, the odds of that pick hitting anyway are very slow. But in the top 10, that's when you can kind of get a little bit scary. So will be interesting there. Everybody's saying talking to Ojemudia now.
That's definitely something that you have to kind of balance out. How much of those character concerns concern you compared to their upside that they bring, especially when you get to day 3. And that's something that a lot of teams have to balance. And some teams, it's just no matter what character concerns, you're off the board. We don't know with George Payton how he's going to stand on that. So it's going to be interesting to see.
And Charlie Campbell gave this quick grade a B grade from Ramondre Stevenson from WalterFootball.com. Charlie, a good friend of mine. I think this is where we expected him to go. I love the comparisons. Bill Belichick is set in his ways. Sony Michel, not overly impressive in New England. So on to the next one, as Jay-Z would say. And Bill Belichick, dude, he knows what he wants. He's willing to get it.
Yeah. House cleaning on my end there. Jaden Rouse coming back in there. Pronouns are she, her. I apologize tremendously. I didn't see the profile picture, so that's on me.
Lance has glasses for a reason, ladies and gentlemen. And look, I'm going to give Lance a little bit of credit, dude. We're all running on a couple hours sleep, folks. So I misspeak on a daily basis, no matter how much sleep I get. So bear with us. The Mile High Huddle War Room rages on. Day 3, wrapping up the draft. Carl, it's been a little minute. Let's just do a rapid fire real quick across the room. I want to hear like one player that you hope the Broncos trade up for right now.
That I hope they trade up for. Oh man, that's just one player.
Just one player. Okay, you know what? 2 players, Carl. Give me a couple players that you like. The players that you think George Paton, he's got capital to move. He loves telling everybody he can move. Who would you move to go get?
I like Stone Forsythe of Florida. I know there's quite a few guys out there that really have him high, even had a 2nd round grade on him. He's a little bit tall and can get blown back in the run game. He's not great in the run game, but I would really like him for that offensive tackle spot. Josh Ball of Marshall is another one, just big boy from Conference USA, and just give him a year to develop. Man, that guy can probably turn into somebody. And then, you got to go to the safety position. I do like Jamar Johnson. There's still Hamza Nasruddin of Florida State that's out there. I think he could be a really good fit for the Broncos. James Wiggins is another one there for a late round flyer of a player. Again, helps with special teams. So those would be 3 names for me.
And speaking of big boys, we had a couple picks come off the clock here. One of the biggest boys in the class just came off, and Tyler Shelvin going to the – oh, man, of course the tracker falls and breaks apart on me here. Tyler Shelvin going to Bengals. Yes, exactly. Tyler Shelvin. I think he came in at the LSU Pro Day at like 350. He's had weight issues for a while, but if you're looking for a one technique that can just go out there and eat some space up while eating some gumbo as well from that Louisiana area, that's your guy. And also we've been talking about him, the Jaguars moved up for UAB edge rusher Jordan Smith. So some guys coming off the board here, round 4. Yep. So, the good players, like good for these guys. You can find potential starters round 4. When you start to get to round 6 and 7, you're starting to get some names out there from some small schools maybe you haven't even heard of before. But there's some good players coming off the board right now. It's I understand why Paton was saying he was hoping to get another round 4 pick.
Well, shout out to the Jacksonville Jaguars for having a very solid draft right here. They're getting they're getting a couple of my guys here. They went and they got obviously Trevor Lawrence with the first overall pick, but they got Andre Sisco, the safety from Syracuse as well. I think that was at the top of the 3rd round. So now Jordan Smith is another guy that I really like, and did a scouting report for him for the Finding Broncos series as well. Man, they're really improving that team down there down in Florida. So I got to give props to those guys. Eric, what's on your mind?
So I just wanted to say, going back to Lance wearing glasses, like he wears glasses, but that still doesn't mean he can see. I mean, this is a guy who thinks that John Gruden and Mike Mayock were doing a good job, and that Derek Carr is a top 10 quarterback. I mean,
why you got to throw me under the bus, man? Why you got to throw me under the bus? And
I will stand for Lance here. I think Derek Carr has an argument for a top 10 some seasons. I think he's in that 15 to 10 range.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think he can be there. It's kind of like, am I going to put Josh Allen as top 10 right now after one good season? He could regress, right? Like that kind of thing. So Derek Carr he's in that 3rd tier of quarterback. He's a franchise quarterback. I really think Derek Carr is a franchise quarterback.
If he's a franchise quarterback, then how come the Raiders look to move on from him every year? I mean, this is something that, granted, John Gruden hasn't ever met a quarterback that he doesn't love. But here's the thing. Derek Carr, easy breezy, beautiful cover girl. Broncos country doesn't like him, and they shouldn't like him. He's tore him up at times, but yeah, and every other year quarterback, he's almost like Juwan James, right? Every other year, I don't think he gets the respect he necessarily deserves, but I'm okay with it, even if his last name is Carr.
Yeah, and I mean, he seems like a good guy as well. Like he will pull over and change a spare tire for you. I think there's been a few stories of that as well happening in Oakland. So, I definitely cheer against him, and I think he's actually pretty soft in the pocket as well, right? That's a big issue. Like I said yesterday, turns into a pumpkin when there's pressure. But if you put Derek Carr on the Broncos roster right now, this team I think can contend in the AFC West. That's the level of quarterback he is, and that also speaks to the questions you have at quarterback for the Broncos. But he can get it done. He just needs to have a good roster around him, Gosh, the Raiders defense has been freaking hilariously bad. I mean, you hear the Benny Hill music.
He changed a spare tire in Oakland or Las Vegas.
Oakland. That's a funny story. He's a nice little guy.
That's a scary story. I'm going to start wondering about his intelligence right off the bat. Do you have any self-preservation in you, Derek Carr? Do not pull over on the highway in Oakland, California.
Well, we know he has some self-preservation because when pressure gets near him, he just wants to go down.
Yeah. And Carl,
I love the Raider hate Broncos country. Keep it going.
Yeah. And Jim's right there. Carr, like you said, Carr is better than Locke. So with the Broncos, having a quarterback at that kind of level, that's what you hope Locke could be this year. And if he does that, they're a playoff team. But really, the reality of the NFL is if you have a quarterback that's in that 11 to 17 range of ranking, that's like the worst place because they're not really good enough to get you over the hump to really win a Super Bowl every once in a while if they're not on a rookie contract. But you don't want to move on because you know how bad it could get. And so you kind of get stuck in this state of limbo of being there at that 6-10 to 9-7 range every single season because you just don't have the quarterback to quite get you over the top.
Right. No, and I mean, as you guys were saying, just that he's not quite that elite quarterback, but he's better than a replacement level player, and I don't necessarily understand why John Gruden wants to get rid of him all the time because he can help you win some games. Is he going to put the team on his back and just carry you to a Super Bowl? Probably not. He's definitely going to need some help. But look at what happened. He had an MVP caliber season a few years ago before he broke his leg, and he had a quality offensive line up front, a good running game behind him, some weapons to distribute the football to, and their defense was playing some pretty solid and timely football with Khalil Mack coming off the edge there. So, I mean, if you, as Nick kind of said, if you put him on this Broncos roster, they would be a legitimate contender right away. So, in the shop with Willie here, jumping in with another $2 super chat. You leave Derek Carr alone about changing a tire.
Thanks, Willie. No, Derek Carr, I mean, to Nick's point, he seems like a good dude, but I'm not going to go there. He's a Raider.
Well, that is one thing that I will bring up multiple times over and over is just the content of his character. He is a very big character person. He's a nice guy. He's a godly man. He lives a high quality life from what I understand. So he's not out there beating anybody up. He's just a genuinely friendly kind of a guy. So and I know that doesn't necessarily mean anything for him on the field, but I mean his teammates love him and they come to bat for him all the time. So that's got to say something about him. So
yeah,
and he does have a music video as well.
What?
Yes,
what? I gotta see this thing.
Yes, you need to go watch it.
Derek Carr has it. Tell me more, Carl. You've got me. Me. I'm in.
So he's got the jean jacket on. He's from top to bottom, man. He is. It's pretty awesome. It made me actually like him after watching it, just because it was like, oh my gosh, this guy is the biggest dork ever. But yeah,
please tell me that Marquette King made a cameo in that music video.
Oh God!
And I'm just going to let's get back to Derek Carr here real quick. Just the football side of things, not changing cars or doing music videos, but his looking at his statistics over the last. I broke it down here on the statistical analysis. And 2018 to 2020, a minimum of 1,300 snaps. Derek Carr's composite EPA plus CPOE score makes him the 10th best quarterback over the last 3 seasons. And his actually a CPOE statistic that, man, Drew Lock and CPOE got to be the biggest rivals in football. Derek Carr has the 3rd highest CPOE in football, only behind that of Russell Wilson and Drew Brees. So he's a quality quarterback. I would say make it a top 10. I would say top 10 is not a reach at all. It's just that it's kind of like Matt Ryan right now. Like when you put up, or Dak Prescott recently, if you put up 35, 40 points a game, great. If your defense has given up 50, I don't know what you can do. You're not playing out there on defense.
Yeah. And I saw a couple comments in the chat talking about hating Drew Lock again. Guys, I don't know how many times we have to make it clear. We don't hate Drew Lock. We don't have the highest of hopes for him, but that doesn't mean hate, guys. I think we all were pretty high on Drew Lock coming into the NFL. It just hasn't been panning out. That's it. We don't hate him.
No, Nick hates him. Nick and I hate him. We say it every week on MHI. I've just accepted it, Eric. I mean, we're gonna get labeled with these Drew Lock hater things. You know what? I've embraced it. I've embraced the hate. I feel like Palpatine. No, let's absolutely do it. But no, man, real quick, let's get to the super chat because this is a big one. Mile High Huddle, everyone with MHH supports our military, our freedoms in this country, and I'm having a hard time pulling this up. Malcolm Brown, $5 super. I am okay with running back early due to scouting reports, George Payton's skills, and because I served in North Carolina when I was in the Corps, and that is why I am an armchair GM. Malcolm Brown, thank you so much for that generous super chat. And I was trying to pull up a quick quote from Javonte Williams as I hopped on a quick presser with him yesterday, and the Broncos' 2nd round pick talked a little bit about being compared to Browns running back Nick Chubb. He said, quote, I don't try to play like Nick Chubb. I kind of feel like I'm my own person, but I do hear that a lot. Nick Chubb's a great player. So if I'm getting that comparison, I guess I'm doing something right. Carl, Eric, Nick, Lance, this is a converted linebacker that the Broncos got themselves at running back. Malcolm Brown, he's got all kinds of reasons to be excited about this Tar Heel back.
Yeah, I went back and watched last night a few of his games, and I think it was against North Carolina State, if I remember right. They had their 4-minute offense where they just need to close out the clock, and they're going to run the football. And they just handed it off to Javonte Williams the entire time. And the guy was just, every carry, he'd get hit about 2 yards in and then just carry people for about 3 or 4 more yards. And then just kept grinding out first downs. And I'm just like, man, if our offense in some of these close games could have a running back that could do that, just grind it out, that you could trust is going to do well with that. And then on top of that, he is a lot more explosive for being a bigger guy than you would ever think. I mean, the guy can run away from people. So he can hit people, he can run between the tackles, he can run from people. And then I watched him do some pancake blocks on pass blocking, on top of also then being a great receiver. Like, this is one of those true all-around running backs when you're looking at the NFL and what you want to see. Mm-hmm. This guy can do it all. He doesn't have the elite speed, but he's got good enough speed to be a great running back in the NFL. It wouldn't surprise me if he ends up being a top 6-7 running back in the NFL within his second year of the NFL.
Ooh, man.
Eric, speaking of running backs, let's get back to the draft. We just saw one running back come off the board. Why don't you give Broncos Country an update?
So, what is it? Chubba Hubbard? I can never remember.
Chuba. I want to call him Chubba. I've been calling him Chubba all draft. Let's just keep calling him Chubba because Chubba Hubbard sounds like an awesome name. But yes, Chuba Hubbard if we're going to have some house cleaning.
For me, like, I like what he could bring, but this year it was rough for him. It definitely saw him drop down boards. I mean, this was a guy who, speaking to a lot of people that in the media, some scouts I know, like, this was a guy entering the year who he was viewed as a top 5 running back, 2nd-round pick, and it was just a rough year for him. The offensive line, they were doing their job, but he just showed that he doesn't have the physicality, can't really break blocks a lot. Just a guy that he needs to be in space if he's going to be effective.
Well, he's just so small. He's a smaller back anyways, doesn't run with a whole lot of power, and he has to use that long speed that he has to try to break those long runs. He did a really good job against Tulsa when watching Zaven Collins. He had a lot of long runs in that game, but still at the same time, the smaller frame back, and he's not necessarily the best receiver, not necessarily the most physical runner. It doesn't necessarily have a huge role. Honestly, this is a bad comparison, but still, Philip Lindsay, same kind of a player. They're smaller back, a little bit lacking of the vision, and doesn't necessarily have the best receiving ability out of the backfield. So that might be a bad comparison stylistically, but also the same kind of a player you're looking at here. Just to kind of clean some things up here as well. At 123, Philadelphia took Zach McPherson, a cornerback. Eric, you were talking about John Bates, the tight end there for a while. Went to Washington football team at 124.
Boise State, right?
Yes.
John Bates,
and then,
tight end.
Yep. John Bates, the tight end from Boise State. And then Minnesota at 125 took Cameron Bynum, the cornerback from Michigan. Or California.
Cal.
And I get him and Ambry Thomas mixed up for some reason all the time. But
I do too.
And Cameron Bynum absolutely got torched at the Senior Bowl. He was just they were picking on him big time in practice, and it was just you almost felt bad for the guy. From what I understand, like there was a lot of buzz about how it was just like every time that he would get targeted, it would be a completion, and they were just destroying him. So, yeah. Kind of unfortunate for him, but Minnesota goes and gets their guy. This is another guy, honestly, that fell just a little bit here. Obviously, the Senior Bowl struggles, but let's see, Carl, you were the one that had them had Cameron Dantzler to Minnesota, right? You like Cameron Dantzler a lot?
I did. I liked his length. I know he didn't have the greatest long speed, but you saw on tape, like the man just covered a lot of area just because his length really made up for it. I thought he had quick enough hips, even for being a taller cornerback. Not the greatest hips by any means. I mean, when you're like 6'3", you're not going to have great turn and run ability. But I really liked him, and he's done well for the Vikings.
Mm-hmm. Colts at number 127 overall are going to take Kylan Granson, the tight end from SMU. So
I love that pick. I think this is a SMU. Yeah, this kid's a special tight end. I really like him. I'd project him as a sleeper right now. A lot of people I think are down on this SMU cat. I'm telling you, watch out.
No.
And
I want to get here real quick to this point from some more Aaron Rodgers news here, and I am howling. I'm just howling right now. Mark Schlereth coming in saying, I stand by, pertaining to Aaron Rodgers, saying, I stand by the intel that I received. I said it could fall through, but it's not over yet. Broncos country, stay tuned. I don't work for state-sponsored radio, so I don't have to listen to the after-the-fact Broncos spin. Get real. Mark Schlereth, oh man, he is calling it out. I'm howling. God, Mark sometimes stink. He can be a little bit abrasive, but he is calling it right now. And you guys, I mean, God, you guys know. You know the spin. I think anybody without their head up some dark areas would understand that pay attention to what people do, not what they say.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and let's just be honest, it's a war on social media between two of Denver's radio stations. That's the way it is. I will tell you guys this, though. I'm going to give everybody a quick peek behind the scenes. Everybody can hate each other all over social media, but when I was down there in Mobile, they're all having beers together at night. All right. Like, Mark Schlereth doesn't need these things to get credibility, folks. I mean, the guy's resume speaks for himself. I think he's got a vast knowledge of football. He's well respected. He does tons of consulting gigs throughout the league, but these are some things that you see, some things that we sometimes get caught up in. And this is just the business. This is the belly of the beast in the NFL. And this is a very, very competitive Denver market. And I think that's why you see a lot of this stuff and these jabs that we take at each other on social media.
Well, it's also just kind of fun. I do think that there is part of a little bit of a shtick to it. It adds to the. I mean, you get your own fancies. I personally listen to Broncos Country Tonight every single morning, and then I also jump onto 104.3 The Fan to get everybody else's takes. I love Zach By and Brandon Stokely. That's probably my favorite show on that station. But still, at the same time, I mean, it is kind of it grinds your gears just a little bit. It's like stop taking all these shots at each other, but that it's most of it's at least in jest. So I think it's just. It adds to the competition just a little bit, and it makes it just a little bit more fun. And speaking of guys on Broncos Country Tonight, Evan McKinley jumping in here with another $2 super chat. Y'all need to try to get Steve Atwater on here, LOL. That would be a lot of fun.
Yeah. No, I don't think anyone is going to turn that interview down. Steve's a heck of a guy. Everyone says that. And I remember my very first training camp that I covered for another publication, and Steve walks up to me and introduces himself to me. Like, dude, you don't need to and he does that with everybody, whether it's a 5-year-old kid or just some, dumb analyst trying to learn football for his very first time there. It's Steve Atwater, the smiling assassin. How grateful are we that he is finally in the Pro Football Hall of Fame? I'm still just through the moon over that.
Yeah, man, it's great to see that. It's great to see the Broncos starting to get some representation in the Hall of Fame, quite honestly, because it took forever to try to get Terrell Davis, obviously, in there, Steve Atwater as well. Hopefully we can get Randy Gradishar here soon, but please. I mean, like we've got Champ Bailey, Pat Bolin, and now Steve Atwater in the last 5 years. We've got obviously Terrell Davis in there as well. Like the Broncos are finally starting to get some representation because, I mean, the Broncos have been, 8 Super Bowls? They have 3 Super Bowl championships. The Minnesota Vikings, I don't think they even have a Lombardi trophy off the top of my head, and they have 13 Hall of Famers. The Broncos at one particular point had more Lombardi trophies than they had Hall of Famers. Like that's a disgrace to the NFL and Canton. Like until Randy Gradishar gets in, I will probably never set foot in that building ever.
I love it, Lance. I'm stealing that. I'm going to steal that line from you because 1, I just never want to go to Ohio anyway. But 2, I love that. Like I want to protest the Pro Football Hall of Fame until they get Gradishar in. It's an absolute crime that man is not in.
All right, well, we got a bunch of supers piling up. Let's get through them. I'm not sure if this one's been grabbed before, but in the shop, Willie, $2 saying that Luke's such a hater for, the lovely lock emojis that we tend to get. And then we have one from Mohammed Badri, who's just super. I think he's probably one of the most supportive people of all the shows. We had him on Dove Valley Deep Divers where he did a mock draft. Had Rashawn Slater being the pick at 9. Man, it seems like that could have been a possibility. Just they didn't expect Surtain to be there, and they took him. He says he's driving to work. Glad to see you all. Hey, man, we're glad you're able to join. Have a good day at work. Black Knight comes in with the $5 donation. Give me Kellen Moore as a head coach with Shula as the OC and Fangio Wade Phillips as DC. Anyone but Tom McCon. I can never remember how you say his last name.
McMahon
as special teams coordinator. I'm not sure about giving the reins to somebody as young as Kellen Moore just yet, but give him a couple more years experience as an offensive coordinator. I'm down for it. And then in the shop, Willie says with the $2 donation, we ain't getting Rodgers, Nick. Quit it. Nick, you wanna touch this a little bit? I know how you like touching things.
I mean, Cox is off the board, so we're going to leave that as it is. But I want to touch on something here in one of our chats here, Eric. Let's bring it back. The Broncos haven't picked in a bit, and we'll get to some matters of business as far as the picks that have been coming in. But you asked Chad for a quote from Vic Fangio with specifically to Baron Browning. And I want to get your take on this because I feel like we're living in an echo chamber. Vic Fangio talking about some of your bullet points and some of the things that we both said about Baron Browning, one of our probably my favorite singular pick in the draft so far, given the value and everything he can bring. So I want to kick it over to you, Eric. What did Fangio have to say about the Broncos pick at 105 overall and the last pick of day 2?
So I'm going to pound my chest a little bit, man. I love hearing coaches basically reiterate something that I've said. Very awesome and very self-fulfilling here. Now, in my scouting report on Baron Browning, I said he was a do whatever was asked of him type of linebacker, and it speaks to his versatility and how quickly he can pick things up. The problem that arises with that is there isn't a clear transition on where to play him in the NFL because he has strengths and weaknesses that are major for each linebacker position he might project at. Then Vic Fangio comes in, good athlete, runs really well. He's got versatility. Sometimes his versatility has hurt him a little bit in his development. We'll figure out where we're going to put him first, and we'll see how he does there, and then make a final decision at some point. We like his speed, like his athleticism. We think he will be a major contributor on special teams. There you go, special teams, guys. And compete for one of the linebacker spots. I mean, it's obvious. A lot of people often speak to versatility and players doing so much for them, but that's a double-edged sword. I mean, it gives them this experience at multiple things, but if you're constantly being asked to move around, you don't really learn the techniques and are able to develop in one spot, and that can really mucky up your transition to the NFL. It's like offensive linemen. It's like, okay, so this guy's played all 5 positions on the offensive line over 4 years. That's not necessarily the best thing for him transitioning to the NFL.
Well, and you don't get paid either. Just to piggyback off of that, and that's something I wrote in my gut reaction that should be published today on myhighhuddle.com. Eric, to your point, this is a man that is unselfish. This is a man that is willing to do whatever is asked of him and doesn't care if he looks bad at a couple times doing it. His teammates absolutely love him. You wouldn't think that he had his dream happen last night in his press conference. He didn't even crack a smile. This man is all business. He's unselfish. And I think he's going to be a locker room favorite right away because of those things. He's a blue collar back. And, not to get Broncos country nervous here, but it's almost like when the Broncos had Justin Hollins, right? And they're like, okay, is he going to be an edge rusher or is he going to be the tallest linebacker that's ever graced the National Football League? Those things can hurt players. We see that with the Broncos defensive line with DeMarcus Walker. You see these players play out of place and it can hurt them. Vic Fangio, George Payton, they clearly recognize that. Lance, let's kick it to you with some Baron Browning.
Well, I just wanted to kind of touch on something that you got there. The Justin Hollins pick from a couple of years ago, just not exactly sure where you're going to use him. Is he an edge? Is he an off-ball linebacker? And going to that point of moving back and forth, that was something that was very vocal about him, was that he's going to have to learn. And where do you put him? He was not necessarily the best. It was a decent athlete for the position at linebacker, but just like you said, super tall, super long, and it didn't necessarily fit the right way. So you're now trying to force him to learn 2 different positions at once at the NFL level in a very complicated defense. Like, that doesn't necessarily make a whole lot of sense to me. I got to get back to the draft here really fast. Got some picks coming in here after Kylan Granson went to Indianapolis. We had Dan Moore, the offensive tackle from Texas A&M. Eric, is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. And then Jalen Darden, a guy that I really like from North Texas, a shifty slot receiver. Dude's a little jitterbug. He's a lightning bolt with the ball in his hands. The Los Angeles Rams took Robert Rochelle, the cornerback from Central Arkansas. That's a guy that I really liked as well. And then Baltimore taking Tylan Wallace, the wide receiver from Oklahoma State here. Carl, out of those 4 players, which one would have preferred to fall to the Denver Broncos if they had the opportunity to get him?
Sorry, I forgot I was muted there. Dan Moore was a little bit intriguing for me. I wouldn't have minded him from Texas A&M. Not the best player in the world, but one I could actually get behind. I liked Tylan Wallace for a while, but he just never really kept growing in his game. And I think he's limited. Didn't really turn, like I said, just never really took that next step. And I don't think he's going to take that next step in the NFL. I think he can still be a great depth guy, just won't be a star by any means.
Mm-hmm.
I like Tommy Togiai coming off the board here. He's a strong player, did some stuff for that Ohio State defensive line there. Obviously, that Ohio State's been making some great defensive linemen over the years. Not the best this season. They didn't have that number 1 overall pick or incredible interior defensive lineman but Togiai did a lot. He's also extremely strong. He put up 40 reps of 225 pounds on the bench press. You wish he was a little bit longer. You wish he had a little bit bigger frame to be a little bit more versatile, to do some more 1-gap, 2-gap kind of stuff. But round 4 here, you're starting to see some rotational developmental defensive linemen. Everybody said it's a bad defensive line class. That's mostly because there wasn't many day 1 players, but there are some developmental guys. You're starting to see them coming off the board here. I like Tommy Togiai going to the Cleveland Browns here. The Cleveland Browns are having probably my favorite draft so far.
Now, before we get to the super chats, I just want to ask you a question before I continue on. Were you saying that he can't be a 0-1 technique?
I think he can. I think he can. I just wish he was a little bit longer to have more versatility across gaps. I don't know if he's. Go ahead.
See, I think that his lack of length is what's going to limit him to being a 0-1 technique. He's going to be this 2-gapping guy. He did a little bit of that at Ohio State, and that's exactly what the Browns need.
Mm-hmm.
They need this guy who can eat up blocks a little bit and just be square up, eat those double teams and eat up space for those pass rushes they have and those linebackers, and just allow them to work. I mean, this is a good pickup for them. They've been trying to find a guy to do this role for a while now, and they have consistently failed. So I like this pick, and I love what the Browns have doing, and they're definitely top 3 rosters on paper in the AFC right now.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job of filling everything out. They got Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah and getting Gregory Newsome as well. I mean, those were 2 players that were mocked heavily to the Browns at 26 overall. They got both of them, so doing a really good job. Nick, I'm sorry for stepping over you there.
No, it's okay. It's just he tested really well. He's a little bit short, but I don't mind that so much with the defensive lineman because low man wins. But how much more can he fill out? I think he does a good job as a 0-1 technique, but sub 300 pounds, sub 32-inch arm length. I feel like he's just a little bit limited there for versatility. I think he can do some 0-1 technique, but I want my 0-1 technique to not only eat up some guys, but be able to flip over to another gap to kind of forklift those offensive linemen, get off that and get to the ball carrier. I don't know if he's going to do that as much given how limited his length is, but he's powerful. He's squat. He can do some things. So I get it. I definitely get it here. I'm just looking. I think Vic Fangio, especially looking for those long boys. You want to have those arm lengths to be able to cross multiple gaps. So maybe not so much for the Browns, but it's a good fit here. It's just, this is why he's falling to this point, despite his production at Ohio State.
Well, the production was nice, but he also didn't play a whole lot of snaps. If I remember right, it was only I think he played less than 300 total snaps or something like that in his college career. There's just not a whole lot of film on him. So the length issues, the fact that he wasn't on the field a lot, that could be a big concern here. Chase Wellner jumping in here on Super Chat. I'm going to hammer a few of these out really fast here. Remember when Mark Schletter said Garrett Bowles was toast? I remember when a lot of people said that Garrett Bowles was toast. I'm just going to keep those receipts to myself for right now. Dennis Wood jumping in here with another $2 super chat. You all have been great. Smash the like button, fans. Absolutely, guys. Smash the like button wherever you guys are watching this on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch. Smash that like button, subscribe to Mile High Huddle. Let's do some matters of business here, guys. You guys are watching the Mile High Huddle Roundtable live draft edition with the Dove Valley Deep Divers, the Building the Broncos crew, and the Mile High Insiders. My name is Sanderson. Joining me is Erick Trickel, Luke Patterson, Nick Kendell, and Carl Dumler. Guys, follow us on Twitter. Find me at Sanderson MHH, for Eric at Erick Trickel, Luke at Luke Patterson LP, Carl at Carl Dumler MHH, and for Nick at Nick Kendell MHH. Also, guys, when you guys are at it, follow at Mile High Huddle and go to milehighhuddle.com for instant news and analysis on your Denver Broncos. And everybody, all 5 of us, have been dropping a lot of information for you guys over the last couple of days. Eric, what are you laughing at here, bud?
Well, the Saints got their Taysom Hill replacement in Ian Book, because Ian Book is not a quarterback in the NFL. Just as Taysom Hill isn't a quarterback in the NFL. I don't know what Sean Payton is smoking. I don't think that green stuff is legal in Louisiana. But man, he keeps wanting to force these non-quarterbacks to be quarterbacks.
The Bayou. No one knows. That's that crazy voodoo going on in the Bayou. You never know what's going on with those crazy Saints. But no, Lance, just to echo what you were saying, guys, get to milehighhuddle.com. You'll see some of your favorite authors writing. Chad Jensen's there, Zach Kelberman. Yours truly just had an article drop on Quinn Miners. Look, everybody's making fun of the belly, the half shirt. Guys, get to my article and see why Quinn Miners, yeah, it's funny. The guy's not a joke. Get over and check that article out on milehighhuddle.com. Many thanks to all of these hosts that are getting it going for day 3. I absolutely love it. Appreciate all of the love that we're getting in the comment section, as well as we're kind of waiting. We're in this holding pattern right now. And guys, we can talk football all day. We can talk Broncos. We can talk Raiders. We can talk the draft. This is what makes this time of the year so special. But to me, it's about hearing from Broncos country. It's about looking at those jabs that we're seeing on social media. It's about finding our favorite players. It's about finding some of our favorite picks. And guys, I'm just through the moon still with Quinn Miners. I can't get over it to see an offensive lineman trend on Twitter in 2021. It's bizarre. He's got the brown dreads. He's got the pot belly, but this guy is an absolute stud. I'm just falling all over myself. I'm like a giddy schoolgirl.
Yeah.
Joey Richards comes in with the $4.99 donation. Says, great work as always, guys. Hey, Joey, it's great to see you in the chat. You do great work over at, what is it, Mile High Sports, right?
Yep.
You do great work there, man. We definitely want to get you on Dove Valley Deep Divers again. Brian Greenfield with a $10 donation. Thank you, Brian. You are one of the superstars of MHH.
Thanks, Brian.
Here's to hopefully a great D in 2021. Well, guys, my wife would. I'll drop.
Janarius Robinson going off the board there to pick 134 to the Vikings. So Eric and I disagreed on those Florida State edge rushers. The first one off the board is Janarius Robinson there.
You guys should have had a coffee bet or something going there. Like, we need to raise the stakes here if we're going to start disagreeing with the 4th round picks.
That's fun though, man. We're out here doing it. And apparently there's some more Aaron Rodgers news coming down the track. NFL insider Charles Robinson of Yahoo Sports. There's a power play going on in Green Bay right now. Aaron Rodgers saying he will not return to Green Bay as long as Brian Gutekunst serves as the team's general manager. So the Packers have a decision to make. I guess the Aaron Rodgers stuff could fall through if Aaron Rodgers' power play comes through and they fire their general manager. I would obviously pick Aaron Rodgers over the general manager, but you never know. Sometimes some teams do some stupid things. So we'll see, but there's a new dynamic.
Well,
it's like
Carl,
it's like what started in Houston.
Yep,
it was an issue. It just happened in Green Bay first. Aaron Rodgers did not want him hired. Deshaun Watson didn't want whatever his face is, the terrible motivational speaker. He didn't want him hired. Like,
the team chaplain, you mean?
Yeah.
No, you're exactly right. And just real quick, some kind of housekeeping for Broncos country and those casual fans that are joining us today on the NFL draft. Carl, can you speak a little bit to George Paton and why he cannot comment on Aaron Rodgers? It's a little bit more than just, we don't want to talk about a possible deal. There's some implications and some rules if George Paton talks about one Aaron Rodgers. Can you enlighten Broncos country as to the policies and procedures of the NFL?
Yeah, teams are not allowed to really comment on players that are not on their team. It's just one of those unspoken rules, or not. It's actually a spoken rule. Sorry, I should say that. That there are penalties for teams that speak on players that they do not have on their roster.
Tampering.
And yeah, it is considered tampering, that you're trying to lead the situation and kind of manipulate it for your own gain. The Chiefs, I remember, got penalized a few years ago. I can't remember which player they were going after, but it was right before free agency started, and they were like, "Yeah, we want to go after this guy," and they got penalized. I think they lost a draft pick, if I remember right. So
who was it?
Right now,
it's escaping me as well. Was it a defensive player?
I think it was a wide receiver. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
But anyway, so yes, teams are not really allowed to talk about it until it really starts get going. Now, there is a little bit of, if the player requests a trade, that there can be some kind of talks, but that's more from the player and his agent than the actual team themselves. So you just got to be careful with that. It's easy to have a slip of the tongue and boom, all of a sudden you're penalized. So just got to be careful with that. And
that's the player.
Jerry Maclin.
There it is. Okay. I knew it was a wide receiver. But all right, we got Cody Chase coming in here with a good question, since Broncos are going to be coming up halfway soon, hopefully. Are there any good developmental right tackles left? Yes. Anybody have some names to throw out?
Tommy Doyle out of Miami, Ohio.
I knew it. I knew you were going to go there right off the bat. Tommy Doyle.
Stone Forsythe is still out there, isn't he?
Yep.
He's 6'8", 311 pounds. Because of that, we talked a little earlier with Togiai about the leverage. Forsythe doesn't do the best job of digging guys out of a hole because of that, but because he's so long, he's actually decently smooth. It takes a while for guys to get around him. I mean, his game against Alabama was great, so I like Stone Forsythe. I'm shocked he's still on the board.
Mike Munchak has a history of working with some of these longer, taller offensive linemen. I mean, Alexander Villanueva, or however you say his name, he was what, 6'8", 6'9" too, right?
Tight end. Yeah, tall tight end. You're exactly right, man. And to be a fly on the room in Mike Munchak's offensive line room with Chris Cooper to try to figure out what he wants doesn't really matter. I mean, like, he can make chicken salad out of what. And no, I'm not talking about Garrett Bowles, Lance.
Stop it. Just stop it. Don't you dare slander my boy like that, man. We will have problems. We will have legitimate problems. No, I'm just playing it. I mean, the transformation of Garrett Bowles, it was starting towards the end of last season. I mean,
2 seasons ago.
2 seasons ago, not last season. You're right. 2 seasons ago, he had all those holding penalties, but you got to go back and take a look and give some more context to those holding penalties, guys. That Chicago Bears game in like week 2, he had 4 holding penalties in a single game. Had 6 penalties over the next 15 games in the rest of the regular season. So like, add some context to that. Don't just say, oh, he led the league in holding penalties. Yeah, he had a bad game, had 1 bad game, and then 6 penalties over the last 16 games like that. So then you saw it, and I think he only had 1 over the last 5 games, if I remember correctly. So he got better in that aspect as the season wore on. So yeah, I mean, everyone. And that was one of the things that I saw as like the writing on the wall. Garrett Bowles is going to take this next step forward because he's getting rid of the holding penalties. His technique is changing, and Mike Munchak's actually getting through to him. And he took it upon himself over the offseason to get better. So doing drills with his wife, hanging out with a mental health coach as well. Like, seriously, Garrett Bowles took the criticism and was literally sobbing in his locker room. In his locker, completely inconsolable after that Bears game, and decided now is the time for me to turn this around and become the player that I'm expected to be in Broncos country. Carl, what's up?
Well, I just have this question. So last year, offensive holding penalties were down across the board.
Mm-hmm.
Do you worry with everything kind of going a little bit back to normal that he's going to have to adjust again? Because, I mean, I will say watching him, yes, he did better, but there were still some plays he got away with. And so I just worry that some of those penalties are going to go up a little bit more again.
Well, and the NFL
every offensive lineman in a normal year, and they get away with holdings. It happens.
Yeah.
Garrett Bowles did a lot better with his technique and hand placement to help himself not get called for holding. It wasn't just a down year for holding calls. He did a lot to improve himself to keep them from happening.
However, the NFL did just come out and admit, look, we were a little lax on that holding penalty. I think I read an article a couple weeks ago just before the draft started. So I think, as Lance, you just said you love Zach Bye. Zach Bye would like to say, a good friend of mine also, 2 things can be true at the same time. Garrett Bowles did improve his game. He did, and no one should take that away from him. But at the same time, he had a little bit of help. Nothing wrong with some help. It doesn't mean that he didn't do a fantastic job. It doesn't mean that he doesn't deserve the Pro Bowl nod. It doesn't mean any of that. I'm just happy that we don't have to talk about him because, Lance, I hear you, man. You should have your flag in the ground. Eric, you too. You guys did not give up on this guy, and you guys were probably the only ones. But at the same time, he's a first-round draft pick. I expected him to work out, so better late than never. And let's go. Let's go, Broncos. We need more help on that offensive line at right tackle. Because Juwan James, we can talk about Garrett Bowles all we want. He's no longer the problem. Juwan James, he's always been a problem.
But it's interesting you say that because when he does play, he actually plays really well. Like, that's the thing is when he's on the field, he's a top 5 right tackle in the league. Like, I don't necessarily know that you can really debate that. Honestly, like he is that good. He's a really good pass protector. He does a decent job in the running game. It's just he's never available. He's never healthy. He's always hurt. He's always got something going wrong with him. I don't think he's ever played 16 games in a full season. So it is interesting because he is a problem because he's not available. Availability is always your best ability, plain and simple. So if you're not available, you are a problem. But at the same time, when he's on the field, if he's on the field and playing healthy, he's one of the best players at the position in the league.
I mean, I think it's safe to say that I literally defended Bowles till I was red in the face.
Yep.
I remember this podcast, man. I got a little heated. I may have gotten a little talking to afterwards, but
we both did.
I mean, I didn't like Bulls coming out. Like, it was the complete opposite of what we're seeing with Drew Lock. I was not a Bulls fan coming out. He was not a first-round talent to me. He was my number 3 offensive tackle. I was not a fan of him. But I saw these hints of development from him over the years, and it just seemed like he was starting to pick it up at the end of 2019, and that he was on the right track to have a good 2020. Drew Lock is just the opposite.
Mm-hmm. And we have data. I always come back to the data because there's a lot of studies going on. There's better accessible data than we've ever had before with football. Offensive tackle is a position that typically it takes 3 to 4 years before you figure out what that guy is going to be. There's only so many guys that actually have the frame to do that with the arm length, the size, the movement skill. It's a rare position, and typically it's a round 1 or bust position for most of the starters in the league. Definitely a top 100 or bust position. So we know that those guys take a while, and that's especially true with Garrett Bowles. He played defensive tackle the year before he went to Utah, and he switched over to offensive tackle. And then he came in. He was a little older, very raw, but you saw the movement skills, you saw the ability. It just was kind of getting it up there. And he's an offensive lineman. I know that you want those guys to be smart, but it's different than the quarterback position. I think it's such a BS argument, a false dichotomy, saying like, look, we weren't patient for Bowles. He comes out, and then you see him come out. Oh, well, why weren't you patient for Drew Lock? It's different. The data is different. The position is different. We know that by year 2, a quarterback, what you see year 2 from a quarterback is essentially probably what they're going to be. I know the old cliche is year 3. Well, guess what? That was 25 years ago when Mike Shanahan made that quote. The game's changed. The offenses have changed. The quarterbacks are coming in with more throws than ever before. At the end of year 2 for a quarterback, you should know. And if you don't know, you probably know. So pointing at Garrett Bowles and then pointing at Drew Lock is just, it's a bad faith argument. It doesn't line up at all. That'd be like saying, gosh, I drank water today and everybody who's ever drank water died, right? Okay, cool. There's no connection there. Whatever.
And on that note too, there was a current quarterbacks coach. I can't remember who it was. I can't remember what team, but he came out and he said, and he put his name on it. He said, after 16 games of a quarterback, if they're not showing what you want to see, if they're not showing this progress or this potential to be a top 10 guy, they're not it. Yeah. And have we seen that from Drew Lock?
And the other thing that's kind of really makes it very different as well, Drew Lock, this raw quarterback, 50 SEC starts, 5-0 starts in the SEC. Garrett Bowles played 1 year of D1 football. It's not a 1-for-1. And if anybody's telling you that, tell them to get the hell out. They're just lying to you. Bad, really terrible, bad faith argument discussion, period.
That's a really interesting point there that you just made there, Nick. About 50 starts in the SEC for Drew Lock, and everyone's like, he's a developmental project. I didn't think he was a developmental project. I mean, I thought that there was some footwork that he needed to clean up and stuff like that, and the decision-making was a big deal. But at the same time, I was like, he's actually ready. He can come in and play. But everyone's saying, well, he's got to grow, he's got to learn and everything like that. But 50 starts in the NFL, or 50 starts in the SEC at Missouri, not necessarily the most prestigious program, but that's a good sample size going against the top competition in football. You know what I mean? And now he's got, 16, 18 starts, something like that in the NFL level, and he's still not developing. He's still not getting rid of these bad habits. What really makes you think that he's going to do that? Like, honestly, be honest with yourself and take your step back, take a look at it from the outside looking in, use that 5280 view, which is something I want to get going here, by the way, the 5280 view. Take a look at it from a mile away and take a look at all the information that you have available and come back to me and say, this is why. Like, these are the things that he can do that he's going to improve upon, and that's going to turn him into that. I mean, he's got the talent to do it. If he does, he can be a top 10 quarterback. He really can. But at the same time, do you really think he's going to get there? I don't know.
I'll tell you why people fall for the banana in the tailpipe, Lance, and this is why. Drew Lock, I said it last night, and Eric echoed the same thing. He's a likable kid. He cares. He's not Paxton Lynch. I believe he's a hard worker. He comes from a great family. He comes from a football family. I don't care. I don't. Eric and I have both said we wanted him in the first round. How awful would I feel if the Broncos drafted him in the first round? And the bottom line is, you can call me a Drew Lock hater. Other people, they can be Drew Lock apologists or whatever. The bottom line is, can you translate this to the field? Drew Lock has not shown that he can do that. Now, there's tons of spin out there. Oh, the Lions wanted Drew Lock, so the Broncos said, no, that was too much. Really? Then why would they call for Matthew Stafford? It was the very first thing that George Paton did when he got here. If you don't believe that, then you're under a rock, and just don't fall for all the spin. Lance, it's just that simple, man. He's a likable guy in Broncos country. They attach themselves to likable guys, and I understand it, but Eric said it best yesterday. Likable guys don't work out all the time in the NFL. Period. End of story.
Go ahead, Eric.
Well, I was gonna make a joke about how you worded something, but I can't remember exactly how it was. It was a joke about the Backstreet Boys and Tell Me Why. But
there you go. There was something that I wanted to throw in there, but let's get back to the draft here. Let's get back to the draft here really fast, guys. We obviously talked about Janarius Robinson to the Minnesota Vikings. The next pick off the board, Rashad Weaver to the Tennessee Titans. Arizona taking the cornerback from Florida, Marco Wilson. This is a guy that there's a lot of people that were higher on Marco Wilson than I was. I didn't necessarily like him very much.
No one was as high on him as Chris Sims.
That's very true.
His number 3 corner? Number 3 corner?
Mm-hmm. I was actually kind of alluding to that. Matt Miller as well was really high on him, from what I understand.
Mm-hmm.
On this note, with Chris Sims, have we, this year especially, have we seen somebody be so off with their rankings before?
2018, Eric. 2018.
But
he knows what he's talking about.
But to be fair, here's where I'm going to give a little pushback to that, and I'll just make fun of Chris Sims' tattoo with Kyle Shanahan and what Boats gave from Texas. I think that's the only thing I can make fun of Chris Sims for. Really, I appreciate the fact that at least he stays true to his own board. Because something that you guys all see, we've all probably had our work snipped at times, and that's one thing that that angers me to no end. I know it does to everybody else too, because we put so much work into this. If you want to use my work, go for it. Just give me a quick tag or give me a quick link in there, because at Mile High Huddle, we're not going to charge you a subscription-based fee so you can look at our draft profiles or anything like that. That information is free. We love doing it. But it's just one of those things where at least Chris, he believes what he believes, and I respect that, so I'll give him that.
Yeah, I'll give him a bunch of credit for sticking to his guns. I mean, I think that's something that all of us can give him credit for, because all of us here, we're going to stick to our guns. If we don't like a player, as we are with Drew Lock, we're sticking to that. Those of us who liked Garrett Bowles, we stuck to it. Those of us who didn't, we stuck to that. Sticking to your guns, nothing but credit for doing that.
Yep. Getting back to the draft here again, because Carl's tipping some picks here in the group chat, but we were at Marco Wilson to Arizona. Seattle then took Trey Brown. Is that the offensive lineman? Right?
No, that's a defensive corner.
That's the cornerback. Trey Smith is. I always get those two mixed up as well. Jesus.
Yeah.
Anyways,
there's a million Treys and a million
there
Browns,
is.
Lance. How dare you?
I know, right? Because then shortly after that, you've got, and this pick's actually coming across the wire on the NFL Network feed right now, Josh Ball, the tackle out of Marshall to Dallas. Carl, you said "dang it" in the group chat. What did you like about Josh Ball, man?
Well, I just see him as being a guy, especially here in the 4th round, that could actually develop into a decent starter. I don't see all-star by any means, but if you can get a guy here in the 4th round and have him come be a solid starter. I mean, Nick has said it a few times, really on the offensive line. It's not about having like an all-star and then kind of 4 scrubs, or even 4 all-stars and 1 scrub. It's about having 5 guys solid across the line where they don't have a weakness that they can pick on. And so I think he's one of those guys that could come into a team. He needs a year to develop. But you give him that year, then I think he has a chance to go out there and start and be a good player for some team out there. Well, I guess the Cowboys, now that he's actually on a team. So I've actually liked what the Cowboys have done these last couple picks. I laughed at the start of their draft, but here in the middle, they're actually kind of coming out pretty decent.
Yep.
This Cowboys draft class is about as character concerned as you could ever possibly imagine. This is incredible. Josh Ball, another guy kicked off of Florida State, I believe, for character issues. He was a 5 or 4-star athlete, has the size, but man, Micah Parsons, Kelvin Joseph, and now Josh Ball. Jerry Jones says, I don't give a hoot. We're going to have the chain gang out there, and let's go play some football.
Well, he's been thinking about it a lot in the shower.
Jeez, so are you serious, Luke?
God.
Isn't that Jerry Jones's MO, though? He doesn't necessarily care about the character concerns and stuff like that. I mean, Ezekiel Elliott, this is not the first. Exactly. Randy Gregory. There's another one. Alden Smith was down there as well. So, I mean,
did he choke a guy?
I was going to say.
Greg Hardy.
Yeah, there's another one. I mean, he's always been about bringing in guys that have character concerns because they're great athletes and they're good at what they do. But like to be honest, is this any more of a surprise than anything? Like, be honest with yourself. We tell the truth here, isn't that right, Cecil Lammy?
It's just interesting to go so hard on the character concerns. Like it's just pick after pick after pick. They are getting an all non off the field team here with this draft class. Boom or bust. I mean, this could be easily 5 years from now looking like, oh wow, look at all these guys who they got here. Great talents, they work out. But just as easily, a lot of these guys could be out of the league or bust because of these character concerns. So it's going to be it's a really interesting class for them. They are giving, it's the opposite of the Broncos too, right? Every single Broncos pick so far, intangibles out both wazoos. I mean, the coaches rave about these guys, the versatility. They say, yes, sir, what am I going to do today to help this team win? Also, all Ross team, so that's great. Cowboys kind of going the other way. They're getting some football players, and they don't always have to be, choir boys. That's fine, but you have to acknowledge in this draft process, that does add a sprinkle of risk.
And I want to get Mark Langley's comment here with the $50 donation. Thank you, Mark. We really appreciate that. I'd rather have a conversation with Garrett than a crow, and I was his biggest critic. Ask Lance and Eric about that. Ain't that right, boys? That is definitely right.
Damn right.
Talking about that.
Jody Moncrief, the biggest critic, and every single remember Jody. Every single we're still having
talking about me defending him till red in the face, man. Jody Moncrief and Mark Langley, we had some, and Mark, it's good to see you again.
Yeah, man.
I mean, all those issues that we had, they're in the past, man. Nothing but respect to you. You stuck to your guns, as I said. Nothing but respect for people who stick to the guns. He's proud of the big guys, so go Bulls. And Luke, that was funny towards Lance. Hashtag MHH. Hashtag go Broncos. Hashtag go someone.
Thank you, Mark. Dude, I love it. I love the interaction with our crew. I love the interaction with we care, right? We're human. And guess what, Broncos country? I'm gonna be wrong. I'm gonna be wrong a lot in this draft, and I'm gonna be wrong a lot in the next draft, but I don't care. So is everybody else. So is the GM. So is 32 GMs in this NFL draft. And, while we like to take our victory laps and we like to pound our chest, as we should, we put a lot of work into this. This is a very human element in NFL drafts. I mean, egos are a thing. Pride is a thing. Confidence is a thing. And when you've got so many men and women in one organization, that's a multi-million-dollar business that has got to get an identity and start winning football games. The pressure's intense, emotions are intense, and that's what we're seeing in the war room, and that's what we're seeing in the NFL draft.
And I gotta say, we're all extremely passionate and talking about how we're wrong. This leads me to an interesting question. Just a couple guys from each of you that you really loved in the draft, and a couple guys that you absolutely hated that proved that weere wrong.
That's a great question. I love it. Okay, Drew Lock is going to come first for me. I'm just going to be honest. I was with MHR at the time, and I was like, okay, the number 1 and number 2 picks got to be Drew Lock and Dalton Reisner. That simple. I was just so high on the kid based off of a lot of what Nick talked about with his junior season in the SEC. I think if Drew Lock looked back at things, not necessarily quarterback classes, but his stats, he would have gone a lot earlier his junior year. And if I'm going to be honest about eating crow, let's go back to the decision between Paxton Lynch and Trevor Siemian. I was a Trevor Siemian guy, and I will eat that crow all day, every day. Peter Parker, as Von Miller liked to call him. I was right there with Stink saying, pay the guy, pay him all this money after that Dallas Cowboys game. He is the new quarterback for the Denver Broncos. So I will gladly land on that Trevor Siemian sword. And I don't even know if he's still in the league. Is he with the Saints as like the 3rd or 4th string quarterback?
I don't remember where he's at now, but I do know that he was in New York and had a nasty broken ankle. That was absolutely terrible. So, and I feel bad for the guy because he finally got an opportunity, and he played for like a quarter or something like that, broke his ankle, and then walked off under his own power. Yeah. Like, seriously, it was disgusting. Never seen anything like it in my life. As far as guys that I really liked that I was wrong on, this one is a big character concern issue as well, and also just not being able to stay off of smoking marijuana was Josh Gordon, one, but first and foremost, Justin Blackmon, wide receiver from Oklahoma State all those years ago. I loved him, and I thought that he was going to be something special in this league. And I never really see the character concerns because he wore bracelets. There was a little girl down at Oklahoma State that was a big fan of his and a big fan of Oklahoma State, and she had cancer, and she was always or some kind of a rare disease, and he was always going to the children's hospital to go and hang out with her and showing that he had some high character. Well, then he gets to the NFL. well and went to the Jacksonville Jaguars. I think it was like the 4th overall pick or something like that. And he fell off the wagon big time and wasted all of that talent. That was a guy I was super high on, and he didn't hit. 2 guys that I was really high on that did hit, and I want to just thump my chest on this. Demaryius Thomas, I thought he was going to turn out to be a better professional than Dez Bryant. And then Russell Wilson. I had Russell Wilson as a first-round talent, and I didn't care about the height. I thought he was going to be one of the best quarterbacks in the league, and I thought that the Denver Broncos needed to take him over Brock Osweiler and let him develop underneath Peyton Manning, and I was right. I was definitely right on it.
And he's humble too, folks.
Yes, I am very much. You could argue that I'm the humblest person on this screen right now.
And I have a couple guys that I liked a lot that busted. I'm obviously not going to go to the 2018 draft because a lot of people were wrong on that one. Rosen and Darnold versus Allen and Jackson. I mean, gosh, we see how it played out. But the couple guys that I liked a lot that ended up being massive busts. This was kind of before my time at Mile High Huddle, but the highlight tapes, the ability, the athleticism of Greg Robinson at Auburn. I mean, he was out there just absolutely destroying guys, going number 2 overall, and he ended up being a massive bust. So no doubt about that one. And another guy that I liked a lot in my time at Mile High Huddle, I love my defensive lineman. I love my athletic defensive lineman, and Taven Bryan, right? Like, what the hell happened there with Taven Bryan? Obviously no instincts at all on the ground constantly, but I knew he was a workout warrior. He had solid length and he could shoot gaps and play a bunch of different spots. I thought Taven Bryan could be pretty good. He's ended up being horrible. So Eric, you have something to say here.
You know where I'm going with this. You said defensive lineman. There's a certain Michigan State guy that came to mind.
Yeah, but before the draft, I got off of it. Before the draft, after I met
once you smelt his breath,
Yeah, no, also talking with some people at the combine, you kind of rub some elbows with some folks and they're like, listen, this guy might not even make the end of his contract. And Eric was also pointing me in some directions there. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to ask about this. They're like, yeah, if he didn't have these issues, he'd be going top 5 because you do not see guys with the length and the movement skills and the versatility across the defense. But the dude is a $1 million athlete, 5-cent head. And I don't think he even played a snap in the NFL. So that's definitely one.
The story about him is Nick, after talking to him, made a comment about how his breath was.
Oh my God.
And the funny thing is, it was just after he was drafted and after a practice, something like that, he got into a fight because a teammate told him to brush his teeth.
I mean, I talked with him at the combine and I had to take I wish we had the masking and the 6 feet at that point because it was like SpongeBob where the eyebrows just singed off my face. I'm like, man,
oh my God, that's
no wonder nobody wants to block you. It's that breath.
Let's get yours before I give mine because mine are going to give some love to lock stands. So let's get yours out first.
All right. Well, I mean, my obvious one is Paxton Lynch, but I'm just going to throw that one out because I've harped on that enough. I owe enough beer because of that man. He should give me half his contract to go pay for all my beer bets I made. But no, beyond that, so Bronco related, Carlos Henderson.
Yeah.
I love that pick. Oh my gosh. I thought this guy is going to turn into the next big star wide receiver for the Broncos. And just, he never got his footing, had some issues off the field and injuries and everything else. It just never quite worked out. I just was jumping for joy. If we had a live stream when that draft was going on, like you'd be seeing me jump off the screen because I love that kid. And another, I laughed at the Raiders for taking Cooper over Kevin White. And Kevin never panned out. Injuries were a big part of that. If he wasn't injured, I think he could have turned into something, but that was one I'm looking back at and kicking myself going, I took the athletic freak over the route runner, which I don't usually do because you know how much I love route runners. And it just, like I said, just never quite worked out there for the Bears.
So probably one of my biggest misses was a quarterback, Brett Smith out of Wyoming, ended up going undrafted. I am at a 2nd round grade. I really liked what he would bring. I thought he was going to be something good in the NFL. Big miss there. Miss on Paxton Lynch as well. But I loved Russell Wilson. I was a big fan of Dak Prescott. And I was a big fan of Derek Wolfe. And another bust, the Lamp himself, Forrest Lamp, man, unfortunately, injuries just have not lived up to it. And Nick, since we talked about it earlier, we said a little bit, bet on it. Joshua Kendell also goes in the 4th round to the Kansas City Chiefs.
There you go.
Well.
Speaking of the draft really fast, obviously we got Kindo coming in here to the Kansas City Chiefs. Going back just a little bit, Deontay Smith to Cincinnati, Buddy Johnson to Pittsburgh, Jacob Harris, wide receiver from UCF to the Rams, Royce Newman to Green Bay, and then LOL, man, the Raiders, they do it again. They outsmart themselves, and they take another safety in Tyree Gillespie. And just what in the world are they doing over there in Las Vegas? This is ridiculous to me.
Insert Spider-Man meme when Gillespie and Merrig meet. I think both these guys, their best attributes are they're the single high guy. I don't like Gillespie closer to the line of scrimmage. He's got good range. He's got that speed. That's Merrig. Like, what are they doing?
And I want to get real quick back to Josh Ball, the character concerns we were talking about. What was it specifically? He got kicked off of Florida State for 11 reported incidences of domestic violence where he assaulted his then partner at the time violently. There are some bad pictures out there. So Josh Ball, Dallas going for an all off the field team, man. Guys, I don't know what's going on.
And real quick, Broncos, they're not too far away here.
Yes.
And there's a lot of word going around. A guy that I kind of wrote off, but Ardarius Washington. There's a lot of word going around about him on Twitter right now.
Hey, that would be all right by me. Cody Potter jumping in here, $5 super chat. Did you guys do a first round mock for the full first round? And if so, how accurate were you? I did mine as 8 out of 32. Also give up 3 years of picks or players for Aaron Rodgers. Carl, did you do a first round? I didn't do a first round this year. I was going to, but I usually do a fan driven mock draft. I just didn't get an opportunity to get around to it. Way too busy with work and everything like that. Carl, did you do a first round mock?
I did not. I've done a couple community ones where I represented a team. I did one. I can't remember which podcast it was, one of the Bronco ones, but anyway, I represented like 6 different teams. And that one went pretty well. And I think it matched up pretty decently, actually, if I remember right. But I don't have an exact count of how that one worked out. So I don't usually do like full first round mock drafts because I don't pay attention as much to the other needs of other teams.
It's too hard, man.
Yeah, it's just time. Yeah. And so I usually try to stay away from that. I pay attention to AFC West because I know the needs of each of those teams and what they're looking at so that I can kind of look at their drafts and how they do. But otherwise, I kind of stay away from it. But I know Eric has done quite a bit of work.
Yeah, I was going to say, my first round mock draft I did yesterday morning, 32 out of 32. But no, on a serious note, I actually have something up on Twitter about my final first round mock draft that I did. Had a lot of positions matched up with teams. I mean, the first 6 players I had and picks were perfect. So 7 out of 32, I think that, or 6 out of 32, that was pretty much a given. If people weren't getting at least that 6, then they just weren't paying attention. And a lot of other ones, as I said, I got the players at the spot. I mean, I had Darius to the Vikings, just not at 20, 21, whatever it was that they picked, 23. And so a lot of picks and players matched up, a lot of positions and teams matched up, but I have it up on Twitter about how I actually did.
Yeah. Jump back to the draft here really fast. The Jacksonville Jaguars just took the tight end from Ohio State, Luke Farrell, and not your boy Jeremy Ruckert there, Nick.
Ruckert didn't come out.
Okay.
He's going to be a top 15 pick next year.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wasn't sure, so sorry about that.
Okay.
And then the New York Jets is on the clock right now. Mark Langley jumping back in here with another generous super chat towards Eric and Lance. Nothing but love and respect. These are 2 great guys. Word. We appreciate you, Mark. And honestly, it's good to see you come back. I know we split there in kind of an ugly fashion after that one show. And I want to apologize to you for that. I went a little bit out of line on there, so I do apologize. And thank you for coming back to us, man. We really do appreciate your support, everybody. We all disagree. We're all very passionate, and we disagree with each other every now and again. We all have our own takes and stuff like that. And as long as we can be respectful to each other about the way that we're going to talk about everything, we can have an open conversation. And I'm definitely going to be willing to. I mean, dissenting opinions maybe make my opinions better. They may make me change my opinions. So if you can have an open conversation and be respectful about it, then absolutely, we can continue to have this conversation. So thanks again, Mark.
I just want to say, with all the disagreements between us, you guys do a good job of falling in line with what I have to say.
And I did want to get to Cody's second question there about the what in the world would you give up for Aaron Rodgers? I mean, I know we've heard 3 years worth of picks, 3 first-round picks, some players. What are you willing to actually give up that you would feel good about that?
As I said before, I'd let them bend me over and have their way. Really, like,
oh my god,
you get a franchise quarterback. You get a franchise quarterback that turns your team into a Super Bowl contending team. Like, I think I think it's a good long-term move. I mean, yes, you lose a bunch of picks to help build your team, but you have other ways to do it. We saw that with Peyton Manning. Granted, they didn't give up the picks to do it, but a lot of those picks that Denver had, they weren't the best, especially those early ones. Sylvester Williams, like Monte Ball as well. Like, a lot of these early picks, they weren't the best. So I do that trade-off for it and still look at getting a viable quarterback to develop behind him. And you can get those guys round 2, round 3. Maybe you can still look at Drew Lock at that point as a developmental guy. I don't think that's likely, but it's possible. So I would do it. I'd give the 3 first-round picks. I'd give a couple day 2 picks. I'd give a couple starters, or a couple of players, maybe not big time starters for both of them, but I do KJ Hamler or Tim Patrick and like Malik Reed or something.
Honestly, what's gauge the temperature of the room on Albert Okwuegbunam? See if they maybe want to take that extra tight end off of our hands. I mean, I don't necessarily want to get rid of a Bradley Chubb or a Noah Fant or obviously Jerry Jeudy. KJ Hamler, I could probably get behind if that's the case. I would much rather send Tim Patrick. So if you had to send, Malik Reed, Tim Patrick, and Albert Okwuegbunam, why not? I mean, you're still keeping the core of your team together, your young starters, your franchise cornerstone pieces, and then send them 3 firsts and a pair of seconds. If that's what it takes to get it done, absolutely. Because the Albert Okwuegbunam, what impact is he going to have right now with Noah Fant in front of him? Jerry Jeudy or Tim Patrick, Cortland Sutton, if he stays healthy, he's probably going to be that guy as the X receiver on the outside. You're going to put Jerry Jeudy in slot, and then you can still work with if you keep KJ Hamler, you can put Jerry Jeudy at Z, put KJ Hamler in the slot. You still have Noah Fant. I mean, there's a lot of pieces for you to work with. So Tim Patrick, Albert Okwuegbunam, they're the guys on the outside looking in. Same with Malik Reed. So
real quick, and I also don't think this is going to be a classic. Or like you put this trade in the Madden simulator, right? I'm not sure if it's going to work out that way because it's not all these teams looking for it. And Rodgers, I think, is going to use as much power and leverage as he has to kind of force a trade here. And maybe it would manipulate what possibly could be given out there. Typically you're talking, you have to give all these starters and whatnot. Well, he's 37 years old and sounds like he's forcing his way out. And there's a lot of teams that already made big impact moves for quarterbacks. Like San Francisco's a team he's been linked with that he'd love to go to. Well, they just gave up 3 first-round picks and took Trey Lance 3 overall. Like, could they get Rodgers still? I guess, but they don't have that future capital to do so. And I think Rodgers might even say, like, listen, like, I don't want you to give up Bradley Chubb. I don't want you to give up Noah Fant. I don't want you to give up Cortland Sutton. So I think it's going to be much more a pick-oriented team. If there's any player on the Broncos roster that it might make sense you could see them give up, maybe it's a Bryce Callahan because the defensive scheme shift. That's kind of just a back-end player, but you're getting a starter there in nickel, and maybe it's one of those wide receivers. But you're talking about like Bradley Chubb or Draymond Jones or Noah Fant. I don't see it. It's not a normal trade circumstance at all.
Yeah.
And I would, after watching what Aaron Rodgers did with what was it, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, he's the one who kept dropping passes for him.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'd be willing to move KJ Hamler in that. I want guys who can catch the ball because he was getting frustrated about the lack of receivers because the receivers they had weren't consistent catching the ball. KJ Hamler, not consistent catching the ball. Sure, he's explosive and everything. Doesn't matter if he's dropping the ball 25% of the time.
Right.
Like, that's why I would be willing to ship him out and not have any qualms about it.
You know what? I don't have any. You know what? I don't have any qualms about. MileHighHuddle.com, where Nick Kendell just dropped an article. Despite being on these very airwaves, articles are being published. Lance Sanderson, Erick Trickel, Carl Dumler. Excuse me. You can find all of our work there. But Nick, you just dropped an article talking about a grade for day 2 picks. I wanted to be sure to plug that. Before I steal the Aaron Rodgers conversation to talk about Baron Browning, I just think it's so important to start talking about some of these grades, Nick. I'm really pumped about your grades because, correct me if I'm wrong, you gave yesterday an A, right? Or was it a B?
I gave it an A-.
Okay.
Overall, I was really hoping for, if you could, I love minors, don't get me wrong. If you could flip that pick for Spencer Brown it'd be an easy A, just because I think getting a developmental tackle was a little bit more important than getting an interior offensive lineman. And also, I know that Javonte Williams was their guy, but having to give up a top 150 pick to move up 5 spots for a running back, okay, that's fine. I get it that you thought Miami might take him still. I don't love that in principle. So I give him an A-. I'm a tough grader. I'll be the first to admit that. My wife is a teacher as well. She's also a tough grader. Doesn't always make make all the students happy in that regard. But I have my rubric, and when you trade up for a running back, I'm kind of like, okay, fine. I don't love it, but I get it. So overall, I thought they did pretty good. The only thing that would have kept me from getting an A, I like Miners. The interior offensive line looks okay. If it could have been Spencer Brown or a developmental offensive tackle, I probably liked it a little more. But I mean, A-, that's a heck of a day. I gave like a B- for Surtain at pick 9. So I think Surtain. Excuse me. It said Surtain.
I can't say. Oh, it takes me 10 years to say Okuwebunam. So if I can correct you on Surtain, something I'm gonna do that. Yeah. I want to pass this to Carl real quick, because while I was gone, I got a text from a person in the know with the Denver Broncos who said they were sweating that Baron Browning wouldn't be there. I found that very interesting. It seems like right now the Broncos are just through the moon with this linebacker, Baron Browning. Carl, what do you make of the Ohio State Buckeye?
Yeah, I mean, he's a great fit. I think all of us had him as one of our top players still available at that pick. He fits athletically. He fits with the length that you need there in the middle to play, especially that zone coverage. Again, he brings such versatility. If he doesn't work out, an off-ball linebacker, you can still try him at edge rusher. So there's a lot of things you got to love about this player. And like I said, on top of that, then you got to love the character. The guy that's going, if I got to be kicker, I'll be kicker for this team. Like that. That's what you love to hear. Any coach out there, hey, whatever you need, coach, I'm going to go do this. That is such a lunch pail kind of guy, and it just fits great. And yes, we just had a kicker taken off the board by the Bengals. You always wonder when a kicker is going to go off first, but no, Baron Browning, perfect fit for the Broncos. And I love the ability of Fangio and this defense just to go really maximize what he can bring to the table. I mean, Fangio's defense has made some all-stars out of linebackers. And I think Baron Browning's one of those guys that could really develop into that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we got the Broncos pick there right around the corner. We got to throw out some names here. Eric said Ardarius Washington is a name that is being thrown around a lot. 5'8", kind of a hybrid nickel / safety. He's extremely small. He actually didn't test very well either. So this would be one that, would really plummet the Broncos rankings and in those RAS scores that we were talking about earlier. But we're talking day 3 here. So if you can find a niche player that fits your defense and you have a specific role for him, and a starter at that, because he is such a niche player, that's not a bad way to go. I still think Tommy Doyle is out there. He'd be an interesting one. There is Stone Forsythe also still out there. I don't know what's going on there. I thought his tape was actually pretty darn good. There are some wide receivers available as well that I wouldn't be upset with. You need to start thinking about the future of the wide receiver room, given there could be 3 guys moving out here pretty soon. Let me pull up my wide receiver rankings. Oh my gosh, there are 10,000 wide receivers. Anybody else?
Look at Malcolm Brown coming in real quick. With Bob Sanders was only 5'8", and Eric, before I pass the mic off to you, I heard an interesting. I don't know if it wasn't. Maybe it was Schrager. Said he was talking about Nick Bolton yesterday, and he said that Nick Bolton had some Bob Sanders to his game. I thought that was interesting. Safety linebacker comparison. I don't know. I've been saving that weird little tidbit of criticism for day 3 of the NFL draft, because I didn't really see that.
One thing I want to add. Go ahead, Eric. Sorry.
Speaking of comparisons, one that's gone around with Ardarius Washington was actually Bob Sanders, with the size, with how willing he is to be physical and everything like that. That's one that's definitely been thrown around. Not from me. I don't really see that exactly, but it is one I've heard. And talking about receivers, I had somebody ask me about if we do get rid of KJ Hamler, who's the guy we can bring in to kind of replicate that. I like Marquez Stevenson. I like Cade Johnson from smaller school, I believe South Dakota. I like those 2 guys with what they could bring. Trey Walker, he's another one. There's Dax Milne out of BYU. Watt Fillior, I like him as well. There's a lot of guys that can fill that niche type of role. Are they all as explosive as KJ Hamler is? No, but if I've got to sacrifice a little bit of explosion for better hands, I'm going to do it.
So the one thing that I want to throw out there with that Bob Sanders piece from Malcolm Brown is Ardarius Washington. Yeah, 5'8". He's 178 pounds. Bob Sanders was built like a brick, what house. He was 206 pounds and he hit like a freaking freight train.
Yeah.
Like there's a big difference, but also at the same time, even at 206 pounds playing that safety position, his shoulders were so bad. He was always hurt. That's that physicality that he played with, though. He was a guy that wanted to come up and make those big hits, especially in the running game. Ardarius Washington does that as well. He takes some bad angles at times. Is not necessarily the greatest tackler, but the physicality with him, I like it a lot. It would be a pretty decent pick in my opinion, but still at the same time, like 5'8" to 5'8" doesn't necessarily mean that they're the same kind of a player or the same kind of a hitter, because Bob Sanders was, like I said, 206 pounds and he knew how to hit.
I like Sage Sherratt, wide receiver out of Wake Forest a little bit. I think we should bring up his name.
Calm down, Lance. Calm down.
Something to look out for. I've talked a lot of.
To be safe, we'll just do that.
I've talked to
Shai Smith they met with. Also, he's somebody that's still out there that I know they had interest in.
I've talked a lot about Thomas Graham. I like Kerry Vincent Jr. I don't know what direction the Broncos are going to go. I'm going to be honest. Right now at this point, I'm just guessing. I'm totally guessing. It seems like we have an idea of where George Paton wants to go, and then he flips that idea on its head and blows us away with what seems to be a home run pick. So fire away, Broncos country. Let us know who you think the Broncos are going to pick, as they are almost on the clock, given I don't think they're going to trade back, right, guys? I mean, we feel pretty confident. It's taken a little while to get to this point. I feel pretty good in saying the Broncos are either going to make their selection and make us happy, or we got to pull our hair out.
Well, Eric, let's answer the super chat first from Ninja Cow 410 coming in with $1 super. We appreciate that. The Broncos are coming up here. Let's throw out some names. What are the top names on your big board that are still available right now?
Well, I mean, we've thrown out a bunch of names, but looking at guys that are still available, the one that I mentioned that was getting thrown around about on Twitter from a lot of people that seem to be in the know, Ardarius Washington. He's one that makes sense. I know there's some love for Jamar Johnson. I don't personally see it with the tackling issues. Damar Hamlin, he's a big guy. I'm a big fan of his. He's that safety type, fits that body mold of that Fangio likes and that style mold. Marquez Stevenson, talking about receivers that can replace a KJ Hamler type if he was to be moved. Shai Smith as well. I know that Nick mentioned him. Stone Forsythe and Tommy Doyle, of course, deserve to be mentioned as well.
What kind of edge defenders are still available?
Shaka Toney.
Shaka Toney is one of them. I've heard a lot that people want to move him off ball. Quincy Roche, a little bit light. Hard to see him for Denver because of that. Victor Dimukeje, not the best out of a 2-point stance, more of a 3-point stance, 4-3 end. Hamilcar Rashed, more of a wide 9. Denver doesn't implement that a lot. Jonathan Cooper still available. And he's a guy that I like a lot for what the Broncos want to do on defense.
And Wyatt Hubert, mix a little Wyatt Hubert in there. And Jonathan Cooper, dude, I'm so high on that cat. Ohio State, geez, what a ton of talent at that school, man.
Trent Asher, nothing to say here, just showing some love with the $2.99 super chat. Excuse me. Ninja Cow jumping in here as well, pumping some Hamza Nazeeruddin love here. Ardarius Washington, Sean Wade, the cornerback, more safety hybrid from Ohio State. Cameron Mcgrone as well. Paris Ford, Talanoa Hufanga, and Joshua Bledsoe. So there's some love there for the safety class, and also Cameron Mcgrone, that linebacker that I was talking about with that knee injury. Going to be really interesting. The Broncos are now officially on the clock to run some things back for you guys. The last pick that we had updated was Luke Farrell to Jacksonville. So coming back off of that, the New York Jets taking Jamie Sherwood, the safety from Auburn. Houston taking one of the guys that I really like at the tight end position, Brevin Jordan from Miami. Atlanta, Taquan Graham, the defensive lineman from Texas, big nose tackle kind of a guy. Cincinnati, Evan McPherson, the kicker, obviously, which let's the LOL at that one. Philadelphia, Kenneth Gainwell, running back from Memphis, and then Larry Borum, the tackle from Missouri. So that gets us up to speed on what has been going on here. Eric, what did you think of Kenneth Gainwell?
I like him. I mean, he works well in space. Not much of a guy that's going to handle physicality very well. But, I mean, if you want a pass catcher, if you want a Darren Sproles type running back, like, there you go. Yeah, Larry Borum. This is a player that I don't know. Nick, do you know anything on Larry Borum?
He went to Missouri, I believe.
Yep.
Did not do much work on him. I believe he's going to play interior offensive line. But I don't know. Must be a body type projection. He's going to be a developmental guy. So I don't have very much more to say. I'll be honest, guys. Because of the Broncos' needs, I did not do as much work on the interior offensive line or the non-X wide receivers in this draft cycle, just because there's only so many hours in the day.
Borum sounds he's a road grader.
Borum,
you know, looking at it, yeah, he's got good size, still really stiff, big dude. Developmental offensive interior lineman.
All right, it says the Broncos pick is in, and I'm looking. The war room looks to be really happy. George Paton clapping his hands, a bunch of scouts clapping their hands as well. Pick is in. Does anybody have anything? Is there a tip that we can get here, or?
I keep checking Clips' radio. I keep checking Twitter. I'm checking Draft Diamonds out here. I haven't seen anything yet.
George Paton has got that place sealed up, and it's tough. It's tough to get information out of that building. Something I like from the new Broncos GM, even if it's at a little bit of our own expense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
they're showing quarterbacks right now, the pieces of the puzzle, showing Teddy Bridgewater, Drew Lock, Brett Rippon, and whatnot. I'm not sure exactly what's being said behind the scenes there because obviously my volume's turned down. But still, if this is Jamie Newman here, I'm gonna freak out. Carl, what's up?
It's a safety. Caden Stearns of Texas.
Hey, there you go. That's a good pick. I love that. That's awesome.
He's safe. He's reliable. He fits the scheme. Like, he didn't test out the best athletically. I like him. I was a little bit higher on him than most people. I'm a little bummed it's not DeMar Hamlin because I love him, but I like Caden Stearns a lot. I thought he was being slept on all draft process long.
Yeah, man, love it. The length, fluidity, he comes up, he tackles really well, can slide down into the slot. It's prototypical split field safety. Man, I love this pick for Denver. That's another, I forgot that he was still even on the board, man. Holy cow. Love this pick.
Like I said, there's been a lot linking the Broncos to these box safety types. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, Hamza Nasser-Eldin, they're staying away from them because there's just no place for them in McVange's defense.
It's not a scheme fit. God, I know everybody loves this big box safety. Oh, we need the next TJ Ward. Like, where?
We lost Nick there. Not exactly what happened there, but I want to throw this back out there.
So electric, he shorted his internet.
Right, but going back here, we've got a 9.59 RAS score. This is going back to that the Broncos are valuing these high athletic profiles like George Marabi. Thank you for throwing that out there. What a 4.4 140 I think is what he ran at the Texas Pro Day. Like, man, whew, I might need to leave for a minute.
Well, and just a little bit of context for Broncos country. Obviously, Caden Stearns coming out of the University of Texas, 6 foot, 202 pounds. I'm reading this real quick from Chad Ryder, a very well-respected member of the NFL scouting community. He's saying, basically this is you could call him a prototypical safety, but this is an intelligent defensive back, something that Ed Donatel commands of all of his players, especially head coach Vic Fangio. Trying to get a pro grade on him right now. Usually Lance Zierlein does a really good job with those. Eric, do you have a comparison right now, just off the top of your head, Caden Stearns?
I actually do have a comparison. Just give me a second. I'll get it pulled up.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, does anybody worry about some of his injury concerns that he's had throughout college?
It is an issue, but you're talking day three, and guys, I just got to say it, another Ross high scorer, the 96th percentile for the 20-yard split, 92nd percentile 40-yard dash, 97th percentile vertical jump, 89th percentile broad jump. Not the biggest safety out there, but for the split safety look, I think he can come down and potentially do some slot work as well. This makes a lot of sense, and we have George Paton again leaning into those athletic guys, former high round pick. I can't speak as much about Stearns' background as far as a character like I could the first day 2 and day 1 picks. But again, leaning into those athletes, Caden Stearns should come in day 1. Maybe he learns from Kareem Jackson, but this guy's going to contribute on special teams. No doubt. Yep. Day 1, he's going to contribute on special teams.
Something that is actually kind of noteworthy here, I have it on NFL Network that he opted out of the 2020 season for the little sick bug, I think is what Carl's Dollar calls it. But he did play in 7 games. So after 7 games, he opted out. But still, we're getting a lot of reaction in on the chat on this pick. Tommy Simmers obviously has been trying to throw some of this up. Willie Billy says Caden Stearns is a good pick. We've got, let's see here. There was a couple more that I wanted to grab. We've got Brad Stevens saying that he loves the pick. FC Byron Munchin saying that he loves the pick as well. I mean, a lot of positive reaction here. Do we got any super chats we need to grab really fast or not? I didn't think that I've seen anything here. Carl, what do you think of Caden Stearns to the Denver Broncos?
Oh, I mean, I absolutely love the pick. I really do. For this late in the draft, for having to wait all day here, all through the 4th round, and not wanting to trade up and go get your guy. Very, very solid player. You know, nothing completely really stands out, but the fact that he played lots of positions there for Texas. I mean, he played some cornerback. He played strong safety, free safety. He kind of did a little bit of everything, and that's exactly what Fangio wants from his safeties. And that's what makes his defense so great. Is teams don't know, is this guy coming down in the box? Is this guy dropping back into single coverage? Are they dropping into cover 3, cover 4? You know, all those kind of things. When you can have safeties that have that kind of versatility, it just makes everything work so well. It just really can confuse a quarterback. So he has that ability. Again, you got your safety 3 now. That was a huge concern going into this season. I don't think people really gave it as much credit as they should have. Because with Fangio's defense, you need that 3rd safety that can come on the field.
And Fangio loves these late day 2, early day 3 safeties. He loves them. And Luke's not in here anymore. He had to jump out for the press conference, but he asked me about my comparison. And it's going to be a little bit wonky, so let me get through it. I had him compared to Kaiser White, who ended up being a safety for the Chargers. That aspect of it's not where the comparison is. Coming out of college, Kaiser White was able to do so much for the defense. I can't remember what defense he was what college he came out of, but he did Virginia? A lot. I want to say West Virginia sounds right. He did a lot for them, and his issue was that he was kind of a jack of all trades type. He just did a lot of it very well. Didn't have super high ceiling, and that's where my comparison for Caden Stearns comes in. I don't think he's got a really high ceiling. He's got a ceiling to be a starter and be a solid, reliable starter, but he's not. I don't think he's going to be some star in the NFL. I think that he's going to really work well as a number 3 safety. Jack of all trades type. That's where the comparison comes out of with Kaiser White.
Right. And I would add, he was the number 1 recruit out of Texas in high school. 5-star recruit.
Bryan was the number 4 when he came out of Texas.
So again, I mean, guy that was highly profiled there in college or in high school, did well in college, other than, like I said, had some injury concerns, and kind of, again, another player that had to move around a lot to different positions, kind of fill some roles. Maybe if you get him a little bit more specialized, he can really shine in that kind of role. But no, again, this is just home run pick for the Broncos. I love what they've done for that secondary. I think right now you could say pretty confidently the Broncos have a top 2 or 3 secondary in football.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Robot of Doom jumping in here on Twitch. Hey, guys, we are also over on Twitch at Mile High Huddle. Head on over there, drop a comment as well to try to get our Twitch following up. I mean, it helps out a lot to try to get us in front of as many faces as humanly possible to do stuff like that. So, Robot of Doom, we appreciate you for joining in, man. And if you guys are on Facebook as well, make sure you drop. I saw Peter Middleton jumping over on Facebook as well. So, again, thanks, guys, for joining us. Eric, go ahead.
And I want to say, Carl, it was you who asked about the injuries, right? I asked around, and there does not seem to be concerns from the Broncos side about his medical history.
Okay. Speaking of, we had Kaiser White. You were just talking about from West Virginia. Speaking of West Virginia, the Cleveland Browns just took Tony Fields, the linebacker from West Virginia. Nick, what do you think about Tony Fields, man?
He's an interesting player. He kind of reminds me a little bit of, I mean, it's that 3-3-5 defense, so I always think of Will Parks when I see that. He's got more box ability than him, but is he a safety? Is he a nickelback? Is he a linebacker? Pretty niche. You hope a guy with that size would be better with I don't know what happened to Eric. I'll get him off the screen there. But you'd hope somebody with that small size would be a little bit better of an athlete, but he's not. I think he can be a good niche player, though, and maybe a little bit redundant to Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, right? Like you kind of project them similarly, but go ahead, Carl. You have something to say.
Oh, I was just going to say the NFL Network right now is talking about Denver getting Aaron Rodgers, and they have the NFL Network on the war room in Denver, or in the Denver Broncos war room, and Peyton is watching that. Like he's glued into the TV from what I understand. So,
and Ian Rappaport just reported that Aaron Rodgers wants to go to Denver. Ian Rappaport. So we got Willie coming in here. The defense is going to be scary next year. Quit hyping up Aaron Rodgers. Stop me. You can't. If Ian Rappaport's out here saying Rodgers wants to go to Denver, get on the hype train, man. Let's live this dream. It's draft day. We're talking about projection. The future is now. Let's go get Rodgers, baby.
And I got to say, that sounds familiar, saying that he wants to go to Denver. Huh.
Wonder who said that on Thursday.
Mark Schlereth?
A lot of people said it on Thursday, to be fair.
Yeah.
True, but you also had that, and you had some information going on that earlier in the day, even before everybody got wind of that from the major news reports and Mark Schlereth and whatnot. You had information on that, so I want to just give Eric a shout out there for trusting his sources and getting us some information for that we couldn't necessarily share. But at the same time, you had that first.
Lance, if you want to keep patting my back, I'll happily turn around for you.
I do want to ask this question, though. I mean, in the shop with Willie, talking about the defense going to be scary this year. How do you use all these pieces now that they've got? Like, it's nice that they have this problem where they've almost got too many pieces at times because you can only have 11 guys on the field. How do you kind of see, especially these new pieces, really fitting in with what the Broncos want to do?
You cheat and put 12 or 13 people on the field.
I'll take it.
No, I mean, it's just good. With the expansion in the schedule, you need that depth, and depth was a big issue for the Broncos over this last year. I think it's safe to say now, outside of maybe a extra defensive lineman, maybe another linebacker, maybe a true edge, like the depth in the secondary is really good now. I think with the versatility that they have plenty of options what to do there. Just the front seven, just a couple more pieces, and the depth on defense is fine. They have themselves set up for the future as well with expiring contracts, and they're getting a lot younger on defense and a lot cheaper down the road. Big things that I felt were needed for this Broncos defense.
Mm-hmm. Willie jumping in here again with another $2 super chat. Fight me on Rodgers, Nick. Hey,
let's go.
I got
We're
Nick's
gonna
back.
get in the ring with
Nick's
Willie.
Back on this one.
I'll put $100 on you, Willie.
How big are you, Willie? That's the question we got to go here. We got to see what's going on. Heavyweight, lightweight. I'm kicking in here 6'1", 180, 175. So, but I got good arm length. We got reach here, so look out.
You got to watch out for the muffin top, though. That thing will grab a hold of you.
Oh, man, Lance. The Muffin Man. Do you know the Muffin Man? We got $100 super coming in here. We got to get to this. So let's get back to that $5 one. But yes, DW96734 coming in. And with $100, this has been a well thought out draft. I'm impressed with Peyton. MHH has a great flow with you, gents. Great job. We also have an amazing cast of regulars. That's absolutely true. You know, we're out here talking, but it's really the community and the chat that's going on. That's the heart, soul, mind, body of this entire operation. We also have there are some people praying Rodgers does not end up in Denver. This roster is deadly state of being. Man, can you imagine how absolutely fun? Just make every single, except the Raiders, but make every single AFC West game primetime. We got to, right?
Yeah.
The Chargers are going to be fun. The Chiefs are obviously the belle of the ball right now with Patrick Mahomes. This could be really, really fun.
Mm-hmm.
It's ridiculous what the Broncos could be. I mean, with Aaron Rodgers, I know you still have the potential of luck, but when you have a true known in what Rodgers is, MVP, you bring that to the Broncos and you take this roster with what it is. I mean, we're all excited about this kind of draft. If you add a player like that to it, and it just raises everything. I mean, again, fan expectation, media attention to the Broncos. It just gets everything excited for the whole season and just gets them back to those winning ways that we have missed for all these years since Manning retired. And then we have Martin Aruja.
Nailed it, I would say. That's
okay. The word is Rodgers' fiance lives in Boulder. Yes, that is true. She does. She grew up there. I think she spends a lot more time in LA just because she does, the LA thing of movies and Hollywood and all that. But yeah, that I think that plays into it. Her family's there. I'm guessing she gets a little bit more along with her family than Aaron Rodgers does.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, he probably wouldn't want to come to Colorado if that was the case. So, yeah.
Getting to Willie's comment here about with the $2 donation saying he's 6 foot 230. Okay, so I'll raise my bet to $1,000 on you, Willie. And here's a bit of advice. Just start coughing and Nick will run away.
Oh my God.
So real quick, as we react to the new Texas Longhorn, Caden Stearns just got off the press conference with him. What a humble young guy, man. He was the first player. He'll be the first player to tell you that his college stats and some of his film he's not proud of. He has definitely got something to prove here with the Denver Broncos. As he was speaking throughout his press conference, and as I'm starting to look up just some quick film cut-ups of him, a potential replacement. I'm not saying they're the same player, but I think Broncos country, it's safe to say Will Parks will not be returning with the pick of Caden Stearns. I'm not saying that he can be the Swiss Army knife that Will Parks was for the Denver Broncos. Love me some ill will. But I think this move suggests that George Paton wants to get younger at the safety position and wants to have that depth that the Broncos desperately need.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to say hello to Offer coming in here saying he's hello from Israel. Again, Broncos country is not a place, but a state of mind and a state of being. We appreciate you. And we got Rella Takeover coming in here. Nick, you the man, MVP. I don't know about that. I would not be
Me
anything.
neither.
Wow. Now I got to pick off this Mile High Insider shirt. And guys, we are going to be just a little quick shout out here. Luke and I are going to be live today at 6 p.m. Mountain Time for the Mile High Insiders to recap this draft. So will be a lot of fun. Gosh, we're doing a gauntlet today. This has been a marathon. It's been a heck of a lot of fun. We appreciate all you guys joining us for this long. But let's run through these supers real quick, and then I've got to hear more about Caden Stearns from what Luke said. Luke, nice little picture there on Twitter. Guys, go find him of talking with Caden Stearns over the telephone. I would comp Surtain to Richard Sherman from Trent Asher, the $5 super. Just thinking about it. Broncos fans from Kentucky, bourbon country, love you, and love y'all. Oh, thank you. Who is everyone's favorite player drafted so far? I'm going to kick this to Carl because Richard Sherman. I'm curious what Carl has to say about that bit.
I just have to say, Surtain. We're going to get you there,
God.
Nick. We're going to get you there.
Patrick is the Pro Bowl corner.
PS2.
Already been. Yeah, PS2. Let's call him the PS2. For those of you that don't know what we're talking about, he was dripping in that PS2 ice. Now, Troy Rank said, I've seen a lot of drip in my days, even from Wade Phillips and Aqib Talib, but never have I ever seen PS2 earrings. Pat Surtain definitely making a good impression with his first day as a Bronco.
Yeah, but that's an interesting comp there. I'd say Surtain's a little bit more of an athlete than Sherman coming out. Mm-hmm. But I'd say Sherman was a little bit bigger, bulkier, stronger. But I think that's a decent comp. We've talked about it before. When you put Surtain in a cover 3 defense, I think he could really, really shine. We're kind of wondering if this quarters 4 Fangio defense, though, how he's going to fit with that. Mm-hmm. I think he's got, like I said, I think he's got the athleticism to make it work, where Sherman really didn't. I know there's a lot of people this offseason that wanted the Broncos to go pick up Richard Sherman. That was not going to be a great fit with the Broncos, I don't think. So I think Surtain's much better in that aspect, and I think he's much more ready to come in here, perform at a high level, can really man up if you need him to. He did a lot more things at Alabama than what Richard Sherman was asked to do there with Seattle. Yeah, and I was just going to say, I was going to answer that second one. Favorite player drafted so far? I'm going to go the running back. I know I don't like running backs, but man, Williams, like it just you turn on any game and you see this guy leveling people. He has some of the best balance I've ever seen of a running back. We haven't really talked about that a whole lot. But there's a lot of times like guys just kind of bounce off of him and he's kind of like falling forward and he catches himself, gets all those extra yards. He's the best all-around running back the Broncos have had. I'm trying to think of the last one that was this good.
Melvin Gordon.
He's okay. I guess he's a good all-around player. Yes. I'd say Williams has a little bit more pop to his game, a little bit more long speed.
Really?
Yeah.
At least hitter in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe not coming out, but right now, I don't think Gordon's as explosive as he was his rookie season.
And Davion Nixon and Ihmir Smith-Marset go off the board here. Just a shout out there. We want to get to some more of these supers. Favorite player drafted so far. I'm not going to take too long. Baron Browning. I really like him there at pick 105. I'm surprised the way the Broncos are talking about him that they risked him going off the board instead of taking him with the minors pick. But sometimes you play that game and it works out for you. So good for them. My comp for Surtain, I had Surtain. See, I did it, guys. I'm learning. Yeah. I'm growing. Also, I'll get your name right. Ophir, not Ophir. So Ophir, thank you over in Israel. My comp is Xavier Rhodes. Somebody said that, and I like that one a heck of a lot. Smooth guy, maybe he can do some press, but Xavier was awesome off coverage this year. Smart player, length. I think that's my comp. So Eric looks like he has something to say.
Yeah, I wanted to say it's a shame that Amir Smith-Marset goes to Minnesota, because I think he would have been a lot better coming in if with the quarterback play at Iowa being better, and he still has bad quarterback play. And then another Iowa Hawkeye off the board with Davion Nixon going to the Panthers.
What drove me absolutely nuts on the first round of the draft, well, actually, listening to Broncos Country react to Pat Surtain's pick with the Denver Broncos, was the fact that people are like, this came out of nowhere. No way was Pat Surtain ever mocked to the Denver Broncos. Not true. And Todd McShay's mock draft 4.0, just a month ago, he listed Pat Surtain to the Denver Broncos. There have been multiple scenarios, multiple mocks. We've all done them. We've all seen them where Pat Surtain came to the Denver Broncos. I love the pick. For me, it's Quinn Miners. I think this guy is going to change the offensive line room of the Denver Broncos one day. It's not going to be an overnight thing. No, he's not going to supplant Lloyd Cushenberry immediately at day one in training camp. Still a rookie. Has lots of learning curves, especially coming from a Division III program. But if you're talking about physicality and nastiness, Quinn Miners is bringing that to Mike Munchak's room.
Yeah, man, absolutely. I love Quinn Miners. I just wrote on the scouting report for him this morning and sent that into Chad. So hopefully that comes up here, the Finding Broncos piece. And then also there's let's see here. I love the Baron Browning pick, but I'm also going to go back to with Carr, Hilliard, Javonte Williams, man. Javonte Williams was just it's a home run pick to me. Fills the need for the future because Melvin Gordon probably on his way out. Royce Freeman is definitely on his way out after this season. So they have the need there. They filled that need with a high quality player, a guy that I'm fairly certain there was a number of teams that probably had Javonte Williams as running back one. Like seriously, the good receiver out of the backfield. Josina Anderson said yesterday that he could be 1,000-yard rusher, 1,000-yard receiver in the same season, like a Marshall Faulk or a Christian McCaffrey. So, I mean, there's a lot to like with him. That's the guy that I have. Just get us caught up here really fast. After Tony Fields to Cleveland, we had Michael Carter, the safety out of Duke. Jalen Moore, tackle from Western Michigan. Isaiah Loudermilk as well. I don't like my milk loud. I like it quiet. I'll see myself out. Amir Smith-Marset to Minnesota, and then Carolina, obviously, with Davion Nixon. The Chargers pick is in. I kind of want to run through some of these other drafts so far. Actually, no, let's grab this the super chat from Jaden here. I don't know, Nick. Rodgers didn't go to Iowa, so we can't get him. JK obviously would be a great addition. Jaden, thanks for another $5. We definitely appreciate you. Let's go through some of these other drafts really fast here, guys. As far as some of these other teams, who do you like? Which team do you like so far the most? Because with the Chargers taking Brendan James, the tackle from Nebraska, they're doing a pretty dang good job of filling that roster out for Brandon Staley, first-time head coach. Eric, what do you think? Who's your favorite draft so far as outside of the Broncos?
Unfortunately, I hate to say it, but I think the Chargers, I think they've absolutely killed it with every move they made. They've gotten a little bit of luck with guys falling to them. Maybe it's skill with them being really spot on with their evaluations, but they've done a really good job. Browns are really up there. I like what the Jets have done. There's a lot of teams. I think this is going to be a tough year because there's a lot of teams that have been killing this draft and only a handful that really have just been like, what are you doing? And fortunately, the Raiders are one of them.
Raiders. I really like the Bears. I know they got 2 of my top 10 players. And if you identify a quarterback, you aren't doing bleep in this league without a quarterback unless you have an all-time defense. So good luck. And having an all-time defense, it's harder to find the roster an all-time defense than it is to have a Hall of Fame quarterback.
Right.
So good freaking luck. And going up, identifying your quarterback, going and getting him, taking a shot on my number 2 overall player on the board in Justin Fields. Bears, they've done some questionable stuff. This is a risky draft so far, but to get Tevin Jenkins and Justin Fields, 2 players in my top 10, not the best depth, but man, quarterback, if Justin Fields hits, who cares? It's the same thing we said about the Chiefs draft when they moved up for Patrick Mahomes. Like, oh, this is done. They already had Alex Smith. They had all these needs, blah, blah, blah. Doesn't mean a gosh darn thing if Patrick Mahomes hits. And man, has he hit.
I just want to say Sean Wade, the fall drops. He's going to Baltimore.
Oh, good.
They've actually killed this draft as well. Got to give a shout out to the Ravens. A couple of you in here know exactly why, but there's a soft spot in my heart for the Ravens. And they're killing it.
I like the Bills as well, especially when you look at positional needs. And I think the Bills are getting ready to go on the clock here. They've got a same positional needs as the Broncos when you're looking at wide receiver and corner. Kerry Vincent Jr. from LSU, Cornell Powell from Clemson, Sage Surratt, Lance. There you go. How would you like to see Sage catching balls from Josh Allen?
That wouldn't be too bad because he can use that big body and go get some of those deep shots. He's not necessarily the greatest deep threat, but that big body, big catch radius, he's a true X receiver. I mean, there's a lot to like there. They have Stephon Diggs there too. They need another weapon. And Gabriel Davis, though, man, holy cow, he came on super, super well, especially towards the end of the season. Had a monster playoff game. Had 2 really nice toe drag catches in that playoff game against the Indianapolis Colts in the first half. That really set the Bills up for success going into the closing part of the first half. So yeah, add another weapon there. I'd like to see another cornerback there as well. A guy that I think that really kind of fits there, DJ Daniel out of Georgia. I don't know why, but I think that's a pretty decent fit there.
Yeah,
and
I would say I really like Jacksonville's draft.
Good call, Carl.
I wish they'd have gotten a wide receiver at this point. But, I mean, they added a decent tight end. I mean, obviously, ETN can play some wide receiver, that kind of slot running back, can kind of move all over the place. But, I mean, obviously took best player in the draft, Trevor Lawrence, hard to argue with that. Getting his teammate ETN to help him out, that's a great fit. Walker Little is kind of a high-risk, high-reward kind of player. Tyson Campbell added to that secondary right there at the beginning of the second round. Andre Cisco, good player. USC defense tackle Tufele here at the beginning of round 4. Jordan Smith, a guy that we've all liked here for a while for the edge. Just a lot of players that make a lot of sense for him.
How about Jets, Jets? I think the New York Jets are definitely having a bizarrely decent draft. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if we're starting to see the first changing of the page in what is normally the New York Jets disaster, but you got to put some respect on the Jets name this draft.
Yeah, and I just want to give Carl. Go ahead, Eric.
Going back to Sage Surratt for a second, Buffalo, that would be a good place for him to go. I mean, they've got the one guy who can get separation, and they need those guys who aren't good at getting separation, like Gabriel Davis and Sage Surratt, to catch those inaccurate passes from Josh Allen. But you got to move on a little bit because we have a Broncos pick that's about to come on at 164, just a few picks away. Let's start talking about some potential targets here.
Stone Forsythe. Ross guy, offensive tackle. They need an I don't understand the slide. His tape was good. They're about to talk about the Broncos right now on the feed. Also, I just wanted to throw this out here real quick. Ian Rappaport, we talked about it a little bit earlier. We talked about Carl being a little bit sad with Justin Fields being not the pick at pick number 9. Ian Rappaport says, point blank, the Broncos did not take a quarterback on Thursday at 9. Their interest in Rodgers is not unrelated to that decision. So if they didn't have their eyes on another quarterback, potentially you would see Justin Fields here in Denver. It does sound like Denver thinks they are very much in a good position to go out and get a different quarterback, one of the mustached discount double check game show hosting variety.
Right.
Someone
that's why I keep saying
one at a time.
Okay. That's why I keep saying pay attention to the entire offseason. That's the big thing. You can get all excited or up and down for one pick, but the reality is you got to look at the entire picture, the entire draft. And if they get Aaron Rodgers, you're sitting there going, boom, that's not a big deal that they passed on Justin Fields. Like, that's great that they went and got Surtain, and he can be a great player for that secondary for the next few years while you have, Aaron Rodgers here. So I'm still waiting for the full picture before I really give my full grade for this offseason.
Well, and let's pivot. Like Eric said,
Yes.
The Broncos are coming up here in just about 2 picks. Looks like the Jets are on the clock. We're anxiously waiting to see what the Bills are going to do. And if they announce it, go ahead and interrupt me right now. Looking at positional needs, I'm not going to list quarterback because of what Nick just said. But yeah, we're talking offensive line, defensive line, wide receiver, possibly tight end.
Sorry to interrupt you, but you said to Tommy Doyle is the Bills pick. Tommy Doyle.
Love Doyle.
Wow,
that's a good pick.
They actually went back-to-back offensive linemen. They got Spencer Brown in there as well. Holy cow, they're going to do everything they can to go and help protect Josh Allen. Does Tommy Doyle have some guard versatility, Eric?
No,
he's too tall. Yeah, but I mean, man, have the Bills not made a pick that is in the trenches so far? I know some teams really hype up, build the trenches inside out, blah blah blah. Bill's putting their money where their mouth is. Almost every single one of these picks, edge rusher, defensive line, offensive tackle, et cetera, et cetera. They are trying to build a tough team up there in Buffalo, cold weather team, smash mouth football with Josh Allen there. I like it. I really like it. It's building a foundation. You can go get those luxury picks a little bit later. I think it's a good strategy.
So speaking of the Denver Broncos coming up here on the clock here soon, and Luke, you were doing a pretty good job of running it down. The edge rushers, the linebackers, they're probably, interior defensive linemen would definitely be a way to look. Obviously, the offensive tackle, Stone Forsythe, is there as well. Just going to run through a few names here. Obviously, going back to those linebackers, and they're still just falling here. Cameron Mcgrone, that's another guy. Dylan Moses with some knee concerns there as well. I do like if the Broncos want to go and really continue to stack out this secondary a little bit. Trill Williams is still available.
Yeah.
I mean, there's if you want to get some more depth, because again, the Broncos have Kyle Fuller, they have Ronald Darby coming in here, but Bryce Callahan, Kyle Fuller, they're both on 1-year deals. Kareem Jackson's on a 1-year deal, so they have depth for this year. But what about building some depth for the future? So I wouldn't necessarily hate it if the Broncos went with Trill Williams here either. Carl, what do you think?
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to keep track. The Chiefs just traded up, and really hoping they don't take our offensive tackle that we've been talking about here.
With the Jets or Washington?
With the Jets.
Okay.
So I think they're on the clock right now.
Are they getting Nick's offensive tackle here?
They very well might.
They might, yeah. I mean, it makes sense if you just saw Doyle go off the board. You might have a run on offensive tackles here for just a couple picks. But
Nick, how do you say it? Stone Forsythe?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yep.
He had a really good game against Azeez Ojulari down there. He pretty much stonewalled Azeez Ojulari, which was kind of surprising to me because Forsythe, he has some lumbering feet a little bit. The athleticism's all right, but he has some lumbering feet, and he held up very well with Ojulari, who has that quick first step explosiveness. But I think some flexibility issues that Ojulari has as far as his ankle flexibility, hip flexibility. He didn't dip around the corner like he usually does. So that might be something to pay attention to. Stone Forsythe here, I was pretty impressed with him that day.
They did not take your offensive tackle. They took a tight end, Noah Gray of Duke.
Wow, that is a huge get for the Chiefs, man. And it's a good thing the Broncos got Baron Browning because we need some more linebacking help, guys. This cat, I absolutely love this tight end. He finds a way to get into the end zone. He's tall, right? Like Vance Joseph would say. And I love it. I think he's another sleeper, just like Grayson from SM.
Kylan Granson?
Tylan Granson's SMU, Noah Gray's Duke.
There we go. Yeah, day 3, right?
So, Eric, what do you think of this pick for the Kansas City Chiefs? Obviously, Travis Kelce's getting up there in age. He's 32 years old or something like that. Still the best tight end in football, but I mean, this is another move tight end that can go around and catch a lot of footballs.
Yeah, it's a Chiefs type of tight end that they pick for this developmental guy, a former quarterback still learning how to play. I don't have any hope for him developing his blocking aspect of it, but he's a good receiver. I mean, he can find soft spots in zone, and that's where his ability as a quarterback comes in. He knows how to read defenses. He can find the spot, and he's got a nose for the end zone as well. I like the pick for the Chiefs independently as the Broncos fans and analyst. I don't like the pick because it has the potential to be really problematic for this defense going forward.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Does anyone else find it interesting that the Chiefs wanted to get in front of the Broncos for that one? The Broncos have been connected to tight ends in this NFL draft, Tommy Tremble being one of them. And I was leaning offensive line just like you guys too, because the Broncos need offensive line. So of course the Chiefs felt like they needed to leapfrog them, but I find the move really interesting.
Yeah. I want to grab this question here because it is a very interesting question from Ophir over in Israel. Who is the biggest steal of the draft in your opinion? Nick, let's start with you.
Of the entire draft?
Of the entire draft. Biggest steal of the draft, he says.
I mean, I really like Tevin Jenkins. I know that the hip had some issues, maybe also a little bit of a issue with a coach as well. But I think he can play a multitude of positions along the offensive line. I think he is stout enough with his technique that he could do some zone work as well as gap scheme. And I was shocked that he fell as far as he did, given the need for offensive linemen in this league. Some people said he was going to measure short. He measured longer than Rashawn Slater, and I believe equal or longer than Penny Sewell as well in the arm length department. So I didn't get that one. I think the Bears getting him day 2 is a heck of a get.
So real quick, going off topic here, I guess when Tommy Doyle was drafted, they flashed a picture of him. I've had a couple reach out to me asking if I was drafted by the Bills because apparently I look a lot like him. I Googled it, and yeah, there's quite a bit of similarities there.
Hold on. We got to see
the
this.
honker for a nose.
Oh, yeah. Congrats, Eric.
Hey, I mean, we have Chad playing with the Colts. Hey, man, it's fine, man. I'll just play for the Bills too. Like,
He looks like he goes to the barber a little more often, though.
Probably. Hey,
Oh,
man,
he
I
does
go to
look
the
like
barber
he does
every
great.
6 months, man.
That's great.
My hair grows too fast. So we are about 2 picks from the Broncos now. We talked about Stone Forsythe. Is this a potential spot where you could see the Broncos go quarterback? I know that a lot of people have been hinting at them. A lot of those quarterbacks you'd be interested in at this point have come off the board. Has Ian Bookman taken off yet? Is he somebody? He did? Okay, so it could be Newman here for the Broncos if they are interested in a quarterback. We all know that is a absolute long shot. That's kind of just it's a scratcher ticket or buying a penny stock and hoping to get rich off it. Like maybe that one's going to take off, but it's a gosh darn penny stock.
You mean this isn't state-sponsored radio where we're just going to say we love Drew Lock and there's no problems and everything's fine? No, there's Aaron Rodgers. You just tweeted it out a little bit ago, Nick. Ian Rappaport. This stuff is not fake, Broncos country, and I get it. The excitement seems like it's cooled down a lot since Friday night. Bob Morris said on these very airwaves last night, look, the money that is tied up in the cap space with Aaron Rodgers is a problem right now, which is why we're probably going to see a deal, if we do, in June.
And on that note, if it happens before that, and there's a possibility it might, I think it's a long shot though, I would expect no players to return back to Green Bay and for Denver to be willing to eat just a little bit of that money to lessen their dead cap hit.
And they can, especially with what happened with the Teddy Bridgewater trade. The Broncos still have either the second or at least top 5 in cap space. I know that we have a lot of contracts that get bigger in 2022, but you kind of make it work if you can bring on an Aaron Rodgers. So we'll see here. I do want to throw out another name here. It's somebody the Broncos, they're about to be on the clock here. Maybe this is wide receiver coming up here. Shi Smith. Maybe I know they've met with him. They're looking at some guys, or maybe going to potentially flip Jamar or Deshaun Hamilton. I think maybe this is a spot for Shi Smith. I like Shi Smith a good bit.
So do I.
All right, and the Broncos are now officially on the clock as the Washington football team takes Derek Forrest, the safety from Cincinnati. Is James Wiggins still on the board? Did he get taken yet? Because that would be
on the board.
That would be a pretty sneaky good fit for the Broncos here. Safety, obviously, the Broncos just took Caden Stearns. Edge rusher, where are we at here, guys? What do we think? Let's get some predictions here. Carl, go ahead and start us off.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Forsythe is hard to pass on. Another guy that I know Nick had hinted at the idea of wide receiver earlier. Seth Williams still out there. I think for Tim Patrick being a replacement, being that true X kind of backup for Sutton. If you're looking at trading Tim Patrick, I think that'd be a real option for the Broncos. But yeah, they could go so many different directions here. It's kind of nice that they really don't have to be pigeonholed into one position.
Is Semi Fehoko still out there?
Yes.
From Stanford? Okay, you're talking about a straight line guy. He's only a redshirt sophomore, big body, projects as an X, great size, 220 pounds, ran a sub 4.45 40. If you're looking for a potential Tim Patrick replacement down the line that can bring some of that vertical stuff with the size, Fehoko actually is one that I'm interested in. I mean, he actually has some real tools.
So what about Marvin Wilson, the interior defensive lineman from Florida State? I mean, not necessarily the best athlete, doesn't anchor very well, but that's a gap eater right there. That's the space eater for what it is. Better in the running game than he is as a pass rusher too. So I think there's some developmental upside there with him. What do you guys think about Marvin Wilson potentially?
Yeah, that defensive line that need is there, Lance. You're exactly right. I wouldn't be surprised by that at all. I think that's a really good prospect to watch out for. I think when you're also looking on the offensive line, guys like Trey Smith and Deontay Brown from Alabama are certainly potential options for developmental players. And then you got some receiver named Cornell Powell out of Clemson that might be decent as well.
Yeah. Apparently the pick is in for the Denver Broncos, according to Dagon.
It's another safety.
It is another safety.
Yep.
And it's one that we've been talking about a lot today. The Denver Broncos select Jamar Johnson, safety from Indiana. He was rated extremely high on Pro Football Focus's big board. He does have some tackling questions, but you see the ball production, you see versatility. We're talking the end of the 5th round. I would have been fine with him or DeMar Hamlin here. I get it either way, but I think it's a great scheme fit. And the Broncos continue to invest in the defensive backfield. People were worried about the depth here. Forget about it. This team is as deep in the defensive backfield as I've seen. Luke looks a little bit disappointed, but we're talking about a round 5 pick. If you can find a starter here at all, or somebody who can be a top the first guy off the depth chart here, I think that's good value, even if it doesn't fill an exact need.
I like the pick. I really like Jamar Johnson. And I'm glad I was wrong here. I didn't think Denver would look his way because of the tackling issues. They were really severe for me with him coming downhill against the run. But hey, this is a defensive staff that they are probably looking at it and they're saying, we can fix this. I like it. I like the upside he brings. I love his ball hawking ability as a safety, and especially in a cover 2, limiting it to working half a field. I really like this pick, and I'm so glad I was wrong about Denver's interest in him.
But to piggy off of that, Eric, I think you got some good concerns, just like we all do with those tackling. I mean, you go back-to-back safety, Caden Stearns, and now you're going here with another tackling issue. I mean, George Paton seems to know something we don't. He seems comfortable with these picks. I'm scratching my head on this one. I think offensive line needs to be addressed sooner rather than later. But I'm not Ed Donatel. I don't have all these years of experience. I'm not trying to replenish a safety room that has the highest paid safety in all of football and a 1-year rental in K-Jack. It's just a little bit of a head scratching move, but I'm going to reserve judgment till I can actually see this guy get on the field.
And real quick, since you mentioned offensive lineman, I wanted to ask this question earlier before we got to the pick. Are we underestimating Mike Munchak's love for Calvin Anderson a little bit with this? Because I mean, I know Nick, I know how you feel about him, and I feel the same way. But are we underestimating a little bit? Do they really love him and see this super high potential or the ceiling of being able to replace Juwan James? That's why they're not looking at this? Or maybe is it that at this point they're not super high on this offensive tackle class?
I would say it's the latter. It's one of those positions where the body types, the athleticism, et cetera, is super freaking rare. So once you get, we're in round 5 right now. The guy you're taking right now, he might not be better than Calvin Anderson next year. It's more about, could he develop into something in 2022, 2023 at this point in the draft? Also at this point in the draft, you're looking for special teamers. Back-to-back safeties screams special teams. So that's where I'm going. I mean, if you wanted to tackle it, there's a lot of rumors that the Broncos were ready to take Brady Christensen, and then the Carolina Panthers jumped up and sniped them 1 pick before. So there's your tackle. I'm fine. It's similar to edge rusher, right? Those are top 40, top 50 pick positions. And after that, your chances, it's kind of like quarterback. After that, if you don't get one of those early picks, good luck, right? Like you are really rowing uphill there. So I don't mind it as much. And you're really going to maximize your chances for value day 1 with this safety pick because of that special teams ability.
Is this a dart in case the Longhorn kid doesn't work out? I mean, we know George Paton loves talking about darts. I mean, he's got a lot of them. Is he going to start trading some of them, or is he going to use every single one of them like John Elway did last year? I mean, this is starting to get odd.
As you mentioned, Kareem Jackson is on a 1-year deal. Maybe they're looking at one has the potential to be a starter, or they hope one of them develops into that. And the other one, they're hoping to be that number 3 guy down the road.
And the Broncos also went 2 safeties in that class with Justin Simmons as well as Will Parks. So this isn't unheard of when you have all these darts. They're looking at depth. You're getting special teams ability year 1, and you let these 2 guys battle it out, and one of them is going to get a chance to compete and get that starter spot across from Justin Simmons. And you're going to use 3 safeties sometimes too. So I like this. You're getting some versatile guys that can do a lot of stuff. Carl, I'm curious. We haven't heard from you in a bit. How are you doing over there?
Yeah, I like the pick. I really do. And I mean, we ran into it. It wasn't just the cornerbacks, but the safeties as well. The depth was not there last year. I mean, we kept saying all season, if either Kareem Jackson or Justin Simmons go down with injury, we've got nothing. There's absolutely nothing behind them. And I mean, they signed Will Parks late in the season, but even there, you didn't really want that guy being a starter. You liked him as your number 3. You didn't want him to be your starter. So it makes sense to go ahead and keep adding to this group that was very weak depth-wise last year. And like I said, special teams. I mean, if nothing else, you've just improved your special teams unit that was terrible last year. They were one of the worst in football. And so you got to go do something to fix that. We saw with the Chargers. I remember they had a top 10 offense and a top 10 defense one year and the worst special teams in football. And they missed the playoffs because their special teams units kept giving up touchdowns or big plays. And so that's why this one makes a lot of sense for the Broncos. Go ahead and fix a bad unit and also add a lot of potential. I mean, both these safeties have good potential to become starters in the NFL.
One thing that I was putting up there on the comments is the fact that Jamar Johnson had an amazing game, the Indiana versus Ohio State. He picked off Justin Fields twice. And something that Eric had kind of talked about was his ball hawking skills. This dude is fluid and incredibly rangy on the back end. He made a play. It was early in the game against Justin Fields where they kind of rotated that coverage back. And he went from one side numbers. He was on the numbers on one side of the field, rotated all the way across and made a layout interception on a backside post play that was absolutely phenomenal. This guy's rangy, ball hockey, gets his hands on a lot of footballs. I wish I had the stats up right now, but I do know that he had an incredible amount of ball production there at Indiana. And going back to it, Justin Simmons just got that big deal, but outside of that, there's really no options. Trey Marshall was not very good. Elijah Holder was not very good. They actually had to use him at cornerback as well. So to build the depth of the secondary, and as you guys were just talking about, the special teams unit needs to have some extra bodies. And as James kind of a little bit upset here because he killed the RAS score for the Broncos, which I'm not necessarily sure why. I didn't see any of the testing for him, but the range and the fluidity that he has kind of leads me to believe that he plays a little bit better than he tested. So I don't know, Nick, what do you think?
I mean, this also makes me think of Vic Fangio here. He does everybody says, Vic Fangio really values the safety position, which he does, but he's able to find guys day 3 and develop them into quality starters. I mean, just look at the Bears a few years ago. You got Adrian Amos and Eddie Jackson. Both of them, I believe, either really late day 2 picks or day 3 picks, end up being guys who get big contracts. So Vic Fangio has specifics he's looking for from the safety position, and I think these guys could really be something here, and I'm excited about it. Defensive backfield, I said it 100 times leading up this offseason. It's about the depth. The Broncos have invested in the depth. I'm excited, and we got to get to Luke. He is chomping at the bit to get in here. Luke.
You guys, all right. You guys are making me feel a lot better. All right. I'm feeling a lot better about Jamar Johnson. I'm going to trust y'all here because Nick, I just retweeted it to you. You said it, man. Justin Simmons and Will Parks. Well, I love Justin Simmons and I loved Will Parks. So, okay, let's do it. But Pro Football Focus, my guy Cecil threw out a quick tweet saying Jamar Johnson, 31.7 passer rating allowed since 2019, which makes him the first among draft eligible safeties. Certainly a nice stat that Broncos country should be excited about, and you got to know that Ed Donatel is ready to get this kid going.
And I do want to point out his RAS score is 6.19.
Oh,
so
terrible pick.
Yeah, he he ran a 4.58 40 with a 1.62 10-yard split. The worst areas that he was at was the shuttle and the 3-cone. He was pretty close to the bottom on both of those. So we'll kind of see how that plays out. But yes, he is the first one where the RAS was not great for the Broncos.
And
oh my gosh,
out there, he was my number 6 safety overall.
And I want to get this out here too. He obviously had the 1-year wonder label over at Indiana. He was also ejected from a game last season for throwing a punch. Hello, Michael Ojemudia. Get you guys in the ring. Let's square up. We'll have a good time. You and me and Willie. Then the primary will be Jamar Johnson versus Michael Ojemudia.
And Tim Patrick.
And Tim Patrick. You're right. And also
Talib can ref.
Yeah. Oh my God. This one is going to get an eye roll from me though, but he did get arrested and charged with a Class A misdemeanor after he fled police because the police stated that they smelled marijuana. Eye roll for me on that one, but
at least he didn't eat it. Jamar. At least he didn't eat it, right? Like Henderson.
The schnozberries taste like schnozberries.
God bless it. And we got a question here. What's RESRAS? Go over and check MathBomb out on Twitter. He does an analytics that teams actually use where they take a player's size metrics and rank it against their athletic testing, and you get an overall score out of 10 to show how athletic a guy is, not just based on their testing, but as well as the frame. A bigger guy who runs a 4.4 is more impressive than a smaller guy who runs a 4.4.
And Pat Surtain certainly happy with his new teammate on Twitter, Nick. He's coming out, Eric, Lance, Carl. He's coming out right now to Twitter saying, quote, "Go time, my boy. Let's get to work." At Jamar Johnson, 100. The Broncos feel good about this pick, fellas. I'm starting to smile. I'm starting to get excited.
And time to LOL at the Raiders again real quick. They just picked the 4th lowest player on my board. And my worst corner. Lol.
6 foot, 195 pounds, fighting Illinois.
So I want to go back to this comment from Robert Caslow because you can actually find it on the internet as well. The RAS, go to relativeathleticscores.com. That is where you can find all of that information. It's really cool. It's got a calculator. You can kind of plug players in to different positions and stuff like that. It's really fun to kind of mess around with that. So relativeathleticscores.com. That's where you can find everything that we're talking about there. Sorry about that.
Ooh, that's an interesting.
So tight end Zach Davidson from Central Missouri going to the Minnesota Vikings at pick 168. Eric, you said that's an interesting pick. Speak on it, bud.
There wasn't enough games for me to really hand out a grade, but what little bit I saw of him was very enticing. I thought that 6th, 7th round, he would be a guy for a developmental tight end spot. A little bit early for me from what I saw, but again, I didn't see enough games to really hand out a solid grade. It's what's so interesting to me. And the Titans, or the Vikings, I mean, they need to add some tight end help. But they lost the red-nosed reindeer,
Rudolph.
They lost him. They still have the the Alabama tight end, right? Not
OJ Howard.
Irv Smith.
Yeah, they still have him, but I mean, he hasn't really lived up to it. And behind them, there's basically no one. Interesting pick. I wish I was able to see more to hand out a full grade, but I'm enticed by it.
Can I be a Debbie Downer for a second? I'm just trying to throw trying to complete everything, right? Because at first I'm like, man, I don't love the back-to-back safety, and then I'm like, okay, Justin Simmons and Will Parks, yeah, I'm getting into that. Charlie Campbell's giving this an F grade right now with Jamar Johnson. He says another safety. Why? I like the Caden Stearns pick, but Jamar Johnson is not only redundant but a reach because I didn't have him in any of my mock drafts. Keyword being mock drafts, right? Everyone's mock draft went to hell after Friday. So you're getting a lot of reaction from all over the league here. But I think the biggest thing is we got to see these guys on the field, right? Before we start truly giving grades. And Nick, I love your grades. You've been working really hard at them at milehighhuddle.com. But that's really all we have to go off of, right? Is that raw emotion. And when Broncos country sees back-to-back safeties, I can understand a little bit of reservation there.
You just quoted Walter Football in front of me. Luke, how dare you? No, I'm just kidding.
Are you not a Walter Football guy? Are you?
They've been caught lying and stealing information multiple times.
Other things.
They've also been caught on the big boards, Philadelphia Eagles, for multiple times. So I mean, I hear you. We all have preferences. Charlie's just a friend. I don't know Walter. Okay. Don't know Walter personally. Charlie Campbell's a good friend of mine, though. So that's all it is.
We'll see. For sure. Giving a shout out. I get it. I just wanted to razz you a little bit.
Yeah.
We're getting in round 5 right now. The thing is, you're talking about a late day 3 pick for a position where the Broncos needed potentially 2 safeties. I mean, I don't want to be a guy who talks down about a player, but Trey Marshall, okay, he's a guy out there, but if you can replace him with one of the or both of these rookies, God bless. Okay, he's not bringing much as the UDFA safety. So, Eric, do you have something to say here coming down the tracks? Are you pointing at?
Yeah, I'm going to be throwing Lance under the bus again, just because it's my favorite thing to do. Lance entering last season was a big Trey Marshall guy.
I was not. No,
yes,
I
you
was
were.
not.
Yes, you were. You can go back and check. It was the 53-man roster projections. Lance was hyping up Trey Marshall big time.
I wasn't hyping him up. I was just saying I thought that of all the rest of the Broncos safety players, he was one of the better ones because at least he had some experience doing it. My goodness. Twist my words, why don't you? Good gracious sakes alive.
Lance, how come your beautiful baby has a Trey Marshall jersey?
He doesn't have a Trey Marshall. No. Hold on. He does have an Eddie Royal jersey, though, and that was a guy that I really liked for Denver.
Speaking of guys Lance Richard LeCount from Georgia just went off the board to the Browns.
Safety, baby. A run on safeties. We're starting to see it here.
Yep.
Safety is a position that is super devalued in the NFL, probably to the point safeties and nickelbacks. You can get better value later in the draft, even though they honestly will give better. I think we'll see a trend down the line where they'll start to go off the board earlier because they are devalued in comparison to what I actually value them. But man, it's a good pick. And this is something I harped on before we entered the offseason with George Paton. I was saying, man, Paton, take a book out of the Minnesota Vikings, take a book out of what has been honestly, defense is very fragile. The most consistently good defense over the last few years has been the Baltimore Ravens. What have those teams done? They have thrown not only quality resources, but quantity of resources at the defensive backfield. wide cornerbacks, nickel cornerbacks, safeties. Those teams continually put resources out there, and they've been pretty stable. And I said, Peyton, take a book out of the Vikings. Let's see what's going on here. Invest in the defensive backfield. You're going to need it in the AFC West. I thought, honestly, he could be okay not going that way after getting Kyle Fuller, after bringing back both Justin Simmons and Kareem Jackson, after bringing in Ronald Darby. Well, gosh, I bite my tongue. I can't believe it. He really listened to me. Not only that, but then you go out and get Patrick Surtain, 9th overall, and then 2 safeties in the 5th round that I think fit this defense very well. I get it a lot. Defensive backfield, I say it a lot. It's not only about quality, it's about quantity. You need to have bodies back there because if not, passing games are too good this day. They're too spread where they can isolate a weakness and pick on that guy time and time and time again, especially the more cerebral quarterbacks. I just remember Peyton Manning going up against, God, who was it? Lenny Walls, somebody on the boundary where it's just like, oh my God, I can't watch this any more times, getting absolutely killed. So I'm really excited about the depth of this Broncos defensive backfield. They're going to be really good in 2021, but now you got some guys in the fermentation chamber that you can develop and potentially be starters and keep that floor high going forward as well. So I'm really excited about it. You have to have it. You have to have that in the AFC West going forward. It's a non-negotiable. You got to have depth in the defensive backfield.
Yeah, no,
You
absolutely.
have to have it though.
Yes, have to. I need to drive it home.
Well, I mean, look at what happened to the Broncos last year. We talked about it ad nauseum there for a while. Like I said, the Broncos were down to cornerback 7, 8, and 9. Nate Hairston was a guy they brought in off the street to come and play, and they ended up having to start him. Like I said, Elijah Holder had to play. He's more of a safety player. Had to play at the cornerback. Devontae Harris had to play a lot as well. I mean, when you're down that far on your depth chart, it would be a lot better if you had a Pat Surtain and a Michael Ojemudia that was still available to play, rather than a Nate Hairston or an Elijah Holder. The more depth that you have in the secondary, and I think that you can have some slot versatility with both Jamar Johnson and Caden Stearns here as well. So that if you drop those guys down in the slot, you're pretty much adding extra cornerbacks to the field as well. So there's a lot of versatility, and if you have this much depth, then it's never going to be a bad thing, unless everybody up front just the same kind of situation that happened with the Broncos last year. I mean, Duke Dawson had a torn ACL. Bryce Callahan had those injury concerns. Then you had Aseng Bassi. So we have Aseng Bassi in here as well, another strong slot cornerback that the Broncos have that we're not even talking about anymore because the depth above him is that much better than where he's at. So I'm with you on that, Nick. I definitely am. It's never a bad thing to have as much depth as you possibly can in the secondary.
Well, and a little bit of pushback that I would give Nick too. I agree.
Sure.
The Baltimore Ravens for sure, man. That's their identity is defense, dude. That AFC North is nasty. But you know what? They got some decent linebackers there too, brother. And I know you're pumped about Baron Browning, but it's like when I think of the Ravens, I think of like you, man, the safeties and linebackers. It's just like that's what Baltimore does. It's just one of those
too. Recently, Marlon Humphrey, Marcus Hilliard, they paid a bunch of money for that nickel, and they've drafted cornerbacks high every year. There's been a little bit of an identity shift there, I think, over the last 2 years.
Can we squash the Michael Ojemudia safety talk now? Let's not give up on this kid at corner. Yeah. I'm not willing to do it. I think he got a bad rap last year. I don't get it.
And speaking of the Ravens, they take a guy that you mentioned a couple times, Luke, and Dalen Hayes, the edge out of Notre Dame.
Edge rusher, Eric. That's another good one, right? We think about Baltimore Ravens. Let's just the whole defense. Can we just go all 11 players on the defense? Good Lord.
Yep. Let's do some housekeeping really fast here. Obviously, just to get caught up from where we were at. Let's see here. Let's go back to Jamar Johnson to Denver. Then Sean Davis, a safety from Florida. This is that run on safeties that Luke was talking about. Keith Taylor to Carolina. Nate Hobbs, obviously, to the Raiders. Zach Davidson to Minnesota. Richard LeCount to Cleveland. And then the pick right before this Dalen Hayes pick. This is a guy that I know that Eric liked a lot in Garrett Wallow, the linebacker from TCU. I think he said he was a former safety, so there's some coverage versatility there. He's not the biggest guy. I know that he doesn't hold up well in the running game, doesn't stuff the gaps very well. So that's an intriguing pick to me for Houston. Nick, what do you think about Garrett Wallow?
I think he's a solid player, but he doesn't have great length, kind of a little bit of a safety. You have some questions about his ability to come down and fill because the Texans under Gary Patterson run that 3-3-5, and it's a wide out, spread out attack in the Big 12 these days. The only team that's really running any sort of power football is Iowa State, and those are always fun games to watch. But I think Garrett Wallow is a good pick here for them. You're talking about a late round linebacker that can offer some special teams ability too. That's the name of the game. That's kind of what you're looking for at this point. If he can develop into a starter, that's great. But we'll see. There are still some good linebackers left on the board, and we've been touting it from the beginning. This is a deep linebacker class, and it's proven to be true so far. The guys, there's still plenty of talent on the board there.
Yeah.
Lance, you do. I got a question for you real quick, and Nick, you as well. Lance, I know you do tons of deep dives into, hence the name, Dove Valley Deep Divers, in your drafting for defensive backs. Keith Taylor with the Panthers. I like that. I think the Panthers are definitely having a good draft as well. Just want to open it up to both of you guys. I like the size at corner, 6'3". You talk about length and range, Nick. I like that with Keith Taylor. Lance, Nick, what do you guys think of the Washington corner?
So I have not seen Keith Taylor enough to actually give you an opinion on that. So I'm going to bow out of this discussion. Nick,
love the honesty. And that's why I love working with you guys. And same with me, man. Like sometimes I got to defer to you guys. I'm not just going to, and that's the thing with us. We're not just going to sit up here and lie, Mile High Huddle. If we don't know a player, we're going to tell you, hey, we don't know him. Let's defer to one of the other million analysts that we've got on this team, because this is what Mile High Huddle does. So I respect that answer, Lance. And I want to be sure to get that out there for the rest of MHH community, because honesty is big to us with this brand, and it's big to the fan base.
Yeah, let's run into Eric, though. Eric just got back here. Had to take a quick break for a second. Keith Taylor from Washington, the cornerback.
Who was the other Washington cornerback? Green Bay, the one who had the big gaff.
Kevin King. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's him.
That's it.
That's the best way I could put it. Is when I was sitting there taking my notes for Keith Taylor, I actually was like, all this sounds familiar of another Washington cornerback. I actually went and grabbed all my old notes from it on my little poster cards that I had, and went back to that year, found my ones for Kevin King, and pulled it out. And there was a couple differences, but for the most part, it was exactly the same. Like, it's just Spider-Man meme. Insert it.
I think Kevin King was a slightly better athlete, but they both have some stiffness. I see a more wiry, less physical Isaac Yiadom, where he looks like he's going to have to be a press guy, but the ball production, I don't think he even had a pass defended at his time at Washington, and 0 interceptions as well. So I think he's got a chance here, but I meant he looked like he was playing the receiver, didn't really have much instincts for the actual football itself. So we'll see. I think, but again, you're talking about a guy who is a solid athlete, 6'2", 32-inch arm length. I think he was decently long. So there's some talent there. It's just he's either got to get more physical or be able to find the football.
He's got some wings. And speaking of wings, those Niners, man, I think they're on cloud 9 right now with the way their draft is going, right? Carl, The pick is in for the San Francisco 49ers. Why don't you enlighten us and get us up to date?
I actually just sat down, so I'm not sure who they picked.
Diamador Lenore, the cornerback from Oregon.
Okay.
I'm surprised to see him go before Thomas Graham. I'm
actually not. I think that there's some fluidity issues with Diamador Lenore, but I like the length. He's 5'10", 175, something like that. Pretty decent tackler. There's some scheme versatility to him too. I think he could play safety as well. I like Diamador Lenore, and don't get me wrong, I like Thomas Graham, but I think that Diamador Lenore is a little bit better of an athlete than Thomas Graham is. Eric, what do you think?
I don't think I fully agree with that sentiment. I think that the big difference here is that there's a little bit more versatility with Lenore than there is with Thomas Graham.
Okay.
Yeah, Graham is just the slot, right? I mean, like you don't, and to your point, Lance, I mean, he's a lot smaller corner. And size matters in the NFL.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you can play. You can slide Lenore into the slot. He can play on the boundary a little bit and kind of hold his own. He's definitely developmental, though. There's a lot to work with him. Not necessarily, like I said, not necessarily the most fluid athlete, but I think he's a better athlete than Graham. That's just my personal opinion. I know, Eric, you just disagreed with that, but no, I like the pick there. And San Francisco is doing a pretty decent job as well. The Green Bay Packers just have a selection here at 173 to Darryl Slayton, the defensive tackle from Florida.
That'll make Rodgers happy.
Like, dude's big, dude's physical, offers nothing as a pass rusher, and his run defense, if he's going to handle in one block, he's fine at it. If he gets double teamed, he's going to be 5-10 yards downfield. He can't drop and hold his own. I was a guy that I thought I was going to like a lot more than I did.
He can clog up the middle of the field. Yeah, you're exactly right. He brings nothing to the pass rushing game. Couldn't have said it better myself. Developmental guy. I think at times, his weight is a little bit of a concern. I'm not going to say sloppy because I haven't done as much of a deep dive as I probably should have on this cat, but developmental prospect, I still would rather have, McTelvin Najim from Arkansas, that type of player rather than this one, but developmental defensive lineman.
Yeah, it's a good thing you mentioned his weight because there was multiple times throughout his college career that he was showing up early at 450 plus pounds, kind of like Terrace Knighton there, where he was pushing the high end of it and having to get down. And there was some issues with him being motivated to lose that weight. And one person I asked when they described him is that he just loves his mama's cooking just a little too much.
Didn't they have that on the behind the scenes with the Broncos? Something about he likes his mama's cooking too much.
Came in way overweight. Yeah, I remember that on the behind the Broncos deal. I remember that actually. Guys, while we got a second here, a lull in the action, just want to do a station identification. You guys are watching the Mile High Huddle Roundtable live draft edition, watching the NFL draft with myself, Lance Sanderson, also my good friend and colleague Erick Trickel, Luke Patterson, and Carl Dumler right now. Nick Kendell had to go for just a minute. He'll be back here in a minute. Guys, make sure you guys are following us on Twitter at Sanderson MHH for myself, for Luke at Luke Patterson LP, for Eric at Erick Trickel, Carl at Carl Dumler MHH, and for Nick at Nick Kendell MHH. While you guys are at it, follow at Mile High Huddle for instant news and analysis on your Denver Broncos, including all of the articles that drop at milehighhuddle.com from your favorite personalities like myself, Eric, Luke, Nick, Carl, the entire crew. Chad and Zach dropping news up there all the time as well. Subscribe wherever you guys are watching this show, whether it be on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, or Twitch. Make sure you guys subscribe to Mile High Huddle, like every video that you guys see, and if you love it, share it and get it in front of as many people as humanly possible. Also, guys, while I've got a quick second here before we get to pick number 174, if you guys are financially able and willing to do so, head over to huddleuppod.com. That's where you guys can get yourself one of these hats, this Dove Valley Deep Divers hat. Luke over that way, right there, it has the Mile High Insiders hat. Carl down below, Building the Broncos. There's hats, t-shirts, face masks, coffee cups, anything to suit your fancy at huddleuppod.com. That's the merch tent. That's where you're going to get it. Now, back to business here. Who's on the clock at number 174?
I'm not Rams. Jets. The pick is in though.
The Los Angeles Rams pick is in. The New York Jets should be on the clock. Just off the top of my head for the Rams, trying to think of what they need. You can go, speaking of defensive back, we could talk corner. We could talk offensive line a little bit. Trey Smith from Tennessee, I already threw his name out there. I think that Bama cat, Deontay Brown, is still out there. Mm-hmm. It's hard to say what direction the Rams want to go in. The Rams are a tough team for me to understand where they're at in this deep in the draft. What do we got?
They Ernest Brown, the fourth, a defensive end out of Northwestern. Very interesting guy. I got to really late. I can't remember if I got enough to have an actual grade on him. He was a guy that just a high priority free agent, so a little bit higher than I valued him, but there's definitely some upside there.
I have no idea who that guy is. I'm not gonna lie. So once we get to about the 200 area, I will say, sorry for that, Luke. Once we get to about the 200 area, there's a lot of players that I don't necessarily know a lot of. So I'm just going to kind of run the show and bounce some opinions off of you guys as well here. And I do apologize for that, guys. I did a lot more this year than I ever have before in my scouting career. So I will say that. But at the same time, there's a couple of names here that I don't necessarily know, and Ernest Brown just happens to be one of them. So Luke, what are your thoughts on Ernest Brown?
Well, real quick, sorry, I'll pass it right off to you. I just want to say is all of you at MHH for sending us your mock drafts. A lot of you had Ernest Brown. That's what made me watch him. Just a shout out to you guys for pointing me in a direction of a guy.
Oh, I love it. I love that. That's the tip of the cap to Mile High Huddle and Broncos country, the most knowledgeable fan base in the NFL. I think his size sticks out, right? He's a pretty decent sized cat, 6'5", 270 pounds. Northwestern. You can find some gems at some of these smaller schools, guys. And the interesting thing for me in this draft right now, when we're talking about defensive line, I didn't think this was a great defensive line class. I really didn't. I had a lot more offensive tackles going than defensive linemen by this this point in the draft. So I think it's an interesting shakeup of how the class is actually turning out for interior defensive linemen.
Then where are we at here? All right, so the New York Jets at pick number 175. The pick is in. We're waiting on that for just a minute. Let's say hello to the chat here as well, making sure that everybody knows that we love and appreciate them for joining us here on day 3 of the 2021 NFL Draft. We got Caleb Schaff on YouTube, Chronic, Mike Givens, what's up, guys? Ophir over in Israel, Tommy Simmers, George Newton, DBA as well. See if I can't find somebody on Facebook here. Caleb Schaaf coming in here again. Robert Caslow dropping with really good questions like he always does.
Yeah.
We got about 525 people, 525 sets of eyes on us right now. Eric Ortegon, what's going on, dude? Don Beauchamp, James Webb as well. Thank you all once again for joining us here on the Mile High Huddle Roundtable live mock draft edition. Carl, haven't heard from you for a little while. What do you think of the New York Jets and what they're doing with this draft class that they bring in here?
Yeah, I mean, they've finally made the decision to surround their high pick quarterback with some talent. The Jets kind of, I mean, whether Sam Darnold was going to work out or not, they never even gave him a chance to ever think that was possible.
Mm-hmm.
And so you get Zach Wilson, then you go get Elijah Vera Tucker, maybe the most versatile offensive lineman in this entire draft. You get him a weapon in Elijah Moore and Michael Carter. I mean, that guy is lightning in a bottle for that offense. And now here to kind of close out this draft, you're looking at closing out your defense and trying to add to especially that secondary. So they've done a great job. I really love what they're doing. And I think the needle is pointing up for them. You know, it's kind of nice to see where the Patriots have dominated that division for so long. Now you're starting to see where Miami, the Jets, and the Bills look like they're the teams taking over.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of nice to see that see the Patriots on this downtrend, and now they've got Mac Jones, and we'll see how that kind of plays out. And I've seen a lot of comparisons to him and Tom Brady and whatnot about the way his movement skills in the pocket, the throws that he makes, his processing and stuff like that. Not that I'm going to make that comparison. I don't necessarily get that. I'm not a huge Mac Jones kind of a guy, so maybe we'll see how this kind of works itself out with Josh McDaniels over there in New England. But my boy Josh Allen, and I know Eric had to throw the dig in there about his inaccurate passes. So it needs to have some guys that don't create a whole bunch of separation, have big catch radiuses like Gabriel Davis and Sage Surratt, for example. But still, the Bills up there, they're building a really good roster. They've got a solid offensive line that they're coming in with now. The receivers, they could add another piece there, a tight end. They could probably go and get another tight end if they wanted to. And the defense is coming around. But again, it is nice to see New England out of the way. As far as the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and their pick is in, and this was a comment that I wanted to grab earlier about Jalen Darden. How did we allow the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to add Jalen Darden to that team? Like, are you serious? Like that's an explosive piece that gets to go down there with Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. And I mean, they're not probably going to, is Gronk coming back as well? I don't think so. Gronk is coming back. They also got Antonio Brown back as well. Leonard Fournette too. Like seriously, that's a plethora of weapons down there for Tom Brady to work with. And they got to be the front runners in the NFC for sure. I would think, especially if Aaron Rodgers is out of there.
Yeah, and Darden's a nice slot wide receiver from North Texas. I think he's got some talent in there, and I think the Bucs are having a good draft too. As far as Mac Jones goes, don't sleep on Mac Jones. I'm not saying he's going to be the best thing ever. He's not going to be Tom Brady or anything like that, but I'm not sleeping on Mac Jones. I'm really not. I said it before in round one. There's 5 quarterbacks that went in round one. 4 are going to be the best ever, the best we've ever seen. Probably only 2 are going to work out. And we can make fun of Mac Jones' weight. We can make fun of the way he walks. We can make fun of a lot with Mac Jones, but you can't take anything away from what this kid did at Alabama. And I hear you, Alabama fatigue. They're the best program in the nation with the best coach to ever live with college football, right? I hear you. Just don't sleep on these guys until they get on the field yet. That's all I want to say. Whether or not Mac Jones is going to have the success in the NFL that everyone thinks he's going to have or not going to have, that's really time will tell. But we got to pump the brakes just a little bit. It's weird to see KJ Britt from Auburn go to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It's a linebacker that I liked a lot. And from the from just your initial reaction, Lance, it seems like you liked him too.
I liked him a lot. There's some coverage versatility here with this guy. Not necessarily the greatest athlete, but he has some pretty decent instincts and moves around the field really well. Like I said, this is another coverage linebacker for that Tampa Bay team that already has Levante David and they already have Devin White. I mean, this is. I was talking about it yesterday a lot with the guys that were taking wide receivers. The Cleveland Browns, the New York Jets taking some wide receivers and helping out the Carolina Panthers specifically as well. This is another one that with KJ Britt going to Tampa Bay, that linebacker core just got another high quality player that they can insert and a special teams player as well. Eric, what do you think of KJ Britt?
I'm not a big fan of him, but going back, talking about Mac Jones and the Patriots a little bit, if Mac Jones ends up something, I totally started the goat Corkle aspect of it. So I hope he ends up something just for that. But they end up taking Cameron Mcgrone, the linebacker out of Michigan, who fell because of a torn ACL. The Patriots, as much as I hate to say it, they've been having a really good draft. And we're talking about a lot of teams having really good drafts this year, and it really seems to be lining up. If that ACL is perfectly good, if there's no lingering issues, this is a potential steal here, and they're doing what they can. I am curious to see with McCorkle and Newton how that dynamic's going to be, because they're two polar opposite types of players. But I think that they're looking at McCorkle coming in and being the starter right away with his intangibles and his smarts. It's just he screams that type of quarterback for them.
Who's he throw?
I was gonna say, it's like they just got to do something to give him some weapons, because there's really no one.
Yep, that was going to be my question: is who is he throwing to? You said they've had a decent draft, but it's for the defense. Yeah. Christian Barmore, Ronnie Perkins, Cameron Mcgrone, those are all guys to help out a defense that was already pretty strong. The only thing they've done for the offense, other than McCorkle, is Stevenson for running back, and they didn't. I mean, it's nice to add a running back, but it's still, they don't have any wide receivers. They don't have a whole lot of, I mean, I guess they paid for some tight ends, but they overpaid for some tight ends this offseason. So I'm just not a fan of what they've done.
They're just going to go with 5 running backs and tight ends out there on the field. Who needs wide receivers?
Yeah. They don't. They don't.
Let's you guys are crazy. Let's go. Let's open up the chat a little bit. We've got Anthony 25 the GOAT coming in. Appreciate you riding with us on this NFL draft day 3. Has Dylan Moses been selected? Is he still available? Dylan Moses is still available, the linebacker out of Alabama. Nick's favorite linebacker to say he has no knees. So I want to get that out of the way. I like Dylan Moses. I always have. I think he's disciplined. I think he sometimes gets a bad rap for not always being the playmaking linebacker that the Crimson Tide are used to having. But I like what Dylan Moses brings to his game. That discipline is something that Vic Fangio absolutely loves. He's got great size. He's a guy, though, that, to Nick's point, and you guys have said it too, he's got some tread on the tires. He's been beat up just a little bit. True freshman, playing in 2017, 11 games. I like Dylan Moses a lot. Developmental linebacker, not nearly as polished as Baron Browning.
Yeah. The Green Bay Packers just went out and made a home run selection for where they're at right now. Shamar Jean-Charles, a cornerback from Appalachian State, had 16 pass breakups last year. That led all of FBS. I didn't get a chance to really sit down and watch, but I was watching some of the highlights here. Very active hands, decent size, decent makeup. I'm not sure about him. Eric, I know that this was a guy that we had talked about in when we did the Mile High Huddle mock draft, the roundtable mock draft. Why don't you speak to Shamar Jean-Charles just a little bit? Because I know this was a player that you really wanted to keep your eyes on for the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, come back to me here in just a second.
Okay. Carl, what do you think of Shamar Jean-Charles?
I didn't get too many eyes on this guy, but, the Packers seem to be continuing to try to add to that secondary. And I mean, there's reason that there was talks of the whole possibly the Broncos taking Patrick Surtain to help out in the trade for Rodgers. I mean, that's not going to happen anymore. But I mean, there's some connections that you can make because their secondary was struggling so much, and so to add a guy that can really do well and being in the right position at the right time, you have to wonder a little bit about the jump from Appalachian State clear up to obviously the NFL. But I think he's a decent player for him.
Lance, run it back real quick. Was that 16 pass deflections that you said led?
Yep.
Wow,
Yep.
man.
16 pass breakups at Appalachian State that led all of FBS.
That's impressive. I didn't know that. That's my hat's off to you there, man. I think that 5'11", 190 pounds, he could have some challenges, but is there really a bigger challenge than going to Appalachian State and getting drafted in the NFL? I mean, that's a big one. My hat's off to this kid. I think he's got a really good shot of making special teams a big part of his career in the NFL, a potential way to get him on the field.
Yeah, special teams versatility. I'm not sure necessarily about that, but I was like I said, I was kind of watching some of his highlights. He's a little bit more fluid than I thought he was. And his hands are incredibly active. I don't know if it's going to be a bad thing for him at the next level. Obviously, you get the pass breakups, but there could be some holding penalties. It looked like he got his hands in there a little bit early, some defensive pass interference penalties as well. But still, the ball production. If you're going to have that kind of ball production, even at Appalachian State, that's a smaller school. And if you're going to be at a smaller school, you better dominate. And if you're dominating to the point of having the league or the leading all of college football in pass breakups, I mean, you can't go wrong there. Eric, are you ready for that?
Yeah, he's a high upside corner, which is what the Broncos or what the Packers really need. He has the versatility to play inside or outside, but with Jared Alexander, he's not going to really be playing inside. He's always challenging the catch point. That's why he leads in the pass breakups. His hands are incredibly active. Going to get called for a couple defensive pass interference calls in the NFL because of that, because he does get there just a little bit early at the catch point, attacking the hands. But he's not a guy. He's not going to back down from anybody. He's a guy who, despite the smaller size, he'll match up against 6'5", 220-pound wide receivers and give it his all. He's a very fluid with it. He's got the mirror ability to play man. He's got the awareness in zone, so he's got that scheme versatility as well. His press isn't the best, but he can drop up and give you a decent press. He'll jam them at the line for a little bit. Very versatile guy. I liked him for what the Broncos did. It's a good pick for the Packers, though, and it's a good scheme fit because he can just fit any scheme, really.
Yeah. Pillar Gifted jumping in here. Any decent pass rushers left? Patrick Johnson, the edge rusher from Tulane, is a good one. And I know that James Campbell's been really kind of pounding that drum in the chat here. We've got Shaka Toney, who could be more of a hybrid player from Penn State. That was a guy that was rushing the passer opposite of Jason Owe. There's also Hamilcar Rashed from Oregon State, who I'm not necessarily sold on, but I mean, there's a lot of people that are. Carl, who else off the top of your head?
Well, you got Quincy Roach is still there.
Yep.
Highly productive player for Miami. You got Ogundeji of Notre Dame. High effort guy. Not the greatest player. I don't think he's ever going to become a star in the NFL, but he was a team captain. High effort guy, which I think fits with a lot of what the Broncos have taken so far. Taron Jackson of Coastal Carolina. Jonathan Cooper of Ohio State. Victor, I'm going to always butcher this name. Dimokuchi of
Just say it fast.
Yeah, just say it really fast. From Duke is another one that's still out there. So there's still a few names that the Broncos could be looking at. I'm a little surprised that they're still there.
Love me some Cooper. Love me some Wyatt Hubert. And do we have a pick? You guys want to go ahead and call it?
Yeah, I got Kansas City just took their pick at number 181. Wide receiver Cornell Powell from Clemson. It's a good pick for them. They really did need another wide receiver after losing Sammy Watkins. Demarcus Robinson's not necessarily a guy that I value as a good wide receiver too. Cornell Powell has some pretty decent aspects to his game. Good over the middle of the field, has a really nice catch radius. Not quite as good as Amari Rodgers, but still at the same time, this is a fun pick for the Kansas City Chiefs. He's going to fit right in there. Decent speed threat too. I think he can take the top off of the defense a little bit. Carl, I trust your judgment on these wide receivers. Cornell Powell to the Kansas City Chiefs. What do you think of that?
Well, the issue is he's got such a limited tape. He has some moments of flashing. The interesting thing was this last year he played better with DJ than he did with Trevor Lawrence. Those were some of his best games. But again, he has such a limited sample size. I know his first few years, he never had more than 15 catches in a season. Kind of exploded a little bit onto the scene this last year. And so you're kind of hoping that his best days are ahead of him. But it's an okay pick because, I mean, the Chiefs don't need him to be a star right off the bat. But I think he has some good route running, decent hands, ball skills. And he has some ability to really, I guess you could say, win after the catch, like just go make some plays. So for the Chiefs, that's exactly what you're looking for. But 6 foot, 205 pounds, decent size. I think for at this point in the draft, good pick for them.
Yeah.
His route running can be sloppy at times. That's probably the biggest critique I have on him. But to your point with being limited, Andy Reid's going to find a way to use this cat. If this guy can fine tune his details with his route running, I mean, maybe you see a reverse. He's not Tyreek Hill. He's not a speed burner or anything like that, but just those reverses, those crazy Kansas City Chief gadget plays. It's interesting to watch what the Chiefs are doing and see the Broncos go defensive back, 2 safeties in a row. It's almost like the Chiefs and the Broncos kind of matching each other a little bit with this current draft.
So the other Notre Dame pass rusher, Ade Ogundeji, went off the board to the Atlanta Falcons.
That's a good pick.
Who went at number 180? I missed that.
Hufanga, the 6'1",
Hufanga.
Yeah.
Who did he go to?
Niners. Kyle Shanahan got himself a safety with that safety run that we're seeing here in this 5th round. 6'1", 215 pounds out of SC. Was it SC or Cal?
Yeah, Southern California. Yeah.
Well, more like out of the medical tent, but
yeah.
I love it.
Oh, there goes Avery Williams to Atlanta, the cornerback out of Boise State, the guy with the special teams play that we all talked about when we started off the show. Goes off a little bit earlier than I thought he would, but that special teams ability, this is where you look at it, late 5th round pick. It's good. It's good value for them for that special teams aspect, which Atlanta, they haven't had a good special teams unit either.
No, that's very true. Talanoa Hufanga, though, going to San Francisco, split field safety. I like him a lot. There's obviously the injury concerns. He can drop down into the box as well. I think he's a pretty decent hitter. Rangy, though. There's a lot of range with Talanoa Hufanga. I like that pick a lot. Ogundeji, Carl, you had specifically said Adida Kumbo Ogundeji, I think is how you say his name. Why don't you break it? Ogundeji? Okay. Why don't you break him down? Because you, as we were just asked, any decent pass rushers, and that was one of the names that you had said. So go ahead.
Well, he's got the size that you're looking for, 6'5", 260 pounds. Like I said, team captain. You watch him on tape. You see him use that length to his advantage, being able to really keep guys off of him. And he's very good against the run. I mean, he's always going to be a solid player in that sense. And I think, if I remember right, didn't he force like 6 fumbles during his time there at Notre Dame? So always working to use his hands to do a lot of things. He's a hand fighter. He's not going to be an explosive guy that's going to get around the edge, win that way. But again, he's smart. I think one of the things that really stands in this tape is his anticipation. He does a great job getting off the snap and doing a few things there. But I think he's going to be more of a run defender, get you a few high effort plays. It kind of reminds me of Walker in that sense. When he was at Florida State, he got a lot of cleanup sacks. Where other guys got pressure and somehow he just ended up getting the sack. But yeah, you're getting a great player. You know he's going to be a solid guy on your roster moving forward.
All right, so the Baltimore Ravens coming in here at pick 184. Eric, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Just real quick, you guys, for pronouncing names, E-J-E, J, Daimuka J, Ogundeji.
Speaking of hard to pronounce names, what's going on with Marlon Tuipulotu, I believe is how you pronounce it. I think Dane Brugler had him very high, like a mid-round 2 pick, and he is plummeting. We're talking about USC defenders. What's going on with Tuipulotu?
I like him a lot. He was one of my favorite defensive linemen in a class. Yeah, I like him a lot in a defensive line class that I didn't like a lot of them. I don't know. Dane, man, is super well respected, super plugged in. I know we all love him, but I can't figure it out. Maybe injuries. I don't know if there's something personal. It's hard to say.
He's just limited. He's a run defender. He doesn't offer up upside as a pass rusher.
And we have actually, I just looked it up on Twitter because speak of the devil, about 5 minutes ago, Tony Pauline, Marlon Tuipulotu coming in. He had projected day 2 pick, came back with absolutely terrible medicals, and that's the reason he's still on the board. So, well, there you go. You look, and there's your answer. So there you go. Antonio Pauline is pretty darn connected over there at PFN. He's been one of the people. He was the first to, not the first, but the first to really hammer home that the Broncos had to I don't want to say dumb down, had to simplify the offense and the reads because Drew Lock was having a hard time picking up the vernacular and going through all the reads. And he also said that the Broncos were interested in quarterback, and if they did, they would flip Drew Lock. So interesting. There's some stuff that didn't come out there, but man, there was so much smoke on Thursday. So we'll see what happens there. It does sound like we should not sleep on the Broncos making a move at quarterback. Just put a pin on it. So, and also, guys, if anybody's bad behind me, you see a little dog paw or something there, just make sure that the wife was done with him. He was being a little bad. So I said, I'll give him a treat and he'll be down here with me. So yay for pets.
Yeah, there you go. I've got 2 upstairs that I need to go check on here in just a few minutes. So let's see. Pick 184. The Baltimore Ravens took Ben Mason, a fullback from Michigan. So that will close out. That will close out round number 5. The Los Angeles Chargers are on the clock, and the pick is in to open up round 6. And they are doing a lot of really good things here. And Nick, you look like you're very excited. Did Ben Neiman or Nick Neiman go to the Chargers?
Nick Neiman off the board there to the Chargers. Chargers have been doing a pretty good job. It's annoying that there's all these teams that have that are now running the same scheme as the Broncos, from the Packers to the Chargers, taking guys that I think would be good scheme fits. So that's a bummer there. And also, while I was gone getting my stuff together, I saw the Packers took the guy that we took with our last pick on the or one of the last picks in our roundtable mock draft, Gene Charles from Appalachian State. Really, really good scheme fit for this match quarters, cover 4, cover 6 type of scheme. So there we go. There goes Nick Neiman. The Chargers are I think they're doing a pretty darn good job. It surprises me though. Damar Hamlin, I think, is still on the board. We got bearded Bronco coming in here. Why is Damar Hamlin still on the board? Carl, any idea what's going on here? Eric, anybody?
I really have no clue. I mean, he's a good player.
He was a guy I always felt I was higher on than NFL teams are. I'm not sure why NFL teams aren't as high on him as I am. So I can't say why he's still on the board. I would have had him off the board a little while ago. But there is some more stuff with Aaron Rodgers I just want to cover real quick.
Let's do it.
With the stuff about him wanting the general manager fired. I saw a point made that if he wants the general manager fired, wouldn't that put a fire under the butt of the general manager to get him out sooner? Because you really don't want to lose your job. I mean, so wouldn't that light that fire there? And then another person with a pretty funny tweet about it, let me pull it up here, says there's no way Aaron Rodgers should be allowed to fire Brian Gutekunst. That's too much power. Aaron Rodgers should be allowed to nominate a younger, more athletic replacement for him who can take over in a couple of years to keep the Packers operating at a high level.
Oh, my God.
Those of you who don't get it, that's basically what was said with from their head coach after taking Jordan Love last year.
Yep. Oh,
yeah,
man.
Absolutely. So go ahead.
I was just going to say, yeah, you're seeing a lot more of the major media guys make connections between the Broncos and the Packers. So I do think this is really heating up. I think there's where there's smoke, there is real fire here. I don't think you can sit here and say that this is never going to happen. I think this is a real possibility. I mean, especially when you're looking at who it is. Aaron Rodgers. When you've burned that bridge, he really just goes scorched earth and says, this will never be rebuilt ever again. I mean, I don't know what it's going to take. I think it would take even more than the firing of the GM to make him happy.
Oh, he's not happy with the head coach hiring either.
Right.
That was made pretty clear right away. Wasn't happy about the firing of the quarterback coach a few years ago. This is multiple years in the making, and firing the GM isn't going to be enough.
Yeah,
Sorry
absolutely. No, it's fine. It's fine there. And guys, officially, we are in the 6th round with Nick Neiman going off the board there to the Los Angeles Chargers. It's crazy to me. We still have some guys available. Let's check out NFL Network's best players available. Stone Forsythe still here. Kind of reminds me of Lucas Niang sliding last year. Who was the other guy? Prince Tego Onogo. So maybe there is some athletic questions there. You still have Cade. Yeah, or injuries. You still got Trey Smith. He obviously had the blood clots, but he was a really highly rated player when he went to Tennessee. Shakur Brown from Michigan State is also a really highly rated player. Dylan Moses, that knee's apparently shot. I bet you Broncos country is screaming, Hassam Nasruddin. The Broncos don't really utilize a box safety, but hey, go off, Kings. Have fun. And we got Tamaron Terry, also another interesting player there. So that might be a fun one. And Patrick Johnson from Tulane could be somebody there. Christian Uphoff. Let's have the Broncos go for 3 safeties. And Shai Smith's still available. I think we're coming up the board here. With the way the board is starting to stack up, I wouldn't be totally shocked if the Broncos had a wide receiver coming off the board here pretty soon.
And I wanted to say, Nasser Al-Din is gone.
Oh, he is? Did he
Yep.
just go to the Jets?
Yeah, he just went to the Jets.
Okay, well, there he goes. 6th-round pick. I saw a lot of Broncos fans and with those endless mock drafts that you see from those generators with Nasser Al-Din going to the Broncos in like round 3. I never understood it because he's a box safety, and if you watch the Broncos scheme, they do not use that guy. They do not use a box overhang safety. Sorry, it just is what it is. Vic Fangio wants to have 2 safeties deep when he can. If not, one's coming down and playing it over at the slot, not in the box. So I don't know, whatever, I guess. But that here he goes. That's Nasser Al-Din to the Jets, a team that's going to run more cover 3. Guess what the cover 3 scheme uses? A box safety. So Eric, you had something to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to say is owe you a little bit of an apology, Nick. I know you and we had a conversation about Nasser Al-Din once, and I kind of defended him. Got my names mixed up. Got him confused with somebody else a while ago. I mean, this was months ago. But yeah, got him mixed up. You're spot on. He's a box safety, and that's just not what Denver does.
And he's a box safety who's like not super twitchy either, right? Yeah. He doesn't like have good instinct. I mean, I know he's big and long, but like that's great. And you want big guys, but he's stiff. You don't see him close much good space. I don't know. Yeah, he might have some versatility here for the Jets, but the Broncos aren't playing a cover 1, cover 3 scheme, right? Everybody's like, I think the Broncos 2015 defense, for many reasons, has a hangover effect for the fan base where teams are like, oh, we just have to build this all-time defense and then we can be back in the playoffs. Well, what does the word all-time mean, right? Like, first off, that's what we have to get into, right? Generational defense. We can do that again. Okay. The other one is we're thinking, oh, we got all these press man corners and this single high safety, this cover 1 defense. That's not what the Broncos are doing. The 2015 defense, oh, we need a new TJ Ward. That's not what the Broncos are doing. So take the temperature of the room. Look what this team is doing right now. It's different, but it can work. It's the flavor of the month right now in the NFL, this Vic Fangio defense. Kind of get familiar with what these guys go. Obviously, that's why not everybody can be experts or analysts, whatever the heck we are out here with devoting so much time to this. But still, I would kind of be leaning away from that. That box safety, it's not a role here in this defense, folks.
And just a quick shout out for anybody who wants to learn more about the Broncos defense that they do. There's a book by Cody Alexander called Match Quarters. Perfect book if you want to learn about it. That's what Denver does.
Yep.
So Eric, I had a question for you. Since we got a little bit of time before the Broncos come up here, when I'm looking at all the positions that are left, which position do you have that still has the best depth of guys that you're looking at?
All right, let me pull it up real quick. The best depth wide receiver. Yep. Like I got to a lot of receivers this year, a lot more than normal. I still have 39 receivers that I had a grade on. So that's just far and away the most. And then the other positions, like cornerback is up there, running back is up there. Well, the ones that stand out though that are interesting that have good depth still is the interior defensive line. This is where I had a lot of guys grading. One guy who I knew was going to fall just because of a bad pro day, then some weight gaining issues. Jalen Twyman out of Pittsburgh. I mean, if Denver feels like they can get his weight under control, that would be interesting to see. Another guy that I think felt was kind of under the radar on the interior defensive line is Jonathan Marshall out of Arkansas, I believe. I like what he can bring. I like his fit in the scheme. Now, want to talk about the opposite real quick. Positions that seem to be drying up of guys that I watched that Denver could look at. Tight end, there's not many guys left that I view can be that wide tight end type. And offensive tackle, we're getting to the point where we're about to touch on guys who are basically undraftable for me. And edge is getting close to that as well.
Yeah. Any thoughts on Adrian Ely of Oklahoma?
I like him. My question is he never seemed to really grow as a player. And it's just some questions about his work ethic and his desire have been thrown around with him as well. And when you see guys who don't really grow as a player over 4 years as a starter, I think is what it was, or as on the offensive line, when you see that happen and don't see the growth from them, you really got to question what is going on there.
All right. I want to do some picks that have come in here recently. We've got Falcons getting ASU Frank Darby. And then Patriots were able to get the defensive back Joshua Bledsoe. Man, they're getting another Bledsoe down there. The new era of the new quarterback with Mac Jones. You got to get a Bledsoe to go with him.
And real quick, there is a Brady in this draft that plays at safety, so they can replace that Bledsoe with the Brady.
Perfect. He's just going to become a Hall of Famer and all-time great.
Yeah, no, it's a good point there. Well, not really, but we're filling some time here in the 6th round. So appreciate it. Yeah, Carl, I mean, Eric, you make a good point about the tight end position really drying up. I could see the Broncos. It's not a move that's really going to move the needle that much, but I think I could see them bringing back like a Fumagalli or something here now that this obviously has familiarity with the team, the system, and he's still out there, of course, because he's a back end of the roster guy. But if you need a tight end here, you probably have a safer bet, honestly, of getting value out of bringing back Troy Fumagalli than taking a tight end at this point in the draft, given what I'm looking at with the board. So we'll see. Defensive line, edge, wide receiver, maybe even another offensive line. We're talking about the end of the draft here, so there's some guys here you could get some depth.
Right, and we told you that really past the top 100 picks, most teams didn't really like this draft a whole lot. I mean, just so many questions about they didn't know medicals, and some of these guys didn't even have a chance to play, even if they wanted to, because their conference decided not to play. There's just a lot of extra questions this year at the end of the draft where you just don't. I mean, you're going to see some weird names come off that you're going, who in the world is that? Or it's just, like I said, it's kind of a different draft. So we'll see how the Broncos finish this out.
And real quick, just a quick point. I know that there was some love for Shaun Wade. I liked him a lot as well. And Louis Riddick, a guy that I really like for ESPN, he had an interesting comment to say. If you can't play outside in the Big Ten, you can't play slot in the NFL.
Well, that's not it's not a bad point, especially because Ohio State, right? Like if there's any team where you're going to go up against depth at wide receiver, it would be at Ohio State. And obviously he's not going up against his own teammates in those big games. So that's a good point. He might have to play safety in the NFL. I mean, we're talking a day 3 pick though, right? Like his tape in the slot was quality enough. It was a weird season for him also. So I think that's worth a shot here, day 3, understanding that he's probably not super likely to be a big hit.
And when I said he was terrible on the boundary earlier, and I don't think that's really a fair comment, so I want to clarify that just a little bit. He had moments of being completely terrible. He was high variance because there was a lot of really bright moments on the boundary, just super high variance. He was just that type of player that you didn't see the consistency there that you typically want for a higher boundary corner. But his play at the slot was so good that you have to factor that into his evaluation, especially with how weird the season was, as you mentioned, Nick. So it's just terrible was wrong on my end. I just wanted to correct that a little bit. Just super high variance.
Yep, that's a good point there. So we're getting down here. We have a good question here from Flat Cat or Fiat Cat with a capital I. Not sure, probably Flat Cat. Can you guys discuss which type of wide receiver would be the best fit for us? And I'm sure they mean the Denver Broncos. I'll kick this to Carl since he is my wide receiver guy. Looking at this room, the Broncos have a lot of different body types, a lot of different skill sets. We always say you want to build your pass catchers like a basketball team, different skill sets, different body types. So looking at this team right now, as well as going forward, I mean, you're talking the back end of day 3, you need to be thinking about long-term. What type of wide receiver are you looking for here for the Broncos as a potential fit?
Well, I mean, really, they have their route runners and Jerry Jeudy, KJ Hamler. The problem right now is you don't know if Sutton's going to be here long term, and Tim Patrick's on a 1-year restricted free agent deal. So that would probably be the spot I'm looking at. That X wide receiver, the guy that can kind of do a little bit of everything. He's probably not going to be your best athlete in the sense of like down the field, but can go make plays still down the field. Just your all around trustworthy wide receiver, and that's more of just kind of an insurance policy. Because, like I said, it's Tim Patrick, Courtland Sutton, both could be gone. I think you keep one or the other, most likely. But you still need a backup for that position anyway. And so, I mean, that's been the nice thing about having a Tim Patrick. When Courtland Sutton went down, the offense didn't completely fall apart. I mean, it was still a bad offense, but he was a good player because they had that backup option. And so that's what I'm looking for in this draft right now.
And just an announcement, the Eagles go take off a guy we were just talking about a second ago, Marlon Tuipulotu, coming off the board to the Philadelphia Eagles. So injury concerns have him drop. Dane Brugler, he was the Dane Brugler's number 3 overall interior defensive lineman, but obviously the medical checks changed that for him. So we'll see.
Well, take a look at the Philadelphia Eagles going and stacking up on that interior of their defensive line. I mean, with Milton Williams earlier in the draft in the second or the third round, excuse me. That was something that you had noted there as well about the age on that Philadelphia interior defensive line with Fletcher Cox starting to get up there in age. So Marlon Tuipulotu, 6 career tackles or 6 tackles for loss in 2019. Obviously, the injury concerns, 4.5 sacks in 2018. That was a career high there. I'm just taking some notes off of the NFL Network stream here. There's some pass rush upside to him. Not necessarily the greatest run defender. I don't think that he has the strength to be able to do so at the next level. But also at the same time, injury concerns. You take a value pick on a guy that's kind of sliding.
Wait,
Yeah.
you're talking about Marlon about pass rusher, not a run defender?
Yeah, or did I have that backwards?
I think that's completely opposite. I think he's a much
Okay.
better run defender with limited upside as a pass rusher.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
In my opinion, anyways.
Well, and it's funny because that's when I left. When I left, we were talking about Marlon, and Eric was just talking about being a run stuffer and, having limited pass rushing, if we're being nice. But there he goes to the Eagles. And then, Joshua Bledsoe. How you doing, Nick? I know you like Missouri safeties. Everything okay?
Yeah, both are pretty good. Both got drafted. Yeah, no, that's fine.
Patriots, though, that stings a little bit. And Frank Darby, I know we all liked Frank Darby going to Atlanta. So we're starting to see some familiar names come off the board, at least names that we like and names that we've been talking about on this channel. So that is encouraging and that's exciting because some of these dark horses kind of came out of nowhere, at least for me, in the 5th round.
And I want to get to the Bengals pick because the Eagles, they had their 2 picks. Taron Jackson was their second one after the Bengals pick, and they took Trey Hill. Looking at what the Bengals have done on the offensive line this year, I talked about a lack of identity for the Raiders on defense. The Bengals, they continue to draft guys without an identity on their offensive line. They're getting guys for multiple different types of schemes that you want to run. Trey Hill, he's a guy who you want kind of in a gap power scheme. Then they got, I believe, Jalen Moore earlier or Dante Smith, one of the two, who's a athletic outside zone type tackle. So no identity there, just like want to do one thing with their tackles and something else with their interior offensive linemen.
They got Deontay Smith at 139, by the way, the offensive tackle. Kind of guard. There's a guard flexibility there with him from East Carolina. I believe that's right, ECU. Yeah, that's right. So no, that's actually a pretty good point. Trey Hill there doesn't necessarily make a bunch of sense. New England at 188, they go out and they get Josh Bledsoe, and this is actually kind of a very intriguing pick to me. Split field safety fits really well in with what the Patriots want to do, and can add some added value to that special teams core for those guys as well. Nick, were you higher on Tyree Gillespie or was it Josh Bledsoe for you?
I think it was I mixed them up. I think it was Gillespie who I was higher on, a little bit better athlete back there. Probably could more single high stuff. But I mix them up. When you have 2 guys coming out, unless they play Iowa, am I mixing them up? No? Okay. That's good. But I liked Gillespie a little bit more.
Okay.
Broncos have 4 picks between now and the end of the draft. What are the odds that they use all of those picks, or are we going to see some trades, some wheeling and dealing from one George Payton?
I don't know. I think that he's just going to keep stacking this ammo a little bit, so he might actually start trading out of some of these picks and get rid of them for this year. That's just my kind of personal opinion. This 219 pick, I'm not sure that unless they want to go and try to get like an edge rusher, even though Taron Jackson, the edge from Coastal Carolina, just went. He's not necessarily a scheme fit for what the Broncos want to do. He's more 4-3 defensive end and 3-4 outside linebacker. That more hand in the dirt kind of a defender, good pass rush. Right? I really liked him a lot. He was one of the few guys that got after Zach Wilson in that Coastal Carolina game. That everyone says that Zach Wilson really struggled in. But he faced a little bit more pressure there. But he had a 90-yard touchdown pass taken off the board for a holding call, and Taron Jackson, I believe, is the one that took that. So if the Broncos want to go with an edge defender, maybe an interior defensive lineman, not that there's much to work with there. 219 seems like a pretty prime position for them to trade out of.
I think you're right, Lance. I think that this could be something where you could see a very crowded training camp when players start to come back for OTAs and all that stuff. I think you're going to have very crowded buildings, and I think all those darts. You said it best. He wants to start George Payton. We think, and I would agree with you. He wants to keep stacking those chips. He wants to keep getting as many darts. And you know what? If it means we need to cut some of these rookies and still draft them, let's do it. Because we're going to ultimately try to have a competitive football team with depth, intelligence, and aggression. And I absolutely love it on both sides of the ball.
I think the one thing that's going to be tough for them if they want to trade picks here, there's not going to be many teams wanting to trade at this point. I mean, there's just most teams are wanting to trade up because they're just wanting to go get their one guy and be done with it. At this point in this draft, they're just kind of like, we're done.
However, unless you got bizarre circumstances, right? Because I think you're speaking some truth, Carl. You got the Buffalo Bills at back-to-back 212 and 213, right? If you're looking at teams that have like those weird back-to-backs like that, Philadelphia as well, 224 and 225, then there might be the potential. But yeah, Carl, you're exactly right. What upside is there outside of future picks, but you're really looking at 4 picks in the last 2 rounds. It could be tough. And on that note, the Broncos, they currently have 73 players on their roster, and they're at what, 10 picks if they make these 4? That puts them at 83. That's not a lot of room there for undrafted free agents, which maybe this year, we talked about how small this draft class is. Maybe this is a year they're not really wanting to take a lot of guys as undrafted free agents, with it being viewed as a weaker class. But maybe they still want to take enough shots to where they do try to move a couple of these picks and try to get a 2022 pick in exchange for it.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised we haven't seen any real player trades announced yet, right? Is that something maybe you're coming down the tracks after the draft is over now? I was expecting maybe we'd see Hamilton move. Maybe we'd see Patrick moved or Bryce Callahan or somebody like that. But so far, no movement. Anybody, any information there that we've heard or anything pushing either way?
No one wants Deshaun Hamilton, Nick. Nobody wants Deshaun Hamilton. Why does anybody want Deshaun Hamilton? I mean, really, I'm not trying to dog the kid. And I had as much faith in him coming out of Penn State as just about anybody else. I loved his route running, but no, Tim Patrick. Why aren't teams calling on Tim Patrick? Maybe they are, maybe they aren't. George Payton has that building locked up. I got to give you pushback there because I don't see what the fuss is, brother. I mean, help me.
Well, for me, he's a solid route runner. He can do a lot of things in that game. And if you are a team that wants to run out of 11 personnel, that's where Deshaun Hamilton has actually some good value. I'm not saying you're going to get a day 2 pick from him, but even a 2022 7th, clearing that $2 million off the cap this year rather than outright cutting him. That's kind of the move I'm looking for here. Because the Vikings, they need some wide receiver depth. That's a team that is going to still use a lot of 11 personnel. And guess what? With that outside zone, you need your slot receiver to be a dog in space. He needs to come up and whip a linebacker or a safety or a nickelback sometimes. So I agree with you. He's a guy who hasn't really done as much as you'd hope for a 4th round pick, but I'm not going to say that he has absolutely no value. There's a niche for him, and this is still a good wide receiver class in general. But Hamilton, I think, you're probably going to have a better wide receiver bringing in Hamilton than the odds are what you see right now with the wide receivers remaining on the board, in my opinion.
Before we get to the super, I just got to poke at Luke a little bit with hey man, you're kind of dogging on Deshaun Hamilton. Does that mean we have to add Deshaun Hamilton hater to your
yeah. And let's get the picture of Drew Lock, saying put respect on that man's name. Let's get that picture too. No, I hear you. And, just let's clean it up just a little bit for the draft. It looks like Deontay Brown, tackle tackle, 6'4", 300 guard. Okay. Guard from Bama.
Yeah, he looks like Blastoise.
6'4", 350, a monster of a man. And then speaking of monsters, Quentin Bohanna, defensive line out of Kentucky, 6'4", 357. Good Lord.
Nick, you're killing me, man. I swear to God, he looks like Blastoise. It can't be more true, man.
Put the cannons on the back. There you go.
Oh, my God. It's great. He is a big, big mountain of a man. And surprisingly, he moves pretty well. I liked him as a puller in that Alabama running game. He does a decent job getting downfield a little bit, but still at the same time, he's not a good athlete. For the size that he is, he's a decent athlete, but it's not great. Honestly.
Okay. You need to go on timeout. He showed at the Senior Bowl. He is not a mover. He showed on tape. He is not a mover. You want him in a phone booth driving forward. That's it. This dude moves slower than I do when he's trying to pull outside. And I move pretty slow, man. He is so slow of a mover. He doesn't have the foot speed. Nothing there is a mover for him.
Well, no, and I'm not going to disagree. I should rephrase this. I liked him as a pulling guard because he is just mean. He's a mean, nasty, big guy, and he's just a powerful blocker. And when they did pull him and he got out in front, then it looked bad because he's not the greatest athlete. But when he got attached to somebody, he blows people off the ball. It's insane.
So, keep him driving forward instead of pulling.
That's
Yeah,
true.
the Senior Bowl was he had a few whiffs in there that heard the defensive lineman yell "Olay" and as he fell to the ground. We got Wendelin Grodker coming in here, dropping the 549 euros across the pond. Thank you very much, Wendelin. And let your friends know, Broncos for breakfast. We've really had a strong European presence there because that's the Broncos. The shows that we have typically are pretty late European time zone, but Broncos for breakfast. Absolutely perfect for you guys, right when you're getting off work over across the pond. So thank you very much, Wendelin. How about that tackle from Florida? Thank you for the great work you do. I love it. Merry draft miss. And also happy belated birthday, Carl. Well, Carl, I'm just because he said your name, let's kick it over to you. Stone Forsyth, what is going on?
I wish I knew. There's got to be something there. There's got to be either some kind of injury or off the field issue that's just really dropping him, because if we're just going by the tape, this guy should have been anywhere from second to fourth round, depending on who you're talking to. I'm shocked. But every year we have something happen with one player that tape-wise should have been a lot higher, and something's going on behind the scenes that we just don't know about. So I'm sure we'll find out as time goes on, and we'll keep you updated on that. But thank you for the belated birthday and Merry Draft Miss. That's right. This is our Christmas. And it's been so much fun with all of you guys and all of the chat as we're getting ready to wind down here for the last couple rounds. Man, it's been a great few days here.
Yeah, and I want to highlight a pick here real quick, a running back that I liked a good bit. Elijah Mitchell coming off the board here to the San Francisco 49ers, and looks like Kyle Shanahan. The apple does not fall far from the tree. His father not investing huge resources in the running back position, but looking for guys who can fit different niches and do some things. You got Trey Sermon, and now you got Elijah Mitchell, a little lightning and thunder going on there. Cheap rookies on rookie contracts. You rotate them in, you use them up, you let them walk. I'm sorry, guys. That's just the way the CBA works out for running the running back position. That's how you do it. This is how you do it.
Yeah, man, I love this pick. I love Elijah Mitchell. He had a really good day at the Senior Bowl. You know what this pick says to me? It's not even Mike. This is Bobby Turner. I got to chirp my man Orlando and have to tell him, look, man, what's going on with that father-in-law? This is a hand-picked Bobby Turner running back. I love Elijah Mitchell coming out of Louisiana Lafayette, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he had a great practice at the Senior Bowl. Made lots of defenders miss. I think this could be a Shanahan favorite for running back. It's just, I think we all get so enamored and so curious with what the Shanahans and Bobby Turner want to do with running backs, because they can do anything they want, and they make running backs a lot better than they are, specifically in that zone blocking scheme. Can't wait to see what the young man can do with the Niners.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know Sermon was a round 3 pick, but not investing primary resources at running back. That's really good, especially when you run this scheme. It's based on how good you are, the blocking up front and the run scheme. Mike McDaniel going on there, and those guys playing off Trey Lance with the bootlegs and the quarterback power options. I'm sure they're going to utilize as well. That's going to be a very fun team to watch, and pulling for them because I really do like me some Trey Lance.
Well, how about that scheme fit with Trey Sermon too? I mean, a third round pick, it's not necessarily a super premium pick, but still at the same time, that's a pretty decent investment there. That scheme fit is just tremendous. I love it. When they did run stretch zone over in Ohio State, he did a really good job pressing the hole, cutting back and creating some running lanes with his vision. So not the fastest guy, does have a little bit of take the ball deep ability, but I mean, I really like Trey Sermon to San Francisco. That's a really good pick here. Jesse Edrick coming in here with a $3 super chat, and he's got a question that I'm really kind of curious on. What's going on with Ardarius Washington, the safety out of TCU? Thoughts? #Mile High Huddle. Carl, what do you think there?
Carl?
Sorry, I was muted there. Again, I don't know. When we're looking at the tape, he is smaller. I mean, you're looking at a guy that's 5'8". Most of us probably in this room right here are probably taller than this guy. And so size does matter in the NFL. That's just kind of the name of the game, bigger, faster, stronger. And with him being on that smaller end, you got to wonder how he could hold up at that safety position. But, I mean, he's got good tape out there. Played on a great defense that has been known to produce some great talent there, especially in the secondary. And so I expect somebody here in the 6th or 7th round to take a chance on him because at worst, he can be a really good special teams player for you.
And coming to the next pick, I believe we have the first player that I didn't even get around to watching, to the New York Giants here. A running back, Gary Brightwell. Double check and make sure I didn't. Yeah, first player I didn't watch.
You watched Roy Lopez at Arizona?
A little bit, yeah.
Man. Okay, we're getting to the point in the draft where I'm like, okay, we're in the 195th pick. I did not watch that guy, especially having to watch Pac-12 defensive players for Arizona in the trenches. You know what? I want to keep my sanity. So no shots out there to any Wildcat fans out there. But
didn't expect Roy Lopez to get drafted. But
yeah, it's I mean, at this point, it comes down to like if a guy had a good conversation with a coaching staff, that might be a tiebreaker to get them in there because they hit it off. Like, oh man, that's my guy. You know, like, okay, that's fine. You're talking about a late day 3 pick. That's just how it goes. You know, and sometimes teams will throw a coach a bone saying like, who do you want here? Okay, that sounds good.
I think the only thing with Roy Lopez off the top of my head is he a 3 technique? I mean,
he's basically a pure 3 technique that might be a solid run defender, but you're just hoping that he develops to be one.
I will say though,
beautiful head of hair.
I will say though, before injury set in, he was on course to become a pretty impact player. He was trending in the right direction. 2018. He had 12 and a half tackles for loss, 4 sacks, and was expected to have a really breakout year, then suffered an injury, had to take a redshirt season, and then transferred. And so I think that plays a lot into this with him, was he just kind of fell off a cliff there for a while with that injury. He does have a good RAS score. I'm trying to remember, a 7.49, which, I mean, it's not great, but it's not terrible either. So decent athlete and has some upside there.
And here we go. Is it Michael Bertini jumping in here? So much disrespect to my Wildcats, man. Sorry, dude.
Sorry, man.
Gary
what was the
Arizona
game? Arizona State, Arizona was like 70-3 or something. Oh.
Hey, I'll give you some credit. All right, if we want to talk about Arizona, let's talk about the only Wildcat. Did y'all see that catch from Rob Gronkowski on YouTube? I mean, that was insane where they dropped that ball. How many feet was that up in the air? Was it from a helicopter? I mean, that was cool, man.
It was like 650 feet in the air, too. I saw that video. It took him like 4 times to actually catch it. And when he did catch it, he barely caught it. It wasn't like he caught it.
Yeah.
It's like he barely caught it.
Yeah, well, and it looked like Gronk was in his element with those kids, right? I'm pretty sure like every single one of those kids are much more mature than Rob Gronkowski, but I love the way he could instantly come onto the Arizona stadium and just go right back to his college roots. I loved it.
You want to talk about catches? I'm looking at when he caught that Lombardi trophy on the boat. You dropped that, man. You are the most hated person in Tampa Bay.
That's true. I love it.
And we have our first Buffalo off the board with William Sherman and offensive guard, obviously out of Colorado.
Hey, there we go. Go Buffs. Hoping they're good.
Go Buffs.
The Buffs and the Hawkeyes are good friends, I would say, because we both have a mutual disdain for that flyover state. I'm an Iowan calling Nebraska a flyover state, but what can you do? I mean, Nebraska, man, they living in the 80s, living in the 90s, running that wishbone wing tee offense. But I want to read here a little bit from Thor Nystrom. Good follow on Twitter, does a lot of good draft work for Roto World. And he's saying that George Payton has put it on an absolute clinic so far in this draft, having one of his favorite drafts so far. And Jamar Johnson has been one of the biggest 3 steals so far in this draft.
Wow.
Seems that the NFL has defaulted to safeties with more experience, but better tacklers. However, Payton will be proven right. Johnson's a very smooth and Night Stalker ball hawking goblin who wrote Justin Fields' Heisman concession speech in November. However, then Thor does say, I would have done the quarterback room differently. Probably wouldn't have traded for Teddy Bridgewater, although for as little as they gave, not bad. He also would have traded El Busto, Drew Lock, to the sucker Texans and then taken Fields. However, he thinks that the Broncos might not be done at quarterback. So I just laughed at El Busto, Drew Lock. For a second round pick, Drew Lock's not a bust. For a second round pick, let's be real. But
So for all you SCO buffs and Buffs Nation, here's the thing with Will Sherman. In my opinion, he's more of a guard than he is a tackle. I think he lacks that tackle height a little bit and some of that movement. But I'm really curious to see what is it. What's the offensive line coach? I always fumble his name for the New England Patriots. It's
he retired. Skarnecki retired.
Yeah.
Is he gone? Oh, well, he's retired and he's come back. I mean, I'm excited to see what the Patriots can do with this man.
Yeah. Call of Duty jumping in here. Go ahead, Eric. I'm going to grab the super chat after you're done.
And just touching on Sherman a little bit, guard is definitely where he'll be at, and I wouldn't even be surprised if he gets kicked into center even. There's just the length issues with him, but he's super smart. Like, he's a guy that you want in charge of your offensive line.
Hence why center. Hence why you say center. We got Call of Duty coming in here saying Blastoise, Nick is the GOAT. I don't know about that. I did not come up with that. I saw that on Twitter. So that's I got to give credit where it's due.
I hear Summit.
Fine.
Yep, Summit's itching himself back here. Summit, you got to be good. The draft is on. We got to work here. And Colby coming in. Colby was saying a lot yesterday. I think we got a Colby's now joining us. I want to circle back. I saw you yesterday, Colby, in the chat, but he says Nick must love Nebraska. He brings them up a lot. It's just fun to give an easy punch, right?
And
especially
for
knowledge.
knowledge.
Yeah, and for knowledge, and a team that fired their coach after losing to Iowa, and when they were going like 9-3 perennially, and saying we have to evaluate where our program is in comparison to Iowa. They haven't beaten Iowa since, and I don't even think they've gone to a bowl game since. So hilarious.
And I want to grab this comment real quick from Manny saying the Broncos should have got Cox. I just want to point out that Zach yesterday was really pounding the table for Cox in Denver, and he ends up landing in Dallas. So Zach's going to have a fun time covering him in Dallas.
Yeah, there's some interesting injury concerns with him. Eric, weren't you saying something about like the muscle mass in his legs or something like that? Some kind of rare disorder or something?
Yeah, there was something going around on Twitter about how there's some issue with his muscle mass in his leg. I mean, he misses pro day at LSU for what they said was a hamstring injury, but what was going around is that it was something more than that. It was the issue with the muscle mass. Can't remember exactly what it was called, but it was something that they said was really rare, and as a professional athlete, they have no idea how to deal with it.
Okay. So we got a second here, a little lull in the action of what's going on in the NFL draft. Let's just kind of update you here. The Los Angeles Chargers took Larry Roundtree. Just a second ago, I forget where he's from.
Missouri.
Thank you. But Eric, while we got a second here, let's update your big board for everybody as far as some of the top players available that you still have here. No?
I'm still catching up on names, getting games deleted and everything like that off that. I'm still
all right. Well, let's talk about what the same thing we're going to talk about until the Broncos actually do it, right? We need an edge rusher. We need an offensive tackle. I'm pretty sure to say we're good with defensive backs, linebacker. That's still in the conversation. Wide receiver. I don't think any one of us is willing to give up on wide receiver at this point. No. You can always upgrade a very talented room. It doesn't mean you're going to come in and start slashing Jerry Jeudy's time. No, it doesn't mean that. But you need developmental wide receivers in this league. You need trade bait if you're going to go after Aaron Rodgers. And you know what? You need to be able to have the depth to replace players, because I get that Broncos country is in love with the idea of only sending draft picks. It's not just going to cost that. You're going to have to give them a little bit more, and it's going to sting.
Now, one thing I do want to kind of to talk about here for just a second, as far as developmental wide receivers that you were mentioning, Tyree Cleveland still does exist on this roster. And I mean, with Deshaun Hamilton potentially being on the move, Tim Patrick being on the move, Tyree Cleveland got a little bit of run towards the end of the season last year, and he was pretty impressive. Quite honestly, I think that there's something there with Tyree Cleveland. So that might make the Broncos assuage some of the doubts of losing some of these wide receivers, because Cleveland, he can take the top off vertically. He's got a little bit decent route running, some kick return ability as well, decent special teams player. So, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily rule out a wide receiver for the Broncos, but I think they like Tyree Cleveland a lot over there in Dove Valley.
And I got my big board updated. Before the grab that, I want to grab this comment from Keenan. I saw another one saying about how that he said Eric and Nick knows how much he loves Jamar Johnson. It's the Indiana connection. We know it. We feel you. A guy that is always a joy to talk to. And he says, reporters mentioned Stearns will be a cornerback. If he is, then big wolf from me on that. But getting to my big board and guys that are still available, looking at guys that could be of need for it, Quincy Roche stands out. Talking about wide receiver, Marquez Stevenson, Stone Forsyth, he's still there, and so is Shai Smith, another receiver. A lot of options still. Victor Dimukeje, I don't think he's the best scheme fit for them. And a guy that I liked for them, he ended up coming off the board of the Vikings, didn't fall far enough. Jalen Twyman, this would have been a good spot for him, I think, despite the bad pro day, despite the weight concerns. I think this would have been a good risk first reward type of pick, but Vikings got him, and it's a good pick for them for the same reason.
Yeah, exactly. I like Jalen Twyman a lot. He did not help himself in this pre-draft process, blowing up. I mean, he literally went, I think he weighed in at 319 or 320 pounds or something like that after his pro day where he weighed in at 305. So there's some concerns there. And he also is one of those opt-out players. He opted out to go help his mom and his brother. They were having some bad financial issues. It wasn't for the pandemic concerns for the most part, from what I understand. There's a lot of explosive potential with him as a pass rusher, not necessarily the greatest in run defense. And I really liked him at Pittsburgh. I really like a lot of players on that Pittsburgh defense, including Damar Hamlin, who's still available, Paris Ford, who is still available. So kind of surprised to see some of these safety players dropping as well. I mean, obviously our Darius Washington too. There was another player that I wanted someone's opinion on, Javian Hawkins, the lightning bug, jitterbug running back. Houston, I think Houston or Louisville. Sorry, yep,
Louisville. Be careful if you say that wrong. My co-host for Broncos for Breakfast, Scott, will get on you. I can't get it out of my head. Louisville, no, Louisville. Like as quick as you can say Louisville.
Anyways, Eric, I know that you had talked a lot about Javian Hawkins on Dove Valley Deep Divers. Is it size concerns with him or scheme fits or what is it with Javian Hawkins that he's seen at least somewhat of a slide here?
Luke and I seem to be sharing a brain. He said it and we both started shaking our head. It's a size and scheme fit concern. I mean, this is a guy, he's smaller and you want him in space. Like that's just not what Denver's going to be using. Maybe if they viewed him as just the receiver, maybe then, but no, I mean, he's a guy that you want running the ball. He's a guy you want getting in space. This is a guy that for that wide zone scheme, there you go. Not this inside gap power stuff that we're running here in Denver. So it's size and scheme.
Yeah, he's a rotational runner. I mean, Eric said it. He third down back, developmental too. It's a nice pick. That size is so tough. Philip Lindsay, man, he got beat up here. That's just the nature of the running back position, whether or not he took on some extra contact, whether or not the Broncos utilized him. That stuff, I mean, it all goes by the wayside. Getting hit, getting buried with a small frame in the league, it's got consequences. It's gonna catch up with you sooner rather than later. So yeah, I love him in the open field. Can make some players miss, but I think there are a lot better running backs than Hawkins from Louisville.
Didn't Chris Sims have Hawkins as like his third best running back in this class? Not that keep talking on him.
It always comes back to good old Chris.
I mean, you know what? We'll see if he comes out right or wrong, because sometimes you go against the grain and time will prove him right or wrong. We'll let time pass and see what happens there. But Hawkins, I mean, a little bit of a niche back. We'll see what happens. But I want to get to this question here from Caleb Schaff. Caleb, thank you very much for your question. And he says, Trey Smith, offensive guard, not a tackle, but if he's talented enough to play off position, he's got an RASS or a RASS of 9.9. It's got to be the blood clots, right? Like that is a major concern for him, that he might not play very long in football. He missed a year because of the blood clots as well. Also his tape, while he can bang, he's on the ground a heck of a lot. It's not the best tape ever. So all of that on top, but I mean, it's probably the blood clots, Caleb. I would guess that's the safest guess.
And he ended up on the ground talking about that so much at the Senior Bowl.
Like
when I was watching the clips of it online, somebody uploaded all of the 1v1s of the defensive line versus the offensive lineman. Trey Smith consistently on the ground. Just was a very rough showing from him. But a lot of the reason is the blood clots. There's a lot of concerns from there, and potential damage as well from to his heart.
Hey Nick,
Yo.
check this out. I'm looking on Twitter real quick to your point, and I mean, hats off to you. And I talked about it a little bit as well. I still like his upside, but one cat down with op on Twitter saying, "What's up with Dylan Moses?" Matt Miller replies, "Injuries, lots of them." Nick, you've talked about those knees. You can't stand them. That's NFL teams are certainly aware of Dylan Moses and what he can do, but they're also concerned about those physicals.
Do you remember how we all felt when the Broncos took Jake Butt in the 5th round? That would be the feeling when the Broncos took Dylan Moses in this draft. Do you remember how you felt 4 years into Jake Butt's career? That's how you're going to feel about Dylan Moses 4 years from now. Now, I'm not cheering against him. I hope somebody ends up taking him, because he is an extremely, extremely hard worker that's been noted everywhere. But the knee, man, not everybody's knee injury is the same. It sounds like he might not even make it through his rookie contract. It's scary. So, Eric, go ahead.
Who was that running back from South Carolina that was
Marcus Lattimore?
Marcus Lattimore. I've heard that he had better knees than what Dylan Moses had.
Whoa.
Oh my God.
That's rough too, because that knee injury that he suffered against Tennessee was one of the most brutal knee injuries I think I've ever seen in my entire life. He took that helmet straight to that right knee, and it was dislocated. Every ligament was gone. It flipped sideways. It was disgusting. Yeah. Absolutely disgusting. Trent Asher jumping in here with a $5 super chat. Nick is dropping the knowledge left and right. Happy belated birthday to Carl. Hopefully offensive tackle and edge next. Peyton is doing great so far, and I have to concur here. He's hit every need so far outside of the edge position, hasn't quite got the quarterback situation figured out, and we're hoping that's going to be figured out here in the next about month or so, probably specifically around June 2nd. A month and a day, exactly. But yeah, no, it's George has done a really good job, and like I said, hitting all the needs. He's got some great stuff as far as building the secondary depth with back-to-back safeties and two players that I really liked a lot in Caden Stearns and Jamar Johnson. So yeah, he's really, I mean, quite honestly, Chad Reuter wrote a grades article earlier today. I actually have a write-up sitting in for Chad at milehighhuddle.com. Chad Reuter gave the Broncos an A+ grade for their picks on day 2. So and he gave him a solid B for the pick of Pat Surtain at number 9 overall. I imagine if that would have been Justin Fields, he probably would have got an A+ for that one as well. So, I mean, George Payton is really putting in the work right now, guys.
Let's get critical of George Payton, because I think we've all appreciated what he's done in this draft. If I were to go around the table and ask each one of you, who is your least favorite draft pick of the Broncos draft class? Carl, what would you say?
Probably Surtain, if I'm being honest. And it's not just because of Justin Fields.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's not your birthday anymore, Carl. It's time to be honest. You wanted Justin Fields. I get it. That has nothing to do with Pastor Dan.
But I don't know. Just for that kind of high pick, number 9 overall, I want a guy that I feel like can turn into a true star in the league. I think Surtain is going to be a very solid player, even a good player, possibly get to a couple Pro Bowls, those kind of things. But I thought there were some other players still on the board that I thought could really turn into true stars in the NFL. Slater, man, I thought for offensive tackle, you put him at that right tackle spot. You got Bowles on the left tackle spot. Those two working together, I think you got a good chance to see some high quality play from them too. I still Jalen Phillips, my top defender in this entire draft. I thought he could be a star when you put him, especially working with Chubb and Von Miller. Those two, that would have been great for this defense. And I think he could have been a bigger day one impact player than what Surtain can be. So that's my one that I have a little bit of question about. I know we got some in the chat that are going least favorite outside of Surtain. I guess if I'm looking there, I don't know. I like all the picks. They make a ton of sense to me. Maybe this back-to-back safety.
Okay,
just
that's
because
fair. That's fair, and I think you represent a healthy portion of Broncos country with that answer, Carl. Because I'm seeing that. I'm seeing that in the comment section here. I'm seeing it on social media. I think your reaction is very honest, and it represents a large portion of the fan base.
Yeah. Blockhead, I want to just answer this question really fast. Blockhead coming in here with a comment. When do we pick next? It's taking like forever. The Broncos' next pick is at 219. We're sitting at number 202. And to update the last 3 picks here at number 200 overall, the New York Jets selected Brandon Eccles. That's a name that I don't recognize. The 201, the New York Giants, Rodgers Williams, the cornerback from Oklahoma State. And at 202, the Cincinnati Bengals just took Chris Evans, a guy that running back from Michigan. Was he at the Senior Bowl? I think he was at the Senior Bowl.
I don't know, if I'm being honest. Let me look that up.
So just a quick comment on a couple on these picks. Brandon Eccles, I didn't really get to spend a lot of time watching him specifically. Caught him a little bit watching Kelvin Joseph and Jamin Davis, and there was Jamar Watson, who I also like out of Kentucky. Not a big fan of what I saw of him, which is why I didn't focus more on him. Rodgers Williams, he's the little brother of Greedy Williams. Very interesting player. Doesn't seem to have the same attitude that Greedy Williams has. Going to be interesting to see what he does. And then Chris Evans, he's a guy who he's just barely played since 2018. So guy that you're definitely drafting on past pedigree and trying to project that a lot.
Eric, who's the draft pick from George Paton that you're most critical of right now?
So I'll keep it outside of Patrick Surtain because Justin Fields in that aspect of it and maybe making that pick with Aaron Rodgers in mind, like I'm going to go away from that. And unfortunately, it's going to be Quinn Miners simply because as much value as he was, it was just a bit early for an interior offensive lineman.
Mm-hmm. I think that's fair. Nick, what say you?
I'm having a hard time here. I guess it's actually the value. It's not the pick itself, but it is the move to get the pick, and it's trading up to go get a running back. I'm having a hard time with that. I know that you wanted that guy, but that's a position where am I more confident that Javonte Williams is going to provide more value than the early day 3 shot that we were talking about, all these guys coming off the board that we liked? I don't know. I don't know. We could have gotten Richie Grant there and had a running back pick in the 4th round here that might have been close to Javonte Williams. Like maybe not close, but you get better value with a Javonte or with a Richie Grant on the back end than you do with the running back, or maybe you get a Tevin Jenkins. So it's not a pick itself. It's giving up that 4th round pick to bring back, I think it's the pick that we have coming up here, to go move up for a running back. That's my most critical thing. But I really like Javonte Williams, and I'm glad they didn't take a running back in the 1st round. So, it's like, who's the worst grade in the class? Oh, somebody with a B+. Okay, cool. Good job, class.
Lance, what say you for your least favorite pick this far? Now, I know I'm putting everybody on the spot, and I'm trying to be a little bit of devil's advocate here, but if we're looking at Broncos country that's unhappy, I mean, who would you dog just a little bit?
Bills, man.
I'm going to pull this comment right here. Lance is dying to say he wanted Richie Grant, and that's absolutely correct. And I always maintained Richie Grant at 40. Richie Grant at 40. He went number 40 overall. And as Nick said, trading up to get Javonte Williams, not necessarily my least favorite pick, but at the same time, I get it. You identified your guy, you went and got him. I would rather have stayed and got Richie Grant because, Richie Grant, and then you pick up Caden Stearns there with the tackling deficiencies that you have with Jamar Johnson. I think that's a better safety tandem in my particular opinion. However, I got to agree with my co-host here, Quinn Miners. You already have Netani Moody, Lloyd Cushenberry is still developing, Graham Glasgow, Dalton Reisner. Now, I understand you want to add some more depth to that room. Austin Schlottman did not play very well last year. Graham Glasgow, obviously, with the injury concerns, I understand why they went with that pick. I do love Quinn Miners, don't get me wrong, but as Eric said, that's a little rich there for what the Broncos already have in tow, and I'm really curious to see how Lloyd Cushenberry is going to develop, especially if he gets some better functional strength, and as the communication gets better between him and Drew Lock, because I know that was an issue, and because the reason I say that is because when you listen to like Tom Brady or Aaron Rodgers or Peyton Manning, especially when he was still playing, Drew Brees, what is one of the first things that you hear coming out of their mouth in the cadence? 55 is the mic. 55 is the mic. How many times did Drew Lock ever identify his mic linebacker?
He waited for Cush to do it.
Yeah, exactly. So he waited for somebody else to do it, whether it was Cush, whether it was Dalton Reisner or Graham Glasgow. They would shift the line protection up front and wouldn't be on the same page with Drew Lock. So if the communication gets better between the quarterback play, whoever that may be, hopefully Drew Lock actually pans out. I really will maintain that. That is the best thing that could potentially happen for this Broncos club outside of trading for Aaron Rodgers. And even that has its own fallbacks because of the capital you're going to give up to get him. But if Drew Lock can figure out how to identify his line protection, identify the Mike linebacker, set up his team to get into the best play, the best potential play possible, that right there. And if Lloyd Cushenberry develops that functional strength, I think that the Broncos have a pretty decent interior of the offensive line. Quinn Miners is just a little bit like the cream on the top or the cherry on top of the ice cream. You know what I mean? So that to me is probably the worst pick that the Broncos have made so far, even though I love it. I love that pick.
Now, I want to
go ahead, Eric.
Go ahead. I was going to change topics. So go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick question. I was too. One running back I really liked was Khalil Herbert coming out of Virginia Tech. Buddy Matt Waldman said he had shades of Dalvin Cook to his game. Not quite a second-round running back like Dalvin Cook was, but just kind of curious real quick, why is Khalil Herbert falling? I mean, we're seeing some running backs go, and quite frankly, one or two of them, I don't even know who they are. I was really high on this kid coming out of the Senior Bowl. Is it just me?
I'm not really sure. I really liked him a lot. I'm not sure why he's still on the board. I definitely would have taken him over Gary Brightwell. And that's that's not fair for me to say. I never watched Gary Brightwell, so who knows? Maybe he's killer. But
that's a fair point, though.
I really liked Khalil Herbert. But I want to grab the super chat real quick from Kane Dawson, $5. Thank you. We appreciate that so much. Here is an unpopular opinion. Justin Fields will be average in Chicago, while Surtain will be a perennial Pro Bowler for years to come, in his opinion. Now, I wanted to ask this question. I saw it talking about on Twitter last night and even after the Thursday night. Now, in my opinion, Justin Fields being average is still better value for your team than a perennial Pro Bowler at corner. And I'm just kind of curious about what your guys' thoughts are on that.
Me first, please, because I put this out on my Twitter account, and it's something that I understand the Broncos defenses back in the 2000s weren't exactly completely stacked, but the Broncos had a first ballot Hall of Fame cornerback for a decade in Champ Bailey, right? Champ Williams in Champ Bailey. So in 2006, he had 10 interceptions. He had more interceptions than he had receptions allowed in coverage, and that defense also had arguably the best linebacker core in the franchise history. In Al Wilson, they had DJ Williams, Ian Gold as well. The front four wasn't necessarily great. Ebenezer Ekubon was their best pass rusher that year, which doesn't necessarily say much. But they also had Darrent Williams, John Lynch in the back end of that. They went 9-7 that year with one of the greatest cornerback seasons of all time. Seriously, 10 interceptions. He gave up nine receptions in coverage that year. How many Super Bowls did the Broncos go with Champ Bailey? 1. And it took Peyton freaking Manning to drag him there with the 2013 greatest offense of all time. So to me, yes, Justin Fields being average because he's a quarterback, and your quarterback at least being average or above average, especially on a roster like this, you're going to the playoffs at least. And there was something that I said earlier, I think it was yesterday, in a conversation that I had with Nicholas Manning of Predominantly Orange. He said that your defense will win you championships as long as your offense will be able to get you to the dance. Well, what's the easiest way to get to the dance with your offense? Having quality quarterback play. And if you don't have quality quarterback play, your defense, unless it's like the 2015 or the 2001, so the 2015 Broncos, 2001 Ravens, the 85 Bears, your defense can be extremely elite on all levels and be the best defense in football. But if you have to drag your offense with a high quality defense, that's not a recipe for winning success, guys. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and you said the quarterback or the offense gives you a ticket to the dance. I mean, just look at the four teams left standing last year. 4 of the 6 best quarterbacks in football. Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen. The only other quarterbacks that were top 6 last year that didn't make it were the likes of Deshaun Watson and somebody else at the top of my head. There's one more quarterback who Russell Wilson. So defense at the end, the best roster wins. But if you don't have the quarterback to get you over that hump and pick things up when the rest of your team isn't playing well, you're going to have a really hard time. Your margin for error is really, really thin. Also, your window is really, really small as well. So I want to make a point here real quick. Justin Fields being average, Surtain being a perennial Pro Bowler. If we switch that to a perennial All-Pro, I think the conversation changes a little bit. Also, Justin Fields just ending up being average. There's a difference there. Let's throw a little bit of nuance in because this can be difficult for some people, especially in the age of Twitter. But Justin Fields average on a rookie contract, great. That's fine. That's good. Justin Fields average when he gets to the end of this contract and you're looking to pay him, scary time. That's when you have the tough decisions to make. So, it depends on what window you're talking about, what years you're talking about. And also, if you commit to Justin Fields and he ends up being average, you're kind of, you're married there for a little bit. Now, if you take Surtain, you're still open to go get a quarterback and one that maybe has more potential upside or one that can hit better. So it's definitely an interesting conversation here. We don't know either way about either of these guys, right? From where we sit right now, we're trying to project the future. So I would take the guy that has the chance to have the bigger upside, unless I had in pretty good authority that I knew Aaron Rodgers was coming over. But we'll see. It's definitely a difficult conversation. But even if a quarterback is just okay, or does say a franchise quarterback, like a franchise quarterback is more valuable than a Hall of Fame guard. I don't think that's even debatable. I don't even care. A guard only moves the needle so much. Joe Thomas only moved the needle so much because the Browns are wandering the desert for a quarterback for so long. You want to have those guys, no doubt. But if you don't have the quarterback, good freaking luck.
And I do want to add, talent around them does matter in some of this conversation. Yeah. Where if Surtain is having to be number 2 cornerback and he's getting an easier matchup and ends up in the Pro Bowl, I mean, that's great. I mean, it's great for the Broncos. It means they've got 2 really strong cornerbacks there. But Justin Fields, right now, Chicago does not have a good enough team around him. They've got a lot of work to do to go build that team to make him actually be a competent quarterback. He's got a little bit more than what Sam Darnold entered into the NFL with, but not much more. He's got Allen Robinson and nothing. So I was talking to a fan yesterday, and he's like, "Oh, we got this other wide receiver," and I'm like, "How good is he? Not good at all." So I'm sorry, it's Allen Robinson and nobody. So they've got to work to build up the roster around him. It's not good.
Kane, I like that. I'm in the trenches with you. I liked Trey Lance a lot more than I liked Justin Fields. The dirty secret in the NFL is about fit. So if we're just assuming that Justin Fields and Matt Nagy are going to light the world on fire, I think that's a little irresponsible. I have to see something from Matt Nagy. I guess I've got a little bit more confidence in Justin Fields than Matt Nagy, but two or three quarterbacks tops are going to work out of this draft. I think in a quarterback desperate and driven league, and because we've been wandering that desert for 5 years here in Broncos country, Denver wants a change. They want to try something new. Something new would have been drafting a quarterback, and I'm certainly willing to have that conversation, but I love Pat Surtain, and I'm willing to ride with that last super chat. I like it. That's, you know what? If it's unpopular, that's okay. Go for it. Stick to your guns. That's what George Payton's doing. I love it.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting. The national media, specifically Ian Rappaport and some others in the national media, are hinting that if the Broncos weren't pretty confident about other moves at the quarterback position, does sound like they might have made a move for Justin Fields at 9. Now, the people who are being directly fed information from Dove Valley might have a different take on that because, you got to hedge your bets. But I think that the Broncos, I really do think, and maybe this is me talking to myself into it, hoping that something will happen, but I really think they would have taken Justin Fields if they didn't have very high confidence that they are going to go out and make a strong push for Aaron Rodgers. So Eric, sorry, I'm blabbering. Go ahead.
And on that point is, I always see people say, oh, well, they're talking about how much they like Drew Lock. What do you expect them to do? I don't think I've ever seen a coach come out and say, oh, no, I don't like this kid. He was terrible. We don't see that happen, because if they get stuck with that player, you don't want to ruin that relationship. The coaches, the general managers, they're not going to come out and say, oh, we don't like Drew Lock. It's just not going to happen. Even after he's out of the Broncos uniform, you're probably not going to see that happen. Whenever that happens, at some point, I'm sure he'll be out of Broncos uniform. You're not going to see that happen.
Only Pat Shermer does that, Eric. He's the only one that likes to run over Drew Lock in the press conference.
Now, even Melvin Gordon too.
Now,
something likes him, but
real quick, my last point was you might see teammates do it. I mean, we don't have anybody going Terrell Owens full on. That's my quarterback while he's crying. But we've already had seed receivers with Lock on the roster calling him out.
So I would just want to add this one last thing before we switch directions and probably go back into updating what's happening in the draft here. Andrew Mason, our good friend over at the DNVR, had this tweet in response, or no, he just put this out. Since 2018, 33 teams have allowed 22 points or fewer per game over a single season, okay? Just 5 of those 33 teams finished below 500. The Denver Broncos are responsible for 2 of those teams. In 2018, they allowed 21.8 points per game, and they went 6-10. And then in 2019, where they allowed 19.8 points per game and went 7-9. For most clubs, this level of defense is good enough to win with. What is the separating factor of both of those teams, 2018 and 2019? Who was playing quarterback? 2018 was Case Keenum, and Case Keenum was not necessarily all that great. 2019, you had Joe Flacco, Brandon Allen, and the start of the Drew Lock era. And no one here on this panel, and I don't even necessarily think in Broncos country in general, can say that those quarterbacks were good enough to separate and take advantage of a defense that allowed right at 20 points a game. So you can have this great defense that allows 17 points a game, but if your offense is only averaging 16, you're still losing games, guys.
It's too archaic, Lance. You're exactly right. I mean, you can't. The long gone are the days of winning those close games, right? Like 3-6. That doesn't happen anymore. The Broncos need to start averaging 27 to 30 points if they're going to be competitive, let alone win football games in 2021.
Well, especially in the AFC West when you have Patrick Mahomes and Justin Herbert. I mean, even Derek Carr, the Raiders offense, when they control the ball, they can all 3 of those teams can go out and score points at will if they want to, because our quarterback position is a lot better figured out than what the Broncos have. Plain and simple.
And there goes Stone Forsythe. Go ahead.
Yeah. going back to the draft, Stone Forsythe was the pick there for Seattle off the clock. Just going to declutter it a little bit because we've got a pretty big backlog. We did see a trio of receivers go back to back to back. Marquez Stevenson to Buffalo, adding another weapon for Josh Allen. Man, the way that they've built around Josh Allen has been outstanding. Broncos try to replicate that with Drew Lock. Haven't seen the success. Shi Smith going to Carolina. They're continuing to build around Sam Darnold. Racey McMath, a special teams guy and solid receiver option going from out of LSU going to Tennessee. Landon Young, an offensive tackle to the Saints. Jonathan Marshall, a defensive tackle I talked about earlier, and the highest ranking highest RAS score guy left with a 9.99 going to the Jets, and Stone Forsythe here to Seattle.
That's unfortunate. And now the Broncos are going to have to kind of left scrambling here. Eric, do you have your big board updated as far as the offensive tackles that are available that the Broncos could be targeting here at maybe 219 here? We've got, that was pick 208 to Seattle with Stone Forsythe. So 11 picks here. The Broncos desperately needed to go and address the right tackle position, at least for a developmental guy. So what do you have as far as your big board's concerned?
Looking at guys that I like for them. I mean, Cole Van Landen, he's my highest rated tackle left. I'm not a big fan of him for Denver. Greg Island, maybe he's got a little bit of development to going. Adrian Ely, I know that Carl asked me about him earlier. He's a guy who's a long-term starter at Oklahoma and just never really showed the proper growth, which that's a big concern for me. Guy out of UMass, though, guy that I got around to watching late, Larnell Coleman. I like his potential. I mean, this is a guy, he was mauling guys, big, powerful. He's got pretty quick feet. I mean, developmental tackle guy. I mean, out of UMass, there's an option for you.
I've got a weird one that could go undrafted. I liked Jake Curhan, the Cal tackle out the Senior Bowls, where I noticed this cat. Coaches loved him. I mean, he's big, he's tall, he's strong. He'll get dogged a little bit with his athleticism and stuff like that. But the biggest thing that made me notice him at the Senior Bowl, coaches were trying to move him all over the line. He was doing whatever they asked him to do. And when coaches start plugging and playing guys that really don't play multiple positions in college, they're testing him. They're showing that there's some interest there. I think he got his feet wet a little bit. I like Jake Curhan as a really, really dark horse candidate for offensive tackle.
I think that he's the guy that's probably more likely to be moved inside to guard. He
got a ton of guard reps at Senior Bowl, as you saw. There's
just some length concerns there, I think.
Okay.
In the shop with Willie jumping in here with a $5 super chat. If the Broncos weren't big on Drew, they would have taken Fields. I can't stand that argument. I don't have an answer for you on that one. Other than the Broncos viewed Pat Surtain as a top 5 player on their board, and Justin Fields probably a top 10. I mean, I don't know exactly how their board shook out, but at the same time, if you're sticking true to your board, and I'll give George Payton all of the credit in the world here for sticking true to his board and going and getting his best player available. If that's the draft strategy that he wants to enact in Denver, I'm all for it. However, and Nick has said this before, there has to be some sort of positional value on this as well. A franchise quarterback versus a franchise cornerback. What's the difference there? Like I brought it up with Champ Bailey. The difference is the quarterback will take you and lead you to Super Bowls so long as the offense and the defense can coalesce and have some synergy. That's another word that Nick likes to use a lot. If you have a synergistic offense and defense with quality quarterback play, it's going to take you a lot further. I don't know if it's really an opinion. It's really more fact than anything.
Drew Lock's not good at football, Willie. Okay, I'm just gonna say it. I'm just gonna say it. No one else will say it. Everyone else will say that. I'm done. I'm done pretending. Okay, he's salvageable. Maybe he'll go to another team. Drew Lock is not good at football. Okay, he's not good at football. He cannot play in the NFL right now. That's just the way it is. Maybe this offseason something's changed. Maybe there's been some marginal difference. Maybe the Mother Cabrini of the football gods opened up her book and Drew Lock magically gets it. It's not happening, Willie. I'm telling you. I like the kid, but he cannot play quarterback for this Broncos team. Period. End of story.
And that's confirmed that Luke is the chairman and CEO of the Drew Lock Hater Club.
And
oh man,
on that point of if they weren't on field, well, I mean, if they weren't in on Stafford, wait, they were. I mean, and if they weren't in on field, oh wait, they were. Ian Rappaport reported that if they didn't have confidence in getting Rodgers, it was probably going to be Fields. That's been echoed by multiple other reporters as well. They seem to be confident they're getting a better quarterback than Fields and Aaron Rodgers. If Rodgers wasn't on the table, I think I have no doubt in my mind that is Fields. Denver has flirted with all these quarterbacks. I don't get where they love him. They like him just enough to consistently look for other quarterbacks.
Yeah, and also, I don't know how much we're supposed to get out there, but more than one person has said if the quarterback then ended up going number 3 overall in this draft fell to the 6th pick, the Broncos were making a move to get up to the 6th pick for Trey Lance. So Trey Lance went 3, things change. But that's been multiple non-connected sources, including non-Bronco ones, have said that's been that was in the works. I mean, even Ben Albright, who is standing on a table for Drew Lock and we'll leave it at that. But he said that the Broncos, if a certain quarterback was within range, then maybe the Broncos would move up. Well, good boys, there's let's just not dance around it anymore. If Trey Lance fell to 6, I'm pretty confident the Broncos would have moved up for him. Let's just call it. And also, I kind of used an analogy here. It's like you're the boyfriend on your phone, sliding into all these girls' DMs, sending winky faces, tweeting and whatnot, and your girl catches like, oh, what are you doing? Oh, it's nothing. But you're looking. You're out there. You're not fully committed to that girl you're with right now. And she sees you. She catches you. Multiple girls. Doesn't work out. They're not interested in you. And then you're like, oh, no, baby. I was just talking with them. It was never really serious. I loved you the whole time. You've always been the one. Okay, sure. Right. Pay attention to what they're doing. I know that because it hasn't worked out so far, Patrick Smythe is a god at his job, and the spin is going to be incredible. And they're going to tell you, oh, Drew, we loved him the whole time. They're going to use catchwords that Smythe has written out on the notes before we even get into the press conference. We love Drew's tools. He's working really hard. He's in the facility. Okay, cool. They're looking for an upgrade. I'm sorry. Like, don't kid yourself. They are.
They wouldn't be in on all of this stuff. Sorry, Eric, go ahead. I'm sorry.
And moving on the subject out of Lock, because I mean, over the last few months, I think we've all beaten the dead horse here. I mean, according to Luke, apparently Drew Lock is that dead horse. So moving on to the conversation, the conversation a little bit. I just want to say thank you to everybody who's joining in and who's been with us for all 3 days. You guys are awesome, and I think I can speak for all of us here with saying how much we appreciate you. I mean, without you guys, like, we don't get to do this. So your guys' support enables us to do something that we all love to do, all passionate. And I mean, just touching on Lock real quick. I mean, I know we all want one thing for certain, and we just have different opinions on how that is. We want the Broncos to win Super Bowls, multiple, and we have different opinions on how we get there. So appreciate all of you guys. Appreciate Brian Greenfield coming with a $25 donation. Drop back in. Did we get any good picks? Broncos haven't picked yet, but we're coming up soon. I think we're about 10 picks away or so.
Yeah, 2 safeties today, Brian, if you've been gone. They got Caden Stearns out of Texas and Jamar Johnson out of Indiana. The Broncos needed some more defensive back depth, I guess. Rick Spielman kind of doing the puppet strings with George Payton, maybe. Who knows? But the Broncos are really going after that defensive backfield. And what we saw it was not only 2020, 2019 as well. The Broncos' defensive depth in the defensive backfield was majorly exposed, and it killed them down the stretch. Should not be an issue this year. They went hard, heavy, just like Brian Greenfield does with the Supers. We really appreciate you, Brian, with the defensive backfield picks.
I love it. That's a transition, Nick. I love it. That was hot, man. That was the hottest transition all day. Broncos country, it's time to get up. The Denver Broncos are going to be selecting here in just a little bit. I'm keeping an eye on it. What, 8 spots? Is that right, boys? Here we go. The wait is just about over. Let's roundtable it real quick. Who are the Broncos going to select at pick 219 if they stay at 219?
Real quick, I just want to get this out of the way because you have a friendly thing here. In the shop, Willie comes in with $2 donation saying, Luke, you're fired. And anytime I see you're fired, I immediately think to A Bug's Life, you're fired! No, you fired! The little bug.
I appreciate you, Willie. Here's the thing I respect about in the shop, Willie, man. Like, you stick with your opinion. Like, I'm not trying to sway you. You're not trying to sway me. We can have a friendly debate. And notice the thing about Willie is me and Willie, we're not attacking each other. We're attacking Drew Lock. I'm attacking Drew Lock. He's defending Drew Lock. But this is football, guys. It should never be personal. And no, I can't play quarterback in the NFL either, obviously, which is why I'm here. The lamest excuse I've ever heard. By the way, Drew Lock has used it, in the press conference. Same as Philip Lindsay. I mean, as good a job as Patrick Smythe does, Nick, to your credit, absolutely love Schubert and Seth, everybody over there at Broncos PR. I don't want to hear any players this year saying you guys to the media. This media is so soft compared to other franchises in the NFL, go cover a Jets press conference or be around there and see how nasty some of those New York reporters can be. Everybody in the Denver media, for the most part, gives Broncos players a ton of respect and a huge platform.
And there's a little bit of a pay to play, right? If you want access, then you better walk the line. So that's kind of what's different here. Luke and I, mile high insiders, but maybe even a little bit more mile high outsiders, because where we sit, we do not have to.
We get in trouble a little bit. I mean, everybody on the show has gotten in trouble at one point or the other.
Talking about the DeMarcus Walker stuff. I mean, it's like, I don't know if we're supposed to talk about that, but here we are.
Yeah, dude. I had Melvin Gordon's agent, DMing me last year saying, "Why can't you say anything good about Melvin?" And it's like, well, I don't know. You got a good defense with that DUI case. Can we say that? But it's just, the Broncos players, man, they have such a platform in this city. I'm excited to see who this new crop of rookies are really going to be.
Yeah, speaking of agents, I had Vic Fangio's agent reach out to me, giving me some crap once, and pissing off the head coach's agent, probably not the way to
I'm
go.
surprised he has an agent, Eric. I figured he would just negotiate his own deal and,
10 meatballs a day. I'm signing this contract. Speaking of the meatballs, George coming in here. Bills picking your guy, Eric Hamlin. The Bills have been having just one great pick after another. They didn't have the highest picks this draft class, but man, Brandon Beane, Sean McDermott, that Bills team, there might be I don't want to call them a dynasty, but there might be a new bully in the AFC East. I mean, let's just call it as it is.
Man, the Bills, I swear they just stole my board because they've taken a lot of guys I like, man. Damar Hamlin here, man, I hate the Bills. I know, Luke, you have a soft spot for them. I now hate them. I loathe them. They are the worst team in the NFL. I won't come off that.
The AFC East, Nick, you're right. Carl, what's going on with the AFC East? The Pats used to own that division. Now you see the Dolphins on the dude, Dolphins, Bills. I want to see what that's going to look like this year.
Yeah. I mean, if Tua works out and becomes a great quarterback, Miami is set up because of all their draft picks that they have, and they've been working pretty well with getting a pretty strong roster. I actually like their coach down there. I think he's done a great job of getting more out of that team than what the talent really showed. So now you add talent to that and see what he can do. But the Bills, of course, they're going to be a perennial playoff team almost every single season. They've got a great coach in McDermott as well. And now the Jets. I mean, the AFC East becoming a strong team real quick, or a strong division real quick here in the NFL. And I mean, if Mac Jones works out for the Patriots, man, that division, I can't imagine the battles that they're going to have and who's going to be able to come out on top of that. They're going to kind of eliminate each other from being that top team in the AFC, when we're talking about playoff rankings. But no, they've done a great job. Bills done a great job considering, just how close they were. I really think this draft helps raise them possibly above the Chiefs. I think Patrick Mahomes is obviously a better quarterback than Josh Allen, but I think roster-wise, Bills are better than what the Chiefs have.
So we have 6 more picks until the Broncos get on. Let's talk about some positions of need. If you guys want to have me pull up my big board, just ask me what you want me to look at, and let's talk about what Broncos.
I have some guys I want to talk about here. Somebody who's fallen down the board. He is really a niche player, but I think he could be somebody that fits this Broncos scheme given what they want, and that is Khyiris Tonga from BYU. He is a wall out there. You're talking about a guy who is a 1-tech, 0-tech, but he is so powerful. He's not gonna offer you much as a pass rusher, but you're not getting much from Mike Purcell either. So I would be interested in him personally as a 0 or 1 technique development this late in the draft. Jonathan Cooper is still out there. I like Jonathan Cooper. I think that he obviously a high recruit. He tested pretty well. Never really got everything together there for Ohio State, but a lot of talent. I also really like Tamaron Terry is an option here. I like Josh Imatorbhebhe. He's literally, it's a little bit like Donovan Peoples-Jones last year, where he's more athlete than football player, but the dude's got bunnies, and the Broncos are looking for an X receiver. So those are some names that stick out to me. Do you have any thoughts about Tonga? Eric, do you have something to say there?
Yeah, I view him completely opposite. I don't see him as a run defender. You hear looks like Tarzan, plays like Jane. That's how he is as a run defender to me. I think he's a little bit more of an interior pass rusher as a 0-1 technique. Like everybody I spoke to as well, it was concerns against the run, concerns holding up, couldn't handle dealing with double teams. even dry blocks were just pushing him away. Just could not hold up against the run. Everything I heard about that, and it lined up with what I was hearing on it. Talking about receivers as well, you mentioned Tamron Terry. I have some concerns about what happened at FSU with him leaving the team, and there's been some rumblings going about that. I'd like to present Daz Newsome. I look at him very similarly to how I viewed Darius Slayton, and I know how you like Darius Slayton as well. He's a go route guy, 9 route. That's about all he can run at this moment. But Zach Ghazzani, he's shown how he can do to develop route runners with the work he did with Cortland Sutton. He's one guy that if you're looking at receiver, I wouldn't mind him one bit.
Another player that I want to kind of talk about, and maybe he got taken and I missed it when I took my quick little lunch break there. Trill Williams, the cornerback out of Syracuse, is he still on the board? Like, quite honestly, and I know the Broncos have already addressed a lot in the secondary, but man, this is a athletic freak. A super smooth, twitchy. He's got some position versatility. He can play in the slot. He can play on the boundary. I think you could even line him up at safety if you wanted to. Again, probably not a direction that the Broncos are going to go, but this is a high value guy. I mean, there were people talking about taking him as the first Syracuse defensive back off the board, even over Ifeatu Melifonwu and Andre Sisco. So you're sitting here with Trill Williams still on the board. I mean, that's pretty sneaky. Now, I want to update some picks here. As far as I'm concerned, or at least as far as I'm aware, I know Arizona went Victor Demukage, the edge out of Duke. We've got Demetric Felton, the running back out of UCLA, and obviously Damar Hamlin. I think I missed one in there, but I'm not exactly sure where we're at here because I'm at pick 213 and Buffalo is on the board. So did Buffalo trade up again?
No, they had back-to-back picks from a.
Oh, they did.
Trade.
Okay, gotcha.
And their second pick is Richard Wildgoose.
Okay,
from Wisconsin.
Yep.
So interesting player there. That's interesting. And Eric, I agree with you with Tonga as far as he plays way too tall. Right, that's the biggest thing. So he definitely needs to work on his anchor, but I think he can two-gap pretty darn well because when he gets, and he's short-armed as well, that I have an issue with, but man, I think he has such heavy hands. He can really displace blockers. So that's the main thing.
I agree. His hands are violent, but it's just, I think you hit the nail on the head with his issues with holding up as a run defender. He just plays way too tall. And with my notes, that was the first thing that needs to be fixed, no matter what, is lowering that pad level of his.
But he does have things that you cannot teach. And given where the Broncos are, as far as the size that he possesses, just the frame, and given where the Broncos are, maybe 2 years away from needing a nose tackle, that's what this draft has been so far, right? You're looking ahead 2022, 2023 at potential needs. If you can get a potential guy who's going to be a starter the last 2 years of their rookie contract, especially this late in the draft, I think that's the way to go. He's not going to be everybody's cup of tea, but you're talking a compensatory pick in the 6th round. So you're not going to have that many guys who are that many people's cups of tea because they've been passed over 200 times. But that's the NFL draft.
I do want to say though, don't you dare slander Mike Purcell. I love that guy, and he actually did develop a little bit better in the pass rush this last year. He had a couple of sacks early in the season. Had a couple against. I think he had 2 sacks against the Steelers. I know for sure he had one. It was a blown up screenplay that he ended up getting around their center and going and taking down Ben Roethlisberger. And I think he did actually develop a little bit better. It was starting to create some push in from that zero technique. So I love Mike Purcell, especially as a run defender. He was 2 years ago, he was the highest rated run defending nose tackle in the NFL with the highest run stop percentage of any player on the defensive line at all, period. So I love me some Mike Purcell. Don't you dare slander him.
He's good, but he's also already 31 years old. He's coming off a pretty serious injury, and his contract, I think, is up in 2 years. So if you can make, and defensive lineman in general is a developmental position. You have to be a pretty freaking rare player to come into the league and be a difference maker your first season. So that's what I'm looking at right now. If you can get a guy who can project as a niche starter for what you want to run 2 years down the road, that's just the investment I would recommend making just from a long-term view.
Real quick, Carl, before you get to the super chats, I just want to say, what is it for the defensive lineman on average? Isn't it like 2.5, 3 years of development before they really hit their peak?
Same with offensive tackles as well. I know that offensive tackle was one of the longest developing positions in the NFL. Wide receivers, I think, was one of the easiest, if I'm not mistaken.
Running back is the easiest.
Running back, okay.
Tight end is another one that takes a long time, but it's typically defensive linemen and offensive tackles take the longest because the game is so different. You're going up against undrafted guys versus these NFL guys who have been in weight rooms that are just the freak of freaks. Not many people have the body types and the actual athletic ability, so it's a developmental position. I mean, we even saw it. We love this room loves Draymond Jones. A lot of big Draymond Jones fans in here. Took him 2.5, 3 years to really get going. McTelvin Ajim, we didn't see him last year. He was the 95th overall pick. Like, let's not bury him yet. We'll see what happens. Obviously, he could still end up being a Adam Gotsis, DeMarcus Walker, where he doesn't take that step. But rookie year, non-first round, not non-top 10 interior defensive lineman, you got to be thinking the last 2 years of their rookie contract. That's just how it is.
Last thing before Carl, but also the depth of that defensive line. Shelby Harris, Jarrell Casey, even though he didn't play very much. Deshaun Williams really shined. Mike Purcell took a lot of time there early. Obviously Draymond Jones. So where was he actually going to slide in, especially early in the season? We saw him a little bit towards the latter half, but at the same time, there was not necessarily a role for him with the starters and the depth players above him. So yeah, give him some time. I agree with that. Carl, what do you got?
All right, so we got some supers here before we get to the pick. In the shop with Willie coming in here. Luke, you're fired, and Luke's gone, so he is fired. We got Brian Greenfield coming in here with a great question. Thank you for the super chat. Do any of you guys have any concerns with our top picks, Surtain, of course, Williams there at the running back position, and our number 3 picks? Do you guys have any concerns with them?
No, I mean, not really.
Schematically speaking, with Pat Surtain, that's the hardest thing. But again, like I've maintained on this entire time, the entire draft process is if Vic Fangio signs off on him as far as the scheme fit, I'm all about it. Like he's a high quality coverage defender, so why not? I mean and also the Justin Fields deal, but that's probably the only concern I have there. Javonte Williams. I don't know. As Nick just got done saying, running back is the easiest to translate from college to the NFL, but does he maintain that vision behind this offensive line and going into this Pat Shurmur scheme? Miners, the only concern there is just the depth of the offensive line on the interior that the Broncos already have, and then Baron Browning, the processing. So those are the main concerns for everyone, but I think that you can work around all that.
And just real quick, I mean, I was big on touching on the Surtain and the scheme fit aspect of it. I don't see the hip fluidity, the short area agility to really work in the off scheme match quarters type of this is. But I don't speak for the Broncos. They clearly see something else. So I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt with it. And real quick, just since I made the joke earlier, so the Patriots, they won't be able to replace Bledsoe with Brady because Brady Breeze to the Titans.
There you go. Oh. All right. Well, in the shop with Willie coming in with another super chat here. LOL. I do love you though, Luke. You're just wrong.
You know, first time.
Yeah. And that's the thing. I think a lot of people kind of take this as, it's not complete hate on Locke. It's just, we just don't see it happening. If it happens, all of us on these shows will sit here and say, we were wrong. And I'm so glad that I am wrong. That's just the thing. I hope I'm wrong. I really do. But just wanted to get that one up there. And then I'm trying to see what else we got before the Broncos get a pick in.
We had the question here from Jesse Edrick. Did you get that one? Really want Cade Johnson. Cade Johnson dominated the Senior Bowl one-on-ones. Thoughts? Well, guys, it's my chance here. Cade Johnson's younger brother committed to the University of Iowa. Go Hawks. All right, Cade Johnson dominated one-on-ones. Let's go, Carl. Actually, I want to hear from you. You are the wide receiver guy, Cade Johnson, and then maybe hear from Luke as well, since this is a Senior Bowl guy and Luke was our boots on the ground. Carl, I think you're muted, buddy. I don't hear you. Oh,
am I there now? Sorry.
You are there now. Yes.
I'm very liberal with my mute button. You guys know that.
It's good to hear.
But yeah, Cade Johnson, I'm trying to remember. Oh, the South Dakota State guy. That's right. Highly productive. I mean, very, very highly productive there in college. And it's going to take a little bit of time. He is on the smaller size, and so probably going to be a slot guy coming into the NFL. But he's tough. He does win some combat catches, which is really nice for a slot receiver who's going to be going into traffic. I think sometimes we look at slot receivers as these guys that have to be those quick-footed, get open in a hurry, which is great, but sometimes they got to be willing to go take a hit and make a big-time catch. I think he's one of those guys that can be one of those. He needs to work on some route running, though. South Dakota State, he wasn't asked to do it as much as he would like. He could get open just because he's a better athlete, a better player than everybody else on the field. But if he works on that, I think he could really be a pretty decent player come in here in the NFL.
Yeah, quick shout out to South Dakota State for having the best team name in all of college football, the Jackrabbits. Love it. Absolutely love it. All right, so we got some picks coming in here really fast. Sorry, Eric, go ahead.
And I just want to talk on Cade Johnson. I think that if you take him early on, you're looking at him to fill a very niche role, and I think it would be safe to say goodbye, Deontay Spencer.
Okay. A couple picks coming in here. I missed the Green Bay picks. Can somebody update that at 214?
Cole Van Lanen.
Cole Van Lanen. Okay, thank you. I do remember seeing that. Then obviously Brady Breeze to the Tennessee Titans, the safety out of Oregon. And then Pittsburgh coming in here and taking another edge defender off of the board in Quincy Roche, the transfer from Temple that played at Miami this last year. Some size concerns there, like the length, like the quickness and stuff like that. But he doesn't hold up well in the running game because he plays about 235 on the edge, and that's not going to hold up at the NFL level.
And Khalil Herbert just went off the board to the Bears.
Wow.
Oh.
Hey, there you go. There you go. I
Chicago,
like
man.
that pick. I like that pick for Chicago. I really do.
Speaking of Chicago, do you guys want to hear the craziest take that I heard when I was away? And I'm not a Justin Fields guy. I went off. I yelled at everybody about how bad Drew Lock is. I heard something that I can't get over. I'm not going to say where I heard it. It's everyone will hear. Denver media. One Denver media radio host referred to Justin Fields, and I can't even believe I'm going to repeat it, as a franchise killer. And I am shaking my head. You can not like Justin Fields like me, but don't be that guy that's just going to hot take everything and say that this kid doesn't even have a chance with the Chicago Bears. The Chicago Bears are putting together a good team. Khalil Herbert is one of my favorite running backs. This is a cat that has tree trunks for legs. He loves contact. He can run. He can catch. He put on a performance, an absolute clinic at the Senior Bowl, and he's a good pass protection running back as well. Eric, I know you liked Khalil Herbert. Speak a little bit about the Virginia Tech running back.
I mean, if you want to add weapons around him, like there you go. He's a guy who can do a little bit of everything for you. Going to be a nice compliment to David Montgomery, who he's coming off a bad injury, isn't he? Was that this year or was it last year that he had that bad?
I think it was this year.
I can't remember, but I mean, he's a good fit for what they want to do on offense. Just another playmaker. Adding him with Tariq Cohen, is he still there? I'm not very familiar with the Bears roster.
I think he's still there in Chicago. Mm-hmm.
And adding him to that group of running backs for Matt Nagy's system, you gotta love it. And they're doing what they can. They're doing the right thing around Justin Fields. Maybe he ends up being a franchise killer. That's a bit of bad take from my opinion. But they're doing what they can to make sure that he isn't a franchise killer.
Yeah, we won't know until we know, right? Anybody who talks in absolutes, right? That's the way of the Sith, I think is what the word like or whatever. I'm not as big of a Star Wars guy. Some others
that was
in
perfect,
here,
Nick. I love it. I'm a huge Star Wars. Anybody else Star Wars nerds here? I mean, I absolutely
no,
love
not
it.
at all. Not at all.
Eric's about to bust out his lightsaber. And I don't mean that as a phallic reference. But we had enough of those yesterday. Chad and Eric are big Star Wars nerds.
Here we go, Broncos, right? Here we go, Broncos. They are officially on the clock. Sam Ehlinger, quarterback, Texas, goes to the Colts. Who cares? The Broncos are on the clock. What's everybody think here? Obviously, offensive line, defensive line, wide receiver, linebacker. Where we at?
Man, I'm still looking at Trill Williams and Ardarius Washington. It's two highly rated players, and I know again that the Broncos have already done a lot as far as bolstering this secondary. But man, that's a lot of value there. Kerry Vincent Jr. from LSU as well. Marvin Wilson from Florida State, as far as interior defensive lineman is concerned. Patrick Johnson, the edge out of Tulane here. If the Broncos are trying to look for an edge, I like that a lot as well. What do you guys think?
Well, I think Patrick Johnson is probably more off ball in the NFL.
Okay.
Yeah, I could maybe see another defensive back here. True Williams would be my highest rated player. I think he's a great scheme fit. He played nickel. He can play boundary. He can play safety. It seems over the top.
It's a wide receiver, Nick. I think you mentioned him, Seth Williams out of Auburn.
There you go.
Seth Williams. All right. He put J.C. Horn on the map with that Auburn game, but Broncos were looking for an X receiver that can do some stuff down the field. He had some good plays there at Auburn. He was very much held back by terrible quarterback play. So, no comment there. I don't want to. We've already had enough Drew Lock conversation today, but Seth Williams, Carl, I know that you're the wide receiver guy in here. You have some thoughts on Seth Williams. He's typically not your type.
He's not, but I like him for what the Broncos need. Like I said, if you're looking at possibly trading Tim Patrick, if you're looking for a guy that can back up Courtland Sutton, this is your guy. He's got size, he's got power, just needs to work on some route running because he's not great at it. But I think he's more athletic than people give him credit for. And he's just got to become a better route runner, which, hey, that's exactly what we said about Courtland Sutton when he came into the NFL. And he improved that. So he's got a great mentor to go teach him how to go do these things. So big, strong, great hands, and can go make those big catches in the red zone. I like this pick.
And you mentioned his route running, Zach Kazani. I love what he did with Courtland Sutton. I mentioned that earlier. I think he's the right coach for it. And I got to say, just pound my chest a little bit. Man, I talked about wide receiver day 3 so many times over the last few months and got so much hate. We don't need a wide receiver. Apparently, the Broncos disagree.
Well, I brought it up several times at number 9 overall. I mean, take a look at, Jalen Waddle, Javonte Smith, if Jamar Chase fell, I was comfortable taking any one of those 3 guys at number 9, even though the Broncos didn't necessarily need something. Now, back to Seth Williams here. One thing that I do want to say about him is he's incredibly boomer bust. He makes the difficult things look easy, but sometimes he makes the easy things look incredibly difficult. He has decent hands, but there are some critical drop issues that he had. And Bo Nix, let's make Bo Nix not a thing anymore. He's not a quarterback. Let's just be real here. But and the ball placement issues there. But there are times when when Seth Williams is in the red zone and he's making these spectacular catches, but he'll drop the easy pass over the middle of the field on some certain times, and he's not necessarily very explosive after the catch, in my opinion. I don't know if I'm right on that, but that's just my opinion. He's not a guy that's going to break a whole bunch of tackles. He goes down on first contact a lot. So
I wouldn't say he goes down on first contact a lot, but he'll break tackles, but he's not explosive after the catch.
Right.
He's not a dynamic playmaker after the catch.
Yeah.
It's very similar to Tim Patrick and Courtland Sutton in those regards. He'll break those soft tackles and just pick up an extra couple chunks of yards until that second defender gets there.
Right. And he's tough to bring down. I mean, that's another part of his game where he's falling forward for those extra 2-3 yards. And so it's not going to be, he's going to take one for 80 yards for a touchdown, but he's going to do enough. And like I said, for Tim Patrick, this is the replacement that you need. This is that same kind of player. Maybe not quite as great straight line speed as Tim Patrick, but I think he's got some other things that Tim Patrick didn't have when he came into the NFL. So like I said, I like this pick. I'd been eyeing him for a while. I said earlier when they were asking, like, what kind of wide receiver do we need? This is the player I was thinking in my head as I was describing it, Seth Williams.
Yeah, 6'3", 211, ran 4.49. So there is some long speed to him as well. He's not a burner to take the top off of the defense, but he can stretch the field vertically as that X receiver. I like the pick too.
Yeah, for me, I think he plays a little bit high. Obviously, he is 6'3", but you still got to get down a little bit. And because he plays so high, it really hurts his ability to do stuff, sinking his hips, making cuts, etc. Like, it's kind of like, it's not like the same thing as DK Metcalf, but it's that kind of guy where because he plays so high and that the momentum farther from the ground, it means that he just doesn't cut on a dime. You see that in his intermediate and short routes. He doesn't create much space there, but he's a physical guy. He can do some stuff down the field. When the ball is accurate, he can play above the rim. I don't think he's scared to make some plays in congested areas of the field as well. He played X for Auburn, but he also, because they play spread, did some slot work as well. This is a guy where you're developing him and you're saying you're going to probably contend for a Tim Patrick spot a year from now. I think that's just right now we're knocking out needs. And if he doesn't work there, you're talking about a late 6th round pick. That's fine, but that's the ideal path for success for him. He is the guy who probably takes over Tim Patrick. Doesn't have to be better than Tim Patrick. Tim Patrick's been a pretty good receiver, but you probably can't pay Tim Patrick and Courtland Sutton. Just the reality of a salary cap league. All
right, well, let's get to Eric Ortegon here coming in with a super chat. I want to get to these before we lose them because I know the chat's going crazy. Nah, man, that was a complete lock. Slept with my wife. Hate from Cecil. And we got Run NASCAR 3D coming in here with another great super chat. Can't we play Pat Surtain in the role that Prince Amukamara played? He played press while Kyle Fuller played off. Nick, I know you've talked a lot about this. And that kind of role, that kind of I know we've always talked about the quarters defense, but when he was there with the Bears, he was willing to change up a little bit of what he did there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think Vic Fangio, being as in the league as long as he has changed exactly what he's looking for and been somebody who can adapt to what the league is asking for. So I also think Surtain, the off coverage, maybe you do want him to play more press, but I think he is smart enough and in control enough, especially to be a part of the back seven, a unit where he's not going to get himself out of position and he's going to play it safer, where I don't think you're going to see him you maybe don't see the click and close down the field, but I don't think you're going to see him get beat too badly deep, especially in a match quarters defense where it's about the sum of the parts rather than a guy on an island.
And I talked about his hips and them seeming a little bit tight, not having that fluidity. One thing that can really help cover that with playing off is footwork, and his footwork is some of the best I've ever seen.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
That's going to carry him a long way with playing off.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you on that. The one thing that really does concern me is that off coverage and his hip fluidity. And yeah, you're right with the footwork and everything like that. But get him against elite NFL style receivers. Jamar Chase took him to town in that LSU game in 2019. Especially when he was playing off. There were multiple times where he was in that off cover 3, and that could be him passing off responsibility to the linebacker over the middle of the field. But there were times where Jamar Chase, especially towards the end of the game, would run deep over routes or like slant routes and stuff like that, crossing routes. And Surtain was so late to click and close and come back vertically, he ended up giving up like an extra 5 or 6 yards after the catch before first contact was even made. So that is a big concern with me. However, I mean, if Vic Fangio thinks that you can cover that and cover the deep speed issues that he has with this match quarters defense and Justin Simmons roaming the back end, I mean, it's a home run. And I actually think that's a good point from Run NASCAR to have him play press while Kyle Fuller plays off. I didn't think about that, but that's a very good point.
And again, Vic Fangio has what he wants to do, but the best coaches in this league figure out what their best players can do and puts them in a spot to maximize that. And Vic Fangio can be adaptive and flexible. I know that we got Luke in here. You talk about Drew Lock hater. I also got a Vic Fangio hater in the house. Luke, you're a happy guy mostly. What's going on? Are you? No, I'm just kidding. Seth Williams, did you just talk with him? What's going on there? How you feeling? Another SEC player coming to the Broncos. Oh, he's waiting.
Okay, we'll get to this super chat first before we get him in here. Boogeyman Ariste coming in here with an LFG. Let's freaking go. Yeah. Just adding more and more pieces to this team and adding to the depth. That's something that we talked about before the draft was the Broncos didn't have the greatest depth. 1 through 22 looked pretty strong, but beyond them, it was just a lot of question marks. So that's one thing I love about this draft is it has done a great job filling out this roster.
And we've talked about it. Deshaun Hamilton potentially on his way out. I think if he's not traded, and Luke highlighted earlier about who really wants him, and I agree with, not sure who will take him, but I don't think he makes it far into training camp before being released. Well, here you go. You have a guy to add that depth replacement there for Hamilton. And then after this year, when Tim Patrick's an unrestricted free agent, I don't think you can financially afford to keep both him and Cortland Sutton. And here you go. You have your Tim Patrick replacement.
Yeah, that's the Tim Patrick replacement. This move tells me that Tim Patrick is probably on his way to Green Bay, right? If you're the Packers, why wouldn't you want Tim Patrick? Looking at this Seth Williams kid, man, watching some of his highlights right now, absolutely amazing. 75.8% of his catches went from a tutty on first down, says my guy Cecil Lammy from the Fan. This kid's a playmaker. I heard Carl talking about him a little bit when I was in the green room, and it sounds like, Carl, you're absolutely giddy.
Yeah, I like this player. It's sad. The one game that is highlighted of his career is when he went against J.C. Horn because J.C. Horn did so well. But part of the reason people want to highlight that game is they're going, he went against a great player and did well. And so that's part of it is Seth Williams. I think if you got him a good quarterback, he would have really dominated college football. He just didn't have a great quarterback that could take advantage of his skill set. He did have to do a lot of the leaping up and making the tough catches, and just there wasn't a lot of opportunities for the big plays after the catch kind of thing because they just weren't on target. And
you anticipate him to be a punt return or a kick return specialist as well? And sorry to interrupt you real quick, Carl, but I'm just kind of curious because doesn't he have some of that aspect to his game as well?
I don't think he will. No? He doesn't have the short area quickness that you like. He doesn't have the long speed either to kind of be in that kind of position. Maybe as the hands guy that you want to go back there and make the catch when they're coming at you. But otherwise, I'd say, and I think early on in his career, he could be on special teams as a gunner, those kind of things, because he's big, he's strong, he's not afraid of contact, all those kind of things. So if anything else, again, the Broncos have added to their special teams unit. That's the big thing. They've done a great job of really filling out all of those positions, because wide receiver, safety, linebacker, those are the positions that you see a lot of times on special teams. And the Broncos, that's what they've went after here in the late rounds.
Yeah, and I just want to throw this out there. We got a long snapper, gentlemen. The Carolina Panthers take Thomas Fletcher, the long snapper, out of Alabama. This is a guy, he handles balls very well, and that's about all I know.
Well, and I think that's a guy Matt Miller was saying watch out for today, which was weird. I think looking on Twitter.
He seemed to be just from things like, I don't actually spend time watching specialists. I just don't know enough about that aspect of it. And he seemed to be the consensus top long snapper.
No, and let's take the audience a quick behind the scenes for football practice in the NFL, at college, any level of scouting, really, even in high school for any of you beat writers. When special teams is going on, that's when I'm tweeting and taking notes. That's when I'm trying to catch up on getting pictures. That's when I'm trying to catch up on all my little intricacies and busyness throughout the day. I don't really care to watch special teams. And then when you start watching some of these scouts and you start watching some of these coaches, that's what happens, to be quite honest with you. So, I believe, Carl, if this guy doesn't have special teams to his game, that's fine. I'm more than willing to stack that wide receiver room, because, Lance, you brought up Tyree Cleveland earlier. That's not a name that Broncos country should forget. Could Tyree Cleveland be on the move as just one of those supplemental pieces? That'd be a tough one to give up, because I feel like his career barely got started here in Denver. I'd hate to see him finish somewhere else, but if that meant getting the reigning MVP, okay.
Man, I don't know about that. I like Tyree Cleveland out of the University of Florida, and like I said earlier, he shows the ability to stretch the field and the seam out of the slot. He can play the Z receiver as well, move him around the formation just a little bit. And also the special teams versatility. He was a high quality special teams player at Florida, a kick returner, punt returner as well. And he showed that ability for the Denver Broncos as well, playing on their special teams unit. And that's the theme of this second half of this draft for the Broncos, is bolstering the depth and bolstering up that special teams unit. And if you're going to get rid of one of arguably the better special teams players that the Broncos had last year in Tyree Cleveland, that's not a move that I'm necessarily okay with, especially if Seth Williams doesn't have that ability. But with the wide receiver depth above Tyree Cleveland, if Seth Williams is a guy that they want to bring in as far as putting Cortland Sutton on one side, Seth Williams on the other side, Noah Fant in the middle of that, Albert Okwuegbunam, how do you defend that in the red zone? Good gracious sakes alive.
Carl, real quick, I wanted to just throw this out here since we're talking about social media. I'm following Jonathan Cooper on social media, and from Ohio State edge rusher, and he says, okay, I'll remember 2 minutes ago. Is this in reference to the Panthers, the Cardinals? Where was Cooper thinking he was going to go?
Well, I think he's probably planning on just going a lot higher than right now. I think he planned on already being a draft pick. There's a couple other guys I've seen that have said the exact same thing on social media. So I think it's just them saying, yeah, I'll remember. This is going to be that chip on my shoulder that I remind everybody I was that 6th or 7th round pick or undrafted guy that you all passed on. And here we are. Tom Brady still talks about that. He has the quarterbacks that went ahead of him memorized. So everybody remembers when he starts talking about it. Hey, all these guys, you thought they were going to be better than me. Nope. This is not how this went. So I think you see that a lot. Every year you see that. And then every once in a while you have one of those players emerge and they bring up these old tweets and say, look, I told you. And then you got a lot of others who are sitting there deleting their account going, please don't look that back up.
And bringing it back to Broncos a little bit, talking about chips on their shoulders. How many times covering the team with Chris Harris here did we hear him talk about having a chip on his shoulder from going undrafted? Almost seemed like every time he had a press conference or was talking to media, he would always mention this chip on his shoulder, especially early on.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he was out to prove himself. I like Jonathan Cooper. I mean, at this point, I would like to see Denver pick him up, especially with that chip on his shoulder.
Yeah, something to go back to Chris Harris Jr. just a little bit. That chip on his shoulder maintained throughout the majority of his Broncos career because he was one of the best coverage corners in the NFL, especially in the slot, and no one would ever put any respect on his name. Like, seriously, everyone always rated like Patrick Peterson or give me another one, Marlon Humphrey, or just name another quality coverage corner, Xavier Rhodes, for example. They'd always rate them above Chris Harris Jr., Aqib Talib as well. And he never got that respect, so he always played with that chip on his shoulder. And if Jonathan Cooper has that and he's willing to come in and come to work, I'm all about it. I really am. I like that idea.
One of my favorite Chris Harris Jr. things, despite having that chip on the shoulder that made him an NFL career. I mean, there's very few guys that, can not take that so personally that it destroys their soul and who they are. Chris Harris Jr., I mean, hats off to him. But one thing CHJ always did at so many different points in his career, and he still does it out there with the Chargers, that look behind to his safety. Where are you at? Still kind of makes me giggle every once in a while, but no, CHJ and the Broncos, you guys have said it for the past 3 days, the undrafted elements and that constant tradition of an undrafted player making this roster is something that's very special, and you can tell that the fans definitely prioritize that tradition as well.
Hey, real quick, Seth Williams, when they asked him who he patterns his game after, he said DK Metcalf. And can you guess who the other wide receiver is?
Jimmy
Courtland
Pats.
Sutton. Courtland Sutton.
I can guess because I saw the tweet.
Devontae Adams.
Mm.
And
okay.
just
Enjoy.
that little connection there to Aaron Rodgers. I mean, he's got that big body, got the strong hands there. He's got a long ways to go before he's Devontae Adams, that's for sure. But no, I think, again, just another good player for the Broncos. Strong player that I think is going to be productive in certain ways. I mean, you can use him early on, especially like you said, the red zone. That's a great place for him to be able to shine early on, and then you can kind of develop his game as he goes.
Well, and speaking of CHJ, real quick, as we're talking about the good old tweeter machine, CHJ just tweeted out 1 minute ago. Congratulations, little bro. Kid been training with me. Y'all will love him. In response to the Denver Broncos drafting Auburn wide receiver Seth Williams. CHJ thinks the Broncos got a good one. That's got to make Broncos country feel good.
I want to take just a second here really fast. We have one last super chat. I don't want to lose this from Boogeyman reacting to the Broncos taking Seth Williams, a $2 super chat here. Let's freaking go. We'll keep it PG just for a second. And while I'm at it, want to do a quick station identification. Shout out to the chat, everybody. Obviously, James Campbell, Dom Jaramillo jumping in here on Facebook, Bronco Fan 99 as well. We got Andrew Switzer in the house, Luke Fenian here, Mark Anthony as well, Kane Dawson. Thank you guys for continuing to stick with us on our live draft coverage on the Mile High Huddle round table, live draft coverage. 492 eyes still on us. So we've got a great audience here. Again, guys, my name is Lance Sanderson. Joining me as always, Erick Trickel, my good friend and colleague, Mile High Huddle senior NFL draft analyst, Luke Patterson above me up here, and then Carl Dumler over this way. You guys find us on Twitter. Find me at Sanderson MHH, for Eric at Erick Trickel, for Luke at Luke Patterson LP, Carl at Carl Dumler MHH, and when Nick gets back in here from his recent bathroom break, at Nick Kendell MHH. Guys, while you're at it, follow at Mile High Huddle for instant news and analysis, and everything that drops at milehighhuddle.com on your Denver Broncos from your favorite personalities like all five of us, Chad and Zach as well. Guys, if you're financially able to do so, head on over to huddleuppod.com. Get yourself a hat and a t-shirt, anything that suits your fancy, milehighhuddle or huddleuppod.com. And then last thing, and the most important thing, as we are still rolling here 5.5 hours deep on this, wherever you guys are watching this and following along with us, subscribe wherever you guys are watching, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, it doesn't matter. Subscribe to Mile High Huddle, like every video you guys see, and if you love it, share it and get it out in front of as many Broncos fans as humanly possible. Sorry for that. Just want to make a quick station identification here. I have not seen the Washington football team pick here at 225, but to get us back here just a little bit, the Philadelphia Eagles took Jacoby Stevens at number 224, and the Arizona Cardinals taking one of Nick Kendall's guys in Tay Gowan, the cornerback from UCF. So where do we stand right now, guys? How are we feeling? It's 5.5 hours. This is a long time, man.
I'm feeling good, man. And one of the reasons I'm feeling good, Lance, is because Ryan O'Halloran of the Denver Post, friend of the show, also threw out a quick tweet saying new Broncos wide receiver Seth Williams on facing cornerback Pat Surtain II in college. Quote, just a big physical corner out there. He likes to get hands on you. He can run. And he has a big body too. So you're seeing some college players that have mixed it up a little bit with Seth Williams and Patrick Surtain. I can't wait to see Patrick Surtain and Jerry Jeudy get after it a little bit as well. Just put yourself in Pat Surtain's shoes for just a second. Can you imagine being a defensive back at the University of Alabama in practice? I mean, that sounds like a nightmare. I don't know if those guys are just the best athletes in the world for defensive backs, but I would have ulcers in my stomach. I would be a nervous wreck. I don't know how these defensive backs can make it through a single practice with all these weapons, these Heisman Trophy winners, these best wide receivers since Jerry Rice came out. I mean, it's insane to think about.
It's crazy. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I mean, your best competition is going to be in practice. So you get to games on Saturday. You're like, oh man, this is cake. This is easy. And you like the fact that is your matchup day in, day out. You get to go against the best of the best. The guys are going to go in the first round. And if you can hold up against them, you can hold up against anyone. And so, I think that probably helps Patrick Surtain. I love the fact that he did step in as a freshman in Alabama and start. That's one of the biggest things for me that is just like that stamp of approval. If this guy can go in there to that defense and play at that kind of level, even as a freshman, you got to know that guy's going to make it in the NFL.
Mm-hmm. I want to say something to his character here really fast. And you said, imagine being the guy that's going into Alabama to go against all those wide receivers. Imagine the guy right now coming into Denver, this quarterback starved city, and the way that everything has been reacting with them passing on Justin Fields and taking Surtain at number 9 overall. What do you think he's feeling right now? Do you think that he's feeling a little bit dejected? Do you think that he's like, you know what? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me. I'm the guy that they took. I'm the one that they really wanted. Is that going to be kind of a chip on his shoulder there just a little bit? Because everyone's like, well, they had the quarterback, and the quarterback's the most valuable position. I've been one of those guys, so does he hear that outside criticism of the organization and take that to heart? Or does he does he get discouraged by it that, this city doesn't want him around?
No, I think that when they called him, I think what they said is, hey, ignore all the talk about Justin Fields. We're getting Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, no, that's okay. No, I mean, seriously, that's, we chuckle, but those things happen. There's a human element to this, guys. And Lance, to your credit, I think bringing up that human element is very, very important. Just like I'm willing to roast the guy that says Justin Fields is a franchise killer, I'm going to roast the guy that says Patrick Surtain's a trash pick. That no. It's okay if you don't agree with it, but don't call this young man trash. Lance, this guy grew up in an NFL locker room. Since the age of 5, he's been molded to be an NFL player. My guy Cecil and Nick Ferguson had his pops on a few months ago on their show, and to listen to his dad gloat about his son, but critique his son as well, saying, look, he's not a finished product. He's got a lot of work to do. Just getting to the league isn't good enough. I think that this young man understands his why, which is one of the biggest things that rookies need in the NFL. He's a consummate professional even before he walks through those doors. Yeah, he's got a little bit of a chip on his shoulder, but this outside noise, it ain't nothing for Pat Surtain.
I think that's a really good point. As far as being in an NFL locker room and understanding the dynamic, and maybe honestly growing up in that and growing up in the age of social media and where we're at right now, it's probably not nearly the outside criticism that you hear when you're growing up in the locker room in the 90s and early 2000s. So he's hearing a lot of outside noise, but really that's all it is noise. Like you can hate passing on Justin Fields, but also in the same breath say that Pat Surtain was a hell of a pick for the Broncos, and I'm going to maintain that, especially if the Broncos get Aaron Rodgers, because Like I've said it multiple times, you slide him into this roster, and it's 100% legit. I'm Super Bowl contenders, straight up.
Eric, go ahead and break my heart.
On Thomas Graham going to the Bears.
Yeah, dude, I like this kid. I do. It doesn't kill me that he didn't go to Denver. It really doesn't. I mean, it's a long shot that the Broncos would have taken another corner. They've put a huge emphasis on defensive back. We just talked about Pastor Tan for 5-10 minutes. I hope this young man has a good career. He's got his work cut out for him in that division, and I'm hoping for the best for Thomas Graham.
Who did the Kansas City Chiefs take at 226? I must have missed that. Trey Smith. Okay. Oh, that just came up on my side. Sorry about that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 6'6", 330 pounds. The Chiefs keep building that line.
Yep. I was going to say the Chiefs just continue to go and build that offensive line. Joe Tooney in free agency, Kyle Long. Obviously, that's the wild card here is Kyle Long, because quite honestly, he's been out of football for 2 years. And even then, he had some injury concerns. He was playing at a high level, but still, Carl, I think you got something to say about this on Kyle Long.
Well, I think he's probably going to be more of a rotational backup. I don't think he's going to be there. I don't think he's going to be the starter at right tackle for him. You know, they're getting the doctor back to come and play that position. And so I think he's going to get the starting position. You just drafted your center in Creed Humphrey. Mm-hmm. So you got Thuney. And so I just don't see a place where Kyle Long is going to be the starter, and which is fine. I mean, he's a great backup to have. He's got plenty of starting experience. It's not going to be too big for him to come in and have to start if that's the case. But yeah, I just think that's more of a depth piece than a true starter. And Trey Smith as well. Now he's going to be more of that starter, hopefully build to something bigger. Well, I don't hope he does, but that's kind of their thought process, that he can develop and have a year to really kind of learn the system.
I want to bounce this off you really quick. What do you think about bouncing Laurent Duvernay-Tardif out to the right tackle position? He's done it before. Is that a good idea to insert Kyle Long to get the best 5 on the field, or is LDT starting at right guard?
I wouldn't do it.
Yeah, when he went out there, it was not pretty.
It wasn't pretty, but he still has the ability to do it, at least as of right now. And they still don't have a right tackle though.
Doing it doesn't mean you have the ability to do it.
Right.
Here we go. Vic Fangio answered this question for us last night when he was asked about Dalton Reisner possibly playing tackle. I think it was BK that asked him that. And I'm like, BK, what are you doing? He's like, yeah, look, Dalton Reisner, he was our emergency 5th string tackle last year. Like, we can move him around. We know he can do it. And, you know, in the back of our mind, it's there. But yeah, it's tough when you start moving around guards and tackles. Guards and centers a little bit easier. It's something I'm always talking to my guy Big O about, you know, like, dude, from right to left, the guard, and they still haven't been able to fix the right tackle position since my guy played. It's tough. It's really, really tough. But my quick question was, how upset is Mr. Long for finally leaving? You know, you retire from an awful Chicago team and now you see what they're doing.
Yeah, it's a real possibility. I'd say with the Chiefs, you also have to remember they did draft a tackle last year, Niang. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I'm sure that they want to figure out if they've got something in him.
Right. I forgot. TCU, right?
Yep.
So I'm sure they want to see what's going on there. And they still have the option of bringing back Schwartz. So I don't think their right tackle position needs to have guys kind of rotate around to try to get the best 5. I think there's some other options. Keep that other guy at right guard. Make sure that he gets his chance to go out there and perform at his best position. And instead of making 2 weaknesses, you have 1 strength and a question mark.
Well, and they did obviously just trade for Orlando Brown too, so he's going to be their starting left tackle from the sound of it, and he played pretty well in replacement for Ronnie Stanley over the season, which is surprising to me, because at Oklahoma there were a lot of interesting concerns about his not only his character, because he definitely wanted to stay at left tackle and not wanting to make that move, which is why the Ravens essentially moved on from him in the first place, because he wanted to play left tackle and be paid like a left tackle, but athleticism concerns. He came in at like 350 pounds. He wasn't the best mover by any stretch of the imagination. Eric, I want your opinion on this. It's a great question here. Is that an advantage for the Broncos with Bradley Chubb coming off the left end with the speed and the speed to power that he has going against Orlando Brown at left tackle?
It definitely can be. I mean, watching what Orlando Brown did at left tackle for the Ravens, is very different from what he's going to be doing at left tackle for the Chiefs. So you can't compare what he did for the Ravens to what he's bringing to them. It just doesn't work that way because the quarterbacks are so different. I think that it's going to be very interesting a matchup to watch because Orlando Brown, big, powerful guy. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of back and forth here. I think they're both going to get their wins. They're both just the way that they both work, their pros, their cons. It's just such a good matchup right there between the two.
Yeah. All right. Hey, let's get to this super chat because Broncos are coming up here pretty soon. As we have Richard Beisencoder. I hope I said that right. If I didn't, I really do apologize. But thank you for the super chat. Great draft so far. What do you expect for round 7? I'll start this off. Look at the positions that help on special teams. I know they've already taken 2 safeties, but you still got cornerback that I think you could add to the depth there. Maybe tight end. I know most tight ends are gone, but that is another position that likes to help out on special teams. Any other spots? Linebacker could be another that I think you could add to.
We're in Buckeye love right now, talking about Jonathan Cooper. Let's talk about my guy, Justin Hilliard. He's a guy that I've been talking with since this draft process started. I sent him a text last night saying, hey, man, good luck. I think tomorrow's going to be a cool day for you. Not because I have any inside information, but because I think he's a quality prospect. Now, he does have some injuries that are going to go against him, plain and simple. Uh-oh, we got news? Call it.
I actually have the Las Vegas Raiders coming in here with a sneaky pick for their offensive line, and Jimmy Morrissey, the center from Pittsburgh.
Their first good pick all draft. No, the Raiders got themselves a good pick here. I like the move. We like to make fun of the Raiders, but I think this is probably the only draft pick I could say I really like for Las Vegas so far.
I don't know. Trevon Merrick is a pretty damn good pick, in my opinion. The single high safety in that cover 3 defense that Gus Bradley's bringing, I like that.
What about that injury I read about? I wanted to ask you about that, Lance. Did you see a tweet out there? There was like talking about Trevon today, and it was talking about how scouts noticed a little piece of tape somewhere on his body that was hiding some sort of undisclosed injury, and they were thinking that was one of the reasons he dropped. I don't know if anybody else saw that.
No, I have not seen that yet. And
let me see if I can dig that up. Yeah, let me see if I can dig that up because I wanted to pick your brain on it. Yeah, I'm sorry I don't have a lot of context. That's kind of sloppy on my end.
Oh, it's all right. I mean, we're doing this live and trying to fight through, several different internet connections and remembering little bits and pieces of information that we've absorbed. Well, not little bits, but a lot of information that we've absorbed over almost 15 consecutive hours of live streaming over the last 3 days, guys. Like we're doing the best that we can. So Luke, I'll forgive you for that one. Eric, speak on Jimmy Morrissey just a little bit in the fit with the Las Vegas Raiders, if you can, please.
I mean, he's smart. They need a replacement for James or Hudson. Whatever his name is.
Rodney Hudson.
Rodney Hudson. They need a replacement for him, and Morrissey, he's a solid fit for what they want. He's kind of mean. He has that attitude for it. I'm just super down and pouting because the AFC West now has sniped 2 of my guys. Larnell Coleman going to the Dolphins. I mean, this was a guy at this point would have loved him working with Mike Munchak. Super long, 36 plus arms, tall, lengthy, moves well, has plenty of power. Just the technique is just completely messy and just needs fixed up there, and you're good to go. But I'm just bummed about that one.
It's a good thing he went to UMass because he's full of mass. 6'7", 300 pounds. You are not joking. He is a mountain of a man. Yeah, that's kind of interesting to think. I wonder what Mike Munchak's opinion on that he's right tackle.
Yeah, he'd be a right tackle option. I don't think he's got enough speed there in his kick slide to really work as a full-time left tackle.
Road grader at that size, I imagine.
He can, but he's got some movement skills to attack on the outside, to pull in on the outside and work on his outside runs. Okay, so it looks like Carolina's then on the clock, right? Looking at some quick needs for them. What tight end, linebacker, O-line? Maybe Carl can tell us who it is. I don't know who that player is, Carl. So
it's Phil Hoskins, a defensive tackle from Kentucky.
I have no idea who that is.
Crickets. Jimmy the Cricket is officially in the war room. No, I don't either. I guess we'll get some efforting.
Yeah,
on that last pick.
he's 6'5", 315. That's the information that I have on him.
Does Luke need some of the Jeopardy theme here? Speaking of Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, I do. Give me all that Jeopardy. Well, and you know what? I'm glad you brought up Aaron Rodgers, the elephant in the room, right? Can we all agree? We think this is real. We think that this isn't just hogwash. This is the season of lies and all that. I hear you. But I think it's real. I think there's some connection to it. Now, I'm not going to throw probabilities on what I think is going to happen. I'm not a betting man, really. I talked to Carl about that. But it's just one of those things for me where I believe it. I believe Stink. I believe Adam. I believe Ian. I believe these NFL insiders. Is it all just pie in the sky, or do we have something to go on in terms of hope for Aaron Rodgers?
Well, you talk about money. Let's follow the money. Vegas. Look at the Super Bowl odds for the Broncos. They were cut in half as soon as that rumor even started.
Really?
And yeah. And
I did not know that.
And that number keeps going down day by day as more people are reporting on it. So, like I said, there's real fire where there's smoke here. And we'll just have to see how that ends up playing out. I mean, you just never know. I mean, the relationships can be healed left and right. We've seen players in the past say, hey, I'm not liking being here. And then all of a sudden they throw some money at him and they're like, oh, I love it here. I never hated it. And, I look at Russell Wilson. The last 3 or 4 years, he's told Seattle, I want out. And he's told media people, I'm looking for a trade. And so all these trade rumors start up. And then all of a sudden, oh, never mind. I really love Seattle. Yeah, Cody Potter's got it right here. Was plus 5,000. Now it's down to plus 1,700. So yes,
thanks, Cody.
There is real fire there. We'll have to see how it plays out. But I'd put the odds. I'll put odds on it. I'd say there's a true 75% chance that Aaron Rodgers is the starting quarterback for the Denver Broncos.
And I just gotta say, Luke, I thought for a second that you were gonna start singing, I believe. I believe
everything called love.
Believe. But
Aaron Rodgers.
But the Aaron Rodgers stuff, there's definitely stuff to it. I mean, it's not just being thrown out for nothing. Obviously, Green Bay, they're going to sit there and do what they can, say they want to keep him. As I said, they're not going to sit there and be open that, yeah, we want him gone, because then there's no trade value there. They're not going to be able to ask for as much if it's well known they want him gone. I believe that he will not take another snap in Green Bay. Mm-mm. I say that it's set. I would agree with Carl, 75%. That he is in Denver, and I would go 25% he retires. I do not think he plays another snap in Green Bay.
I agree. The 100% he does not come back to Green Bay. I like it. And Lance, I think you might have touched on this yesterday, and it's worth bringing up. Carson Palmer retired after a messy divorce and then came back with the Cincinnati Bengals. He shares the same agent as Aaron Rodgers. They've done this dance before. Aaron Rodgers holds a lot more weight around that championship belt than Carson Palmer does and stuff like that. But I think when you connect those dots, you can't stare at Aaron Rodgers and look at him with an honest face and say, ha, we control you. No one controls Aaron but Aaron. And as Bob Morris laid it out for us last night, if this deal gets done, it's going to get done in the summer.
Yeah. Hey, I wanted to get to this question real quick because I think this is a good question from Bon67 with the Spider-Man mask there. Very nice. You're in the right crowd here. Why did Seth fall to the 6th? Okay, so we've talked about some of the positives, some of the negatives here of why he would fall. Drops. I think he's had 12 drops over the last 2 years. That's a big one. Route running is not great. He's not the most absolute great athlete that's out there. Again, there's some questions. Just Auburn there was not a great system, and it was not a great quarterback. So he wasn't able to be really featured. So you're kind of going, is he going to be better than what he showed here in college? Or is this what he really is?
And one big thing for me with him is his inability to separate. You got to be able to separate in the NFL. Granted, that's not exactly his play style. He's not going to ever be a great separator. But NFL teams, they want those guys who can get that space, have that little extra burst in their routes through their breaks and stuff like that. And that's just not him. So he doesn't fit the style that they're kind of going towards. And talking about his drops, he had 8 drops on that was a 14.5 drop percentage.
He'll fit right in.
Hey, KJ Hamler has a buddy.
Well, so does Jerry Jeudy for that matter. But really, though, and it was something that I alluded to when we were first breaking down the selection as it came down. He's so boom or bust. He makes the easy things look difficult and the difficult things look easy. That catch radius, especially in the red zone, he'll make some spectacular catches. But you throw him a slant on the outside, there's a pretty decent likelihood, 14.9% chance that he's going to drop it. He had a lot of drops over the middle of the field. And again, I don't like him after the catch, but still at the same time, I mean, when you go into the red zone and he knows, and that's where he shines, is those clutch plays, those clutch situations where you need him to make those big time catches. And if you go, let's say the Broncos run 11 personnel with Javonte Williams in the backfield, whatever quarterback that you have, Cortland Sutton on one side, Seth Williams on the other side, and Albert Okwuegbunam and Noah Fant in the slots over the middle of the field in the red zone. How do you defend that? You can't.
I got to interrupt you here. Broncos are on the clock. So
we got to trade.
Also, Wyatt Hubert to the Bengals. Luke, you can take off your shirt now.
Oh, dang it. Wyatt Hubert, those damn Bengals. The first it was Logan last year from Wyoming. Now they got my guy from Kansas State.
And DeMar Hamlin this year as well.
For me, anyway. Man. But ladies and gentlemen, Nick Kendell is back, fresh out the tub. Nick, what do you think, man? Broncos, here we go.
I mean, you got to be looking at just anywhere you can add depth to this team. Defensive line, especially in the I would say the front seven, so linebacker, edge rusher, defensive line. I just got back in here out of the shower, so I'm not sure how the board has fallen recently, but that's the area I'm looking. You're looking for special teams guys, special teams aces. They've already went in on cornerback. They've already gone in double dipped on safety. I say that defensive front seven is the area that I'm looking, but we'll see.
And the Broncos are taking another defensive back, LSU cornerback Kerry Vincent.
I love this pick. Right on. I absolutely love it. Lance, why are you so fired up over the LSU Tiger?
Man, you want to talk about slot cornerback. This guy, he's small, he's quick, got very fluid hips, decent hand fighting ability, not a press coverage cornerback. He plays better off the ball, can slide back and play that nickel safety role if you need him to. I love Kerry Vincent Jr. I thought that he was a third-round talent at least, and to get him this far down at 237 in the 7th round, I love it. And again, we're adding to the depth of the secondary class. Man, Kerry Vincent Jr. George Payton, I love you, dude. I love you. Like, I'll forgive you for passing on Justin Fields, but with everything you've done to stack this defensive roster, to take advantage of this defensive class, to bolster the secondary depth and everything, I love it. I love it.
And we're going to have to put a pin on the Kerry Vincent talk because the Broncos are back on the clock. The Bills pick is in. They had those picks, one in between. So they're back on the clock. So back to what they're talking about. Looks like that. I guess we should stop saying we can't see them taking another defensive back because obviously George Payton just doesn't give a damn. Like, he's just sitting there looking. So, I mean, Trill Williams here. I mean, he's Ardarius Washington. Let's just talk defensive backs because that seems to be the focus.
So, Jack Anderson. Sorry, I wanted to catch up here. Jack Anderson, the guard from Texas Tech.
That was before the Kerry Vincent pick.
Yep, I hadn't seen that yet. That's why I was just touching base on that.
Who are you going to cover all these speedy wide receivers with in the AFC West? Henry Ruggs, Tyreek Hill, anyone? I mean, like, you could try to put these big, physical, awesome Kyle Fuller, Michael Ojemudia. We could talk about all these corners that the Broncos have, but you got to match speed for speed. And how do you do that? Well, this LSU Tiger, he's got that blazing speed, an absolute athlete. Lance, I'm right there with you, man. I'm so pumped to have this guy. I think that Ed Donatel is going to be grinning like a fool come training camp.
Speedy, twitchy, everything you want out of a slot cornerback. The problem is he's just small. He's like 5'8", 165 pounds. He's a tiny, tiny, tiny player. Doesn't necessarily hold well in the running game. He will go get physical if he absolutely has to, but he's not a press coverage cornerback, and he's not a great tackler by any stretch of the imagination.
What's up, Carl?
Oh, I'm just waiting to see what this next pick's going to be. I agree. Kerry Vincent, great pick for the Broncos. I mean, they had Bassie go down with injury last year, and I don't know when he's going to be healed up from that. So you need another slot corner. And, I mean,
And
you might be getting rid of Callahan as well here. I think this is kind of
eminent.
Is on the wall. Yeah.
Yeah, well, and goodbye Parnell Motley too. I loved you at the Shrine Bowl a couple of years ago, dude. But sorry, I think it's become this is no longer a skinny or undepth room. If you want to, I don't know, man, dude. Strength is now defensive backs for the Broncos.
Yep.
I think the other thing to add to this is, again, another special teams player kind of added. You're increasing your ability to go play special teams at a high level. They haven't had that in a long time. I mean, I think all of us have held our breath every single time the ball is punted, that this is going to turn into a touchdown, and not for the Broncos, for the other team.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Go ahead.
Jim Nagy, I told you that Hubert would be a 7th-round pick, blasting me all over Twitter. He's a mid-round pick. Jim, I love you. Jim just trying to prop up his guys. Props to Jim Nagy in the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Did we get to Cody Potter here?
I just pulled it up for you, Nick. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Put a sticky note in Peyton's pocket, Aaron Rodgers, no matter what. If this happens, Denver is AFC favorite. IMO, I'd do it for 3 firsts, 2 seconds, and a third. I mean, that's a lot, but go big or go home, right? Your window would be the next 2-3 years. You definitely cut off your arm, but the way this roster is filled out right now, you have a chance to bring in one of the best quarterbacks ever. There we go. So Carl, I'm sure, has a pick to announce here.
Yeah. Broncos taking another Ohio State linebacker, Jonathan Cooper. I mean, he's edge.
Yeah.
He's edge, but they call him linebacker. So, yes, Broncos do add to the group, a player that we've all talked about on here. Like, hey, this is a guy. Go get him.
Yeah.
So, very excited. Oh, my gosh. This has been a good draft. I'm very impressed with it.
What's up, Buckeye Nation?
And it's a shame that Lance on the mock draft roundtable didn't include him.
No, I did. I absolutely did.
No, you didn't.
No,
yes,
he
I
did.
did.
He did.
It was Golston that you didn't include.
I was Jonathan Cooper. He's got some issues in the running game, but there's some high upside with the pass rush ability with Jonathan Cooper. I named him over Chauncey Golston.
Yeah,
I got it backwards.
I love it.
It was Damar Hamlin that you wanted to get down there, and I don't think we got it all the way teased down. It's a player. He's not the lengthiest player, which you would like from the edge rusher position, but it's not terrible at all. And he had really, really good 3-cone. So a twitchy player, maybe not the most explosive, but 7th round, depth edge. Maybe he won't make the roster, but you got to start filling out some guys there, because behind Bradley Chubb and Von Miller, Malik Reed last year contract, you're hoping to find somebody in there that can hang on this roster and provide some depth.
I think I like him over Derek Tuska, just off of initial, just comparing them. And I like Tuska a lot, but I think you get more explosion with Jonathan Cooper. I'd be curious to see what are their specs, because I know Tuska is so lean, right? And he doesn't weigh a lot. I'm sure he's been in the weight room, but I think off the top of my head, Jonathan Cooper is just a naturally bigger player than Tuska.
And I do want to add, he was the team captain for that defense there in Ohio State. And so very well respected by his teammates and coaches, something the Broncos have very much targeted throughout this entire draft.
Great pick. Great back-to-back picks right there.
Some blue bloods too. LSU, Ohio State, guys who have been there, done that. Maybe it's always fun to talk about those small school guys, but given a lot of those small school guys played weird competition this season, going for some guys who actually played some blue bloods across their better schedules, so that way you can better evaluate them. So yeah, no, this is a solid pick. I'm a little bit surprised they went edge this late, but you're not expecting Cooper to be anything beyond a rotational player picking him this late, but those guys matter, right? You need to have some depth up there. You need to have some guys. So I like this pick a lot. He's somebody that I think we took in the 6th round in our round table mock. But so
pretty accurate.
He flashed in the round. He flashed also in the Senior Bowl. Good hands. Had a couple of really good highlights there. So I'm happy about this one. This is a good pick. That's great. Jonathan Cooper, bring him on down.
For a second, when you said linebacker, Carl, I thought you were going Justin Hilliard. When you
Me
said
too.
Ohio State linebacker, dude, I was getting ready to freak out and start crying like a girl because he's my boy.
That's why that little pause just to freak you guys out a little bit. Had to play with you.
No, that's good, man. So here's the thing, real quick. Here's a hot take. It's not really a hot take, but if Aaron Rodgers comes to the Broncos after this draft that George Paton, I think we're all assuming he's going to get between a B and an A. Isn't he a shoe-in for Executive of the Year?
Yeah,
Oh, man.
It would be hard for him to lose it unless Aaron Rodgers like falls off a cliff and all these draft picks just completely bomb. It would be really hard to see that not be the case. I'm still shocked that John Elway didn't win it with the first year with Peyton Manning.
Mhm.
And 2014 too. I mean, just
snub.
There's a couple years. I think was it the Colts won it in 2012, all because they got Mr. Andrew Luck. Like that's all they did. That was the only like great move that they made. Everything else was a failure, and somehow, yes, they won Executive of the Year.
Just some housekeeping here pretty quick. The Broncos took Kerry Vincent Jr., the cornerback, obviously out of LSU, at 237, and it was not back-to-back picks. The Dallas Cowboys picked at 238.
Oh, my bad.
They took Matt Farniok, the offensive lineman. I can't remember the school that he is from. And then at 239, Jonathan Cooper, the edge from Ohio State, to the Denver Broncos. Nebraska. Thank you, Eric. I appreciate that.
I love that we all love Jonathan Cooper. Like that makes me happy. Like we've been just saying his name ad nauseum. I absolutely love it. And the Broncos aren't done, folks. I mean, I get it. The draft is starting to wrap up. We're all getting a little anxious, trying to already shift over. You know, I know Eric's already thinking about it. Nick's thinking about it. Lance thinking about it. Carl's thinking about those undrafted free agents. I know you guys are. I already know it. I could see it. I could see those gears turning.
Hey. I already got to get around soon to jumping out of here to start doing a video on them. I mean, undrafted free agents. I love finding those gems.
The work does
look at it.
Yeah, the work just does not stop. And speaking of the work, guys, be sure to get at milehighhuddle.com right now, where we've got articles from everybody that's being released. You just heard Eric. Eric's going to be recording some videos here with Lance. Nick's going to be writing tonight. I'm going to be writing tonight. And we've got a whole team and a whole staff of guys and gals that are working their hearts out right now. Appreciate everybody for their support. But here we go. Washington football team. Do they have any more picks?
They do not have any more picks that I am aware of at this pick number 240, but I do have the pick update here. William Bradley King, the edge from Baylor, who had a massive Senior Bowl, showing out some quick twitch athleticism and a wild bend that you didn't necessarily see from him at Baylor. So this is an interesting pick for them, coming behind Chase Young, and I'm not sure who they have on the other side anymore because Ryan Kerrigan, I think, was on his way out after this season. So William Bradley King. Montez Sweat, that's right. You're absolutely right there. He was a first-round pick back in 2019, I believe. So, William Bradley King, to add to that depth, the depth of that edge rush, I like this pick a lot for the Washington football team.
Yeah, and I'm laughing really hard. I'm going through Facebook comments right now, Twitter, people freaking out. The Broncos take another cornerback? Guys, if you're complaining about a 7th-round pick, I mean, just I know that we're out here having fun and we're saying this is important, but these guys are the longest of long shots. And, it's more important. Forget about positional needs. These guys are such long shots at this point in the draft, especially in a thin class, that let's say, what's the position the Broncos are the best at here in their team right now? Let's say they took another interior offensive lineman. If you think that guy has the best chance to become a quality player in the NFL in the 7th round, take it. Like, that's just, you cannot be thinking about filling needs or overdrafting in the 7th round. Come on, folks. Let's have some perspective. Goodness. And it's not just the Broncos. It's just, that's the team that I follow and see and interact with. But come on.
No, you're right. Give it a rest, trolls. Just give it a rest. I get that you're all mad that I said Drew Lock can't play football, and he can't, but he's going to be okay. Don't worry about it. No, Nick, you're right. These are some long shots. These are guys that are getting an opportunity, and Eric's going to unturn every stone to try to find those undrafted players as well. Yeah. But not a lot of hate. There's if you've got hate for 7th rounders, then you got hate in your heart, and you got to let it out.
Yeah. Quick thing here. I said that I wasn't aware of any more picks for the Washington football team. They had 246 and 258. Thanks, Chris Orme, for the shout out there. Want to say hello again to all of the people in the chat. We have 535 eyes or sets of eyes on us right now. Hello to Christos Jenkins, Brad Stevens as well. Asthma Spray over on Twitch. Guys, if you are Twitch users as well as on YouTube, head over to Twitch and subscribe to Mile High Huddle and drop a comment over there. We're trying to build our our Twitch following. That would be a great way to help the show grow and to get us again in front of as many Broncos fans as humanly possible. Mo jumping in here. That's a innuendo there. The last part of that. Phoenix Fire jumping in here. Kane Dawson again got a super chat here from Stu Primakov. What will we do at right tackle? Juwan James is a whoopee cushion.
I love it.
I mean, that's what they called him, right? That's what the report was when the Broncos signed him. And I heard that a lot of people are like, oh, if the Broncos are signing him from Miami after just bringing over Chris Cooper from Miami, that means that they must have talked to him. Well, that doesn't sound like that's what happened. Elway had his eyes on him before. Yeah, it's stupid. I mean, stupid. But Elway had his eyes on him, and that was his guy. He tried to trade for him before, and he's saying, oh, he's available? Guess what? I'm going to go get him without even using all the resources at his disposal. And you guys talking about the quarterback position right now, if Elway was still the man in charge, I'm pretty damn confident Sam Darnold would be a Bronco right now, because once Elway gets his sights on a guy, he doesn't really let go. Sometimes that's for the best, but sometimes it's for the worst. So just a little inside knowledge there about Juwan James coming over. They didn't even talk to Cooper. God, what are they doing? What's going on?
They didn't. I know for Nick, we all know. I know for a fact. I mean, it's just unreal. What are they going to do with Juwan James? To be honest, he's the black sheep right now. He really is. Garrett Bowles talked about it. Like, you got something to prove, man. And you know what? Like, that offensive line room is brutal. Those men are brutal. They've got the craziest fines that they fine each other. They're animals. They're absolute animals in that offensive line, something that I absolutely love. But when you're talking about temperament of these guys, it's all about loyalty. It's all about loyalty in that offensive line room. And until you're in the trenches doing what those guys are doing, then you don't have their respect, plain and simple.
Yeah. Just a quick comment here from Manny Wise. I pulled this up for everybody to see. I feel bad for Dylan Moses. And at this particular point, I really do feel bad for Dylan Moses. The injury concerns have dropped him down now into the 7th round, and it's potentially looking like he could become an undrafted free agent. However, the Broncos still have pick 253 coming up here in about 10 picks as the New England Patriots select Trey Nixon, the wide receiver from UCF. Dylan Moses to the Broncos at 253. I'm not necessarily sure that I would hate that pick. Honestly, there's some upside there. The knees and everything is a concern for sure. But at this point, if he's a healthy player, he's probably a top 100 selection at this particular point. Like, give him full health. If the Broncos can land a top 100 selection with some knee injury concerns and stuff at 253 to help bolster that linebacker core, I'm not sure that I would hate that. Eric, what do you think? And do you have anything else for us?
With what I've heard about his knees, unfortunately, I wouldn't even take a shot on him in the 7th round.
Wow.
Maybe a tryout. Like, I wouldn't even target him as an undrafted free agent. I'm talking tryout.
I mean, that's the reality of football, man. That's sometimes some guys bounce back, but some you get that injury and that's it. So that's really sad. He's a guy who worked extremely hard. There's stories about him with his old man waking up at like 6 a.m. and training and whatnot. He was running like a 4.540 at like 14 years old or something ridiculous. I think Alabama offered him a scholarship when he was young.
They did.
That injury, man, that's the reality of it sometimes. So that sucks. I'm pulling for him.
But Bradley Chubb has bad knees too, and he just got his 5th-year option exercise. So there you go.
Yeah, that's true, but not every single knee injury is the same. Some of them are.
You're right. You're right. That's a very generalized statement, sure. Yeah. But I'm just trying to prove the point that, like, the Broncos have tons of players with injuries right now. Like, I'm happy for Bradley. I really am, and I like Bradley. I just when you talk about after this 5th year, do you want to pay Bradley Chubb serious money with all the wear and tear and those problems? That's tough. The injury is the only thing that's stopping me. That's it. I love his attitude. I love the way he plays. And I can't get past some of those injuries when it comes to paying these guys.
Go ahead.
And real quick, just have a comment. New Broncos cornerback, Kerry Vincent Jr. Everybody asked me who was the toughest player I went up against during my college career. Told them all, Jerry Jeudy.
One-on-ones this summer is gonna be fun, isn't it? Like, one-on-ones in training camp this summer, man. Like, I typically gravitate to the pit, right? And I'm gonna still want to be there to see my boy Quinn and Dalton Reisner and everybody mixing it up. But good Lord, 7-on-7, ladies and gentlemen, coming to a UC Health Training Center near you.
Yeah, absolutely. And is this one we already got the whoopee cush?
Yep,
Or is
yep.
this we saw it? Okay. Yep.
Yep.
I mean, gosh, you have DeMar Dotson still out there. There's going to be some cuts at some point. I think the Broncos, they're going to give Juwan James a chance out there. If not, maybe they like Calvin Anderson. If not, DeMar Dotson is probably on speed dial. Because we saw him last year, obviously not a good run blocker. Never really was, but especially at this point in his career. But he's long. He's okay in his pass sets. You can do worse out there than him. And he's still out there for a reason. You're probably going to see him out there until July. That's just kind of where he's at in his career. Not a shot at him. It's the reality of it. So that's where we're at. So I mean, also once you missed out on the tackles in like the first 4 rounds, those guys probably aren't going to be obviously better than Calvin Anderson anyway. I would have loved the shot at Stone Forsyth, but I had him as like a late 3rd round grade. But like still, that's just there's only so many guys who have the body type to play tackle.
Yep.
It's limited.
Just to keep us caught up here and to give a shout out to Erick Trickel here, Arizona just took the safety James Wiggins out of Cincinnati, and Eric actually had some information for us in our personal group chat about Derek Forrest, the other safety from Cincinnati, going off of the board before James Wiggins did. Now, Eric, I know that you really like James Wiggins and what he could potentially bring to this Broncos secondary, and obviously with Caden Stearns and Jamar Johnson, that wasn't necessarily going to be a possibility, I don't think, for the Broncos anyways. But speak to a little bit of the reason why James Wiggins has fallen all the way to the 7th round really fast.
I mean, we're talking about medicals with Dylan Moses, medicals with James Wiggins. His knees just happen to be a little bit better. Like, sad reality of it is at this point, you're taking guys who the medicals are maybe concerning, but they're not things that are like, yeah, we're not touching you, who have good upside. And if James Wiggins didn't have the medical concerns he did, he's probably going day 2. Like, he's just that good of a player with that much upside and everything. And Derek Forrest, he doesn't have that upside. He's just a lot safer and doesn't have those medicals. So, I mean, it was just kind of expected to happen. Really like him at this point. I would say that maybe not another safety, but who knows with what we were seeing. But Denver's about to be back on the clock. There's still some talent that's fallen, but at this point is you have to be asking yourself, and I'm sure teams know what it is, but for us at least, it's like seeing some of the guys on there, we have to be asking ourselves, why are they falling?
Right. And how important was Ohio State's pro day when you look back to it, man? Like we were so tunnel visioned, right, with Justin Fields, and with good reason. But man, you're starting to see George Payton. Eric alluded to it yesterday. He's leaning on his scouts. I talked about loyalty in the offensive line room. Loyalty is something that is extremely important to George Payton. I think Brian Stark has absolutely hit a home run in this draft as well. A man that I actually thought should get the GM job, but George Payton, he's doing an outstanding job for a rookie NFL brass boss.
So Eric, I actually have your big board pulled up here. Just you sent it to me the other day, and I've been alluding it to you anyways. And I'm taking a look here. Kylan Hill, the running back out of Mississippi State, is still available. Obviously, Sage Surratt, Cade Johnson, but Josh Imatorbhebhe, the wide receiver from Indiana. If the Broncos are potentially looking at another wide receiver, or Illinois, excuse me, if the Broncos are potentially looking at another wide receiver, does Josh Imatorbhebhe fit?
I mean, after taking Seth Williams, I'd say not, but they're just filling the same kind of role. Like, so I wouldn't.
Best one wins.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, at this point,
it's time for some Shaka Tony, gents. It is time for some. I mean, I don't know. I like Shaka Tony a lot. I like Sage Surratt. I like Dylan Moses. Jamie Newman, no. I saw that in the comments a little bit. Running back, I don't think the Broncos would go running back here. They gave up capital, as Nick has pointed out, to go get the guy that they like. They're already paying Melvin Gordon an arm and a leg. They're not going to give up any more for that running back group. And Boone. And Boone, yeah, exactly. Completely forgot Boone. He is here for a reason. Vic Fangio talked about him last night. He likes Boone a lot. Player that Broncos country should not sleep on.
And real quick, you brought it up earlier about the tweet from Jonathan Cooper, Luke, about
that's right. I'll really remember, or I won't forget, or something like that, right?
Yeah. I'm really curious to see. I hope somebody asks it to him about it, and that meaning he has a chip on his shoulder. Very curious about that.
If I can get called, like after the million, I'll ask it. I promise you right now. I will ask what that was about. If God's good graces, the light shines on me and I actually get to ask a question. And can I just say, it just blows my mind sometimes with like the NFL team media. Like, don't throw the softball questions out there. You're in my way.
Yeah, and I want to answer a few things in the chat here. We have some questions. See Flat Cat saying Marquez Stevenson. Marquez Stevenson went in the 6th round to the Buffalo Bills. He's long gone at this point. And I see some people saying Alaric Jackson. Why not? Not covering, but being an Iowa Hawkeye fan, I can answer that. Alaric Jackson, he's been suspended a few times by the Hawkeyes. However, the reason that Tristan Wirfs played right tackle instead of left tackle wasn't because of Tristan Wirfs. It was because Alaric Jackson really uncomfortable switching from left tackle technique to right tackle technique. So not sure about that. Also, Alaric Jackson might be a guy that's just, where's his home? Right. So he plays really tall. You can't really move him into guard because he doesn't have that ability to base and plant. And also he came in with sub 33-inch arm lengths at the Senior Bowl, which, I mean, there was like 2 tackles last year in the entire NFL that had sub 33-inch arm length. It's just, they don't exist. I mean, they do exist, I guess, but those guys are technically normally really refined or playing a very specific type of scheme. So if you're talking about a 7th round offensive lineman, they best damn well be versatile, be able to do multiple things. And Alaric Jackson right now doesn't meet the thresholds. There's a suspension out there for him at Iowa, and also doesn't not versatile. So I don't know. Like I thought there was some talent for him when he was a sophomore, but I was hoping for better length, and just never really was able to take that next step. So that's why somebody will take a shot on him, I bet. But I don't know, man. It's a scary one there in the 7th.
Here's another question, too. I was speaking to Jonathan Cooper real quick, and Mike Kliss is throwing this out here. Ohio State outside linebacker Jonathan Cooper is represented by the Boulder-based Jack/Tom Mills agency. This is also Baker Mayfield's group. Now, these are local agents. They're in Colorado, so I think that matters a little bit. But a question I would have right away for Vic Fangio is, do you envision him more as an edge rusher or as an outside linebacker? I guess I've always envisioned a little bit more of the edge. Hand in the dirt. But I don't know. That's, again, an option with versatility. It'll be interesting to see where Vic Fangio has a vision for these guys. George Paton talked about it last night quite a bit. Vic has a vision for each one of these defensive picks. And George Paton, it's his job to give Vic Fangio the best player to allow that vision to happen. What do we think? Is it going to be at edge or is it going to be at linebacker for Jonathan Cooper?
I mean, it's just kind of, you're talking a little bit of vernacular there, but edges can be linebackers and they can be defensive ends. So
hand in the dirt on the line.
I think you're going to see a little bit of 2-point stance, a little bit of 3-point stance. I think you can do a little bit of both, but I think he's more classic, like 4-3 kind of edge or defensive end. If it was like looking for a 4-2-5 base. So you're not going to see him, I think, playing off the line of scrimmage. I would categorize him as edge, but that's just kind of an overlapping term, right? With schemes so different, we've kind of starting to got a little bit better in the draft media where we don't have to put like defensive ends, the guys that are 250 and 270 as defensive end, because they're going to be asked to do different things. I'm ready for that evolution to happen with safety as well, right? Like you're talking about these single high safeties versus these box guys, and everybody sees, oh, we need safety. There's the guy. Well, they might as well be playing different different species for how much they're asked to do different things out there. So that's the next step. But he's edge, defensive end, outside linebacker, whatever. He's edge. You're running him on the edge.
And I just want to grab this comment real quick, and not going to touch too much on the early part of it, but I just want to say that I think that all of us here, our hearts go out to you and giving you some good news. I mean, George Paton, he's really killing it. He's setting up this team to be a successful team. And I mean, getting Aaron Rodgers, that's just the next move. So things are looking really up for the Broncos. And again, all of us, our hearts go out to you.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jaden, after all the flubs that I had with you in pronouncing your names and everything like that, my heart goes out to you specifically. But I want to go back to the Broncos and taking all these defensive backs. And that's something, as Eric kind of alluded to there, George Paton is setting this team up for the long-term future and also for what's going on right now. Kerry Vincent Jr., that's potentially a Bryce Callahan replacement. You also have now Caden Stearns from Texas. You have Jamar Johnson from Indiana. Those are two safety prospects that are going to take over for the long-term future after Kareem Jackson is gone, who's on a one-year deal. Bryce Callahan probably on his way out because he's on a one-year deal. They got the cornerback to take over for Kyle Fuller potentially after he's done on his one-year deal. So it doesn't necessarily make a whole lot of sense when you look at it at face value. Like, why does he continue to bring in all of these defensive backs? But looking towards the future, George Paton has set this team up for a great future. Now we just got to finalize that one final piece. And everybody knows it's the elephant in the room, the quarterback position.
And I just really want to quickly just apologize for my wording. That was really insensitive of me, Jaden. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have worded it the way I did. George Paton's doing a really good job.
Yes.
You made me have to go say hello to my puppy who's sitting here being a good boy right now after you said that. So thinking about you, Jaden.
That's tough, man. That's really tough. I hate it. Absolutely hate it. Thoughts and prayers. Everyone's been there, man. Everyone's been there. Had that on my birthday one year, and that was NAR. But hey, you know what's not NAR? This draft. And if you want to turn that frown upside down, if you can at all, you have a lot of reasons to be excited about this draft. George Paton has stayed true to his scouting roots, and I'm impressed. The one thing I think, if you had to, I'm going to ask all of you guys this question: if you had to describe George Paton and his draft philosophy in one word, what would that be?
Defensive backs.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Because right now, I would say he's tempered, because I don't think George Paton is reactionary. I think that he is confident. I think he knows what he wants, and he's willing to wait for it or go without. He's not just going to throw emotions out there. Sometimes I think that got the better of Mr. LA.
I'll use the word analytics. He has relied very heavily on analytics here in this draft. Almost every single player has had very high just athletic profile, and which, I mean, that's great. That's the way of the game with the NFL. And I love that on top of that a lot of them are team captains, great football players. And so you connect all those things together, but he really has relied heavily on those analytics.
So I want to really give a shout out here to Kentley Platt at MathBomb on Twitter for the RAS numbers. And I'm starting to wonder, based on what we've seen with this Denver Broncos team and the relative athletic score and them targeting all these highly athletic profile players, is he starting to get some run in the scouting community a little bit higher up as far as people taking a look at his numbers and everything? If that is the case, then man, good for him for coming up with a great model and determining success at some of these players. Eric, what's up?
I wouldn't be surprised if George Paton actually uses that, or at least a similar model, because the Minnesota Vikings actually have taken something a couple of years ago, basically doing that, and kind of formulated their own model as well.
Wow, that's great, man. To see just your random guy out on Twitter and making this predictive model and using the relative athletic score based on position, height, weight, speed, all the measurables and stuff like that to determine what kind of athlete these players are. Shout out to him. Again, relativeathleticscores.com if you want more information.
If you didn't know George Paton's name before the draft, you damn sure know it now. George Paton chose the Broncos. The Broncos didn't choose George Paton. I was shocked when George Paton was announced as the GM. This was a job I didn't think George Paton would want. He did have multiple job offers out there. I just think he's doing a great job already. And Aaron Rodgers, you're right around. I'll see you this summer, baby.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to get to this comment here from Yaz96YT, who's changed his profile picture to the eye. I think I've always been a Lord of the Rings guy over Star Wars. Maybe that's fighting words around these parts, but sorry, boys, it is what it is. Mel Kiper says we are fourth in the division. He says we're way down. I'm curious on the thoughts on this. I will say real quick, I think this might be a shout out to a former colleague, Mike Mayock. Doesn't want to disparage him, talk totally down about him. Also, another former coworker, John Gruden. Again, if he said something negative about that team being bad decisions, he might hear about it. Maybe that would hurt some of his connections in the league. But I don't know how you could look at the Raiders unless your argument was Drew Lock is far and away the worst quarterback in the division and Derek Carr is pretty good, which, okay, if that's your argument, then whatever, here we are. But I don't know how you could look at this roster and say that between the Broncos and the Raiders.
Yeah, I agree. It's even the Chargers, like they have a lot of obviously big time potential, but every year, how many years in a row can we say for the Chargers, like you guys have so much potential to be great in the NFL, and yet they never quite live up to it. They always have lots of injuries, and so we'll see. I mean, I like the decisions the Chargers are making. I like the coach they hired. Obviously, Herbert is a great quarterback that's really on the rise to become something great. They have some weapons. They have worked to fix that offensive line. They have some playmakers on defense, but it's still one of those things. Until they actually put it all together, it's hard for me to actually believe the Chargers have arrived. So I think there's still a great question of who is number 2 in this division.
It's garbage ownership for the Chargers. I mean, that's how I would summarize how eloquently you just put everything, Carl. The Spanos family is under fire, to say the least, with the Chargers. Broncos country, you think you got ownership problems. Take a look at the Chargers. Heck, take a look at the Texans, and you'll feel a lot better.
And I want to bring a point here real quick that I think is actually pretty interesting. We're talking about the Broncos ownership right here. Obviously, it seems like there is an inevitable sale coming down the tracks. The Broncos team might be out of the Bolin family here pretty soon. How much more valuable does this Broncos team become if they bring in an Aaron Rodgers? I'm just saying, how much easier is it to sell this team if you bring in an Aaron Rodgers? There are forces at work here beyond football, right? It's a money-driven league. I don't know, man. I think there might be some forces pushing this to happen because if the Broncos can get Aaron Rodgers and then hit the market, cha-ching.
And I wanted to go back on that Mel Kiper thing real quick.
Okay.
For me, I look at the quarterback position. The worst quarterback in the NFL is, or not in the NFL, in the AFC
Oh my
West
gosh,
is the Broncos. I mean, they're not far behind in the NFL overall either, but
yeah.
There's just a clear class difference. Even with Derek Carr, as much crap as I give him, there's a clear tier difference between Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert, and Derek Carr and Drew Lock. And team can be as good as it is, but if you don't have that quarterback.
Well, it really kind of lines up like this. Obviously, Patrick Mahomes is the cream of the crop. He's even above the screen, really. And then you have Justin Herbert.
Tonga to the Bears, by the way.
And then you have, Derek Carr, and then down below the screen is where the Broncos quarterback situation sits. Like, quite honestly, let's be real here, guys. It's been not good.
And I'm just we're at the point now down the draft where I guess we can spill some beans. The Broncos coaching staff was so unimpressed, I guess is the word, with Drew Lock last year, like getting ready for the season, that they kind of stuck it to Elway and said, we're going to play Brett Rippon first team reps because Drew Lock is not doing it for us. So that's stuff that people like, you're not hearing that from KOA or other places, but like they were not happy with Lock last year. So anything else coming out there is going through the proper filters to get out there to the fan base, because you don't want to all out revolt. But I'm just saying, man. If we were betting right now, I would be shocked if the Broncos don't make a move and it wasn't Teddy Bridgewater, because the talk does not match what I've heard coming from actually in Dove Valley.
Why is Jeff Driscoll on this team?
Because they haven't got Aaron Rodgers yet.
Really? Really? I mean, they got what? Drew Lock, Brett Rippon, Teddy Bridgewater. How many quarterbacks do we need? Like, dude, cut bait. Here's the one. I'll criticize George Paton here, dude. Stop lying to me and telling me that you like Drew Lock. I know you don't like Drew Lock. Drew Lock doesn't like Drew Lock. He's not playing well enough to be a starting quarterback in this league right now. Bottom line, that's just it. Now, do I think Drew Lock's been working? Yes. Does he want to improve? Yes. I just don't know if he's going to. So stop, George Paton. Stop with this. I like Drew Lock. We feel comfortable with Drew. No, you don't. Otherwise, you wouldn't be out trying to trade for another NFC North quarterback.
Yeah, well, Jeff Driscoll, I mean, I'd say the big thing right now, they don't need the cap space right now. So there's no hurry to go make that kind of move. They'll make it. There's no question about it. It's just a matter of when at this point. So, all right, let's get to Mark Langley here coming in with another great super chart.
I was going to say, let's hold off on this until after the Broncos make their pick at 253.
My bad.
No, you're fine. You're doing your job.
How dare you, Carl?
There is another super chat down here, though, that I want to grab really fast. I just saw it come in here from Wilson the Ghost with a $10 super. Been a lurker for a long time. Love the draft coverage, guys. If you subtract quarterback from the equation, this feels like our best draft in years. Go Broncos. This is something I talked about last night. I'm going to address this first. Something I talked about last night. If you subtract the quarterback situation from the Chiefs roster and the Broncos roster, it's pretty hard to differentiate between the two, which one is actually better. So, and then now the Broncos are going out and getting a high athletic profile, high quality character guys from the most part. There was one thing about Jamar Johnson having some marijuana issues before, and that was from Nick. But no, I love the draft. I love the way that this roster is shaping up. And again, I've said it multiple times. It all comes down to what happens at the quarterback position.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's make or break in the NFL, right? It's much as it sucks. That's just, if you don't have one, you're looking for one. So we'll see what happens. Overall, it's a good one. And there is, we're talking about Drew Lock right now, and it's always going to come back to that until the quarterback position is fixed. But there is still a pathway to success for him to become a good quarterback in the league. So he's got the arm talent. He seems like he's working. So we'll see, man. That's best case scenario. Lance has said it on here, but best case scenario, Drew Lock's still under contract. He figures it out. All the excuses or reasons, whatever you want to call them, for the past few seasons are the reasons that he struggled last year. The accuracy gets better. The decision-making gets better. He gets the offensive line improves. Cortland Sutton's back. And Drew Lock turns into this top 20, top 15, top 10 level quarterback. I think there's a chance. I'm not saying it's impossible. There's a chance, but haven't seen it yet. A lot of statistics go against him. And man, we're tough on him. Like, the only people who really stand Drew Lock are Broncos country. If you listen to the national media, man, the afterthought, it's kind of sad. It's unfortunate, but that's where we're at. And if you guys believe in him, believe in him. God bless you. I hope he proves you guys right.
Yeah, and Nick wrote about it on milehighhuddle.com when it happened. I was there when the Tony Pauline conversation happened in Mobile. All right, like nobody outside of Broncos country likes Drew Lock. All right, like
besides that one random Viking fan. And Eric, you have the pick coming in?
I'm going to interrupt. The Broncos pick is in. We weren't able to grab to it because we started going off topic here a little bit. Marquise Spencer, he's a defensive end edge out of Mississippi State.
Wow,
they have not watched him.
I'm surprised it's not O-line. Wow. Okay, so obviously a real exciting pick. Woo! Everyone's pumped for that one. If you could not tell, maybe it's some of the exhaustion that's going on. But Nick Kendell said it best. These are 7th round picks, man. Like, sometimes it's tough to find these players and give them an actual grade, especially if we don't actually have a ton of information about them in real time.
I know that with some of the guys I spoke to, some Twitter scouts, things like that, NFL scouts, that there was some love for him. I never got around to watching him. I'm not sure exactly what type of player he is. I don't have any of that kind of information. I just know that there was some love for him.
He's going to have to move the interior. 6'4", 300 pounds, 33-inch arm length. He did miss a lot of time in 2018 with a torn ACL, and he missed the final 2 games this past year with injuries. But he had, over the last 2 years, big boy, 6.5 tackles for loss and 2 sacks in 2019. And in just 9 games last year, 8 tackles for loss, 3 sacks, as well as a forced fumbled and an interception in 2020. So I need to go put on the tape with him, a former 4-star recruit that played baseball, basketball, and football. Those are all good things, but I need to go do the work. I did not get to Marquise Spencer, but that's some good stuff. One negative, though, going to be 24 years old, so a little bit older.
Yeah, I was going to add, he was a top 300 recruit coming out of high school. His final year, his senior year, had 21 sacks. So the guy can get after the quarterback. And like I said, he's big. There at that 300 pounds, you're right. He's going to have to move inside and see what he can do. But it just he's kind of a hope that he can reach his full potential kind of guy.
Is he solid big or is he sloppy big?
I'd say he's solid big. Okay. I haven't seen a whole lot of him, but I think he's bulked out pretty well. But I think he does have, I don't know, some issues with. I've heard just a few things that I've heard. He does have some weight issues. I think some of his injuries have made him not be able to work out like he wanted to, and so he came in pretty heavy at one time. But like I said, that's just one thing that I've heard about him. We'll see what actually comes out of it.
Well, and let's be honest, the pass rushing mold of Von Miller is truly one of a kind. There's only one Gumby. There's only one Vaughn. I mean, Bradley Chubb, Khalil Mack, these are Joey Bosa, the Bosa brothers. These are the pass rushers of 2021. You're seeing power, but you're also seeing the ability to have some finesse as well. Now, they can't bend like Von Miller can, but this is really the standard, if you will, the baseline of the pass rusher in the NFL.
Yeah, absolutely. And I got that. I got Mark's comment here at the end. I think we should probably wait for that one because it's perfect for a cap for the end of the draft plan. So if you guys want to scroll down, I got it pinned so that way I'm not going to lose it. So that way, Mark, thank you again. We're going to get to you, Super. You're so generous. You've been so generous all weekend, and I love that you definitely have had different opinions than some of us in here, and you're still coming in and loving the community, and that's great because if you can't hang with a different opinion about something like football takes an opinion and the prognostication that is the NFL draft, like you're not in the right area, right? Like this is, we're trying to do our best to project, but we know you could be wrong. If you have too much, there'll be that guy who has too much faith in your analysis. Even these NFL executives would be like, well, we did all the research, blah, 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 but there's a chance this guy doesn't work out. That's just the name of the game.
Yeah.
I'm seeing Jeff say that Big Boy only put up 12 reps of 225. Jeff Green's telling me that. That's awful, Murray.
Okay, well, let's get to Ross Watson here. Just a small thank you for the coverage, guys. As a casual fan from Ireland, it's great to get other Bronco fans insight here. Cheers. Well, thank you all the way across the pond. We really appreciate it. Means a lot for you joining us here and sticking with us through all 3 days here. You guys, I mean, for a lot of people, this is grueling. I've talked to other football fans, and they're like, how can you love the draft? It is the most boring thing ever. I'm like, that is the most exciting thing. So you guys being able to join us for this, we know you guys are the crazy fans that are just like us. Thank you for sticking with us.
Well, I want to jump in here really quick and just say, per Carl's point here, thank you for sticking along with us, guys. We have 531 sets of eyes on us right now. That's an amazing number, and we have guys from all over the world. In Ireland, we had I can't remember his name now. The guy
Saudi
from
Arabia,
Israel. Yeah. Saudi Arabia, the Israel guy. Peter Middleton jumping in here from Turkey as well.
Vietnam last night.
I'm guessing there was some German guys in here as well. So it just does exemplify that Broncos country is not a geographical location. It is, in fact, a state of being. Now, Eric, I see you're waiting patiently over here. What do you got to say, buddy?
So just was looking up on Marquis Spencer a little bit. Have Lance Ireland's scouting report on it. Zerline, sorry.
Nick will correct you. Trust me. He does it to me every Saturday night.
No. He can correct me, but he can't even say Surtain. But
nope. I'm certainly wrong on that one.
But at the end of his reports, he always has sources tells us, and it says it doesn't always show up with his production, but he's got rush talent and he's a good athlete for a big man. Some of his weaknesses, doesn't have a great motor, ends up on the ground a lot, not very well planned with his pass rush, but he seems to be very explosive off the snap. He's got strong and active hands, which the strong aspect of it is going to be interesting with that the limited reps on the bench press. And he's very athletic, and he's got a really good spin move.
I can't wait to thank you for that, Eric. That's really good context considering we were all a little bit quiet when that pick came in. So that's really, really good context. Appreciate that. I can't wait to see Bill Kolar cross him out at training camp.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, he's got a lot of stuff that you're looking for here. He was obviously working behind Jeffrey Simmons, and he's got a little inside-outside versatility with him being listed at edge, I think, but he's going to move around, and I'm excited to see what he can do. You talk about the bench reps not being the best with 12, but you're talking about Buddy with 33 and an 8th arm length. It's not like he's stubby out there, so it's just physics, right? You know, if you got to push that bar longer, it's harder to do more reps.
Lauren Landau is going to throw a fit and have him benching beyond that when he gets to Denver. I assure you.
And it says that here in a scouting report, he carries a little bit of sloppy weight as well and needs some work in there. So there's potential. There's potential. That's what you're looking for in a 7th round pick. It looks like Eric still has some more to say here.
No, I just wanted to give a shout out to Malcolm Brown. Congratulations, man.
Yeah.
Major congratulations.
Let's read it. Great spring. Grandchild number 3 was born. Great draft. Great MHH stuff. Awesome. And April was the best month ever for my business. Well, man, things are coming up aces for Malcolm Brown. Shout out to Malcolm. He's very active in the community, always coming in for all the shows.
And from Homer, Alaska, man. He's from Hippieville.
Boom.
Tie-dye town up there in Homer, Alaska, as he likes to call it, at least on the Dove Valley Deep Divers podcast. So,
well, absolutely, that's great.
Shout out to you, Malcolm. Congratulations on the success that you have, and also congratulations, grandchild number 3. That's incredible news for you and your family. I'm proud of you and glad for you. I really am. Thank you.
Yep. All right. We got In the Shop with Willie coming in again, making sure Luke knows I love him, wrong or not.
I love it, Willie. Thank you so much, buddy. You've been rocking with us, man. You've been rocking with us hard. Willie chirps me all the time, and I welcome it. Please get at me at Luke Patterson LP. Get at all of our hosts. Get at Mile High Huddle on Twitter. Nick said it best, man. If we can't disagree over football and still be friends in the end, then I don't want to talk to you because I got no interest. I got no interest for that in my life, and you shouldn't either. This world, man, has enough trouble in it. If we can get through a little bit of arguing and yelling at each other over the NFL draft, then we can get through anything, guys.
Yeah, it's a matter of perspective, right? Like there's some things that, we can dig in a little bit with difference of opinions, but if it comes to football and you can't take somebody else having a difference of opinion, then you're going to have a hard time in the real world. Reed, Al Gale coming in here, please. I'm holding on to other super, but if somebody can correct that, let me know. Saudi Arabia, there we go from Reed, State of Bean. Thanks, MHH crew, for an awesome draft coverage. Well, thank you so much. James Campbell coming in. James, good friend of the show, good friend of ours, talking to him constantly, obviously working over at MHH. Broncos World. We got Dean Bonehill coming in here saying, creating my own Broncos country, watching from the United Kingdom. Man, I'm hoping that we can see a Broncos game over there in the UK here pretty soon. We got Deanne Dreth coming in here. Hi from Perth. Man, we are really seeing the international folks come in here. Perth. Yep. I think that Perth is pretty darn hot out there. So shout out to you out in Western Australia. Great show. Everyone really informative. Seems the draft is going well. I mean, that's just projection right now. I've liked a lot of these picks, but we'll see it out on the field, right? That's where it's all talk and projection until the live reps are going, and then it really gets going. Kane Dawson coming in here too. Thanks, guys, for making this a fun draft this year. Eric, kicking it to you real quick. We are approaching 6 hours and 45 minutes. How many hours have we been live this weekend? Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
So let me pull it up real quick because I actually sent it earlier in the group chat. We can just add it up. Let's see. Got to scroll back.
We're stalling.
Nick, peep your phone real quick while you're sitting there looking like James Palmer. Let's keep going. If we're gonna start going with great Lance, go for it.
I got a super chat coming in here from Cody Potter, another $2 donation. Love you guys from Prudhoe Bay. Is that Alaska?
Yeah.
Alaska? Yeah. Aaron Rodgers, hashtag NMW. I'm not exactly sure what that means. Somebody please translate for me. I'm an old and stay off my lawn, please. But no, Cody, love it, dude. Love everybody jumping in here from all over the world. Again, we're a state of being here in Broncos country. It's not a geographical location. It is, in fact, a hashtag state of being. Now, to give a shout out for just the crew here itself, I know, Luke, you're there in Denver. I'm not exactly sure what suburb you're there. Carl is down in Kansas. Luke, obviously, up there in the Pacific Northwest in Seattle.
Nick.
And then
My name is Nick.
Sorry, Nick.
Nice to meet you.
Nick up there in right, yeah. Nick up there in Seattle, and then obviously Eric up there in Alaska. I'm representing from Wyoming. So again, we're not all local guys. We're doing this over the internet, and it's great to have everybody joining in with us from all over the world, literally all over the world. So appreciate every single one of you guys for joining us today.
And it means no matter what. So Aaron Rodgers, no matter what, tie into the movie Draft Day. So nice job there, Cody.
So I'm the old, but Carl is the ancient. And
well, I hang out with kids most of the time. So yeah.
And we want to get you this $20 super from our friend of the show, been here all weekend, showing us some love. Mark Langley saying, what's your guys' grade on the Broncos draft so far? I'm going to pivot that overall. The draft is done. He says his is a B+. This is for Eric. Hashtag Lock loves somebody. Lock loves a somebody. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Mark, for that super. Guys, I mean, we're at the point now where we can get to it. Our final grades right now, obviously, they're instant reaction. We have to let them marinate a little bit. We might pivot a little bit, but let's get some final grades going. I'm going to kick it over to Luke. He's been grinding. He's been talking to these players. We might be getting out of here soon. We're going to have to pivot. I'm going to check what's going on here with Luke before we get too far down the tracks. But
we're talking.
great.
Yeah, Nick and I are talking behind the scenes on whether or not we're going to have an MHI show, just because we've been grinding, and I don't know if Broncos country has some draft fatigue right now. I know that we've got tons of work that we got to do. Everybody's got more work to do after this draft is done, starting with those free agents. But I'm going to have to go just top of my head right now. I'm going to go with a solid B right now, and I'm impressed. I'm very impressed with what George Paton's done. I would give it an A at first glance, but I feel like that's just me being an excited draft fan and having that new season of renewal and all these new toys to play with and go check out at training camp. I'm really proud of George Paton and his scouting staff for not flinching, for not being reactionary with the news of Aaron Rodgers, feeling like they would be panicked into a trade or anything like that. But I think it's a lot to digest. I think that the next few weeks are going to get interesting as we start to see these draft picks pile into UC Health Training Center. Overall, I give it a B.
And just go on to say, because I got to get out of here soon, we have Mr. Irrelevant, linebacker out of Houston, Grant Stewart. He's Mr. Irrelevant. And as for my grade, before I jump out of here, I think I'll give it a B as well. Passing on fields does bother me a little bit, but I like the fact that they were just patient. They let the board fall to them, and they took guys that they felt were value. Can't hate too much on that. Marquise Spencer, I wish I knew a little bit more about him to have a better idea of what he was bringing. But, final pick of the draft, late 7th round, can't complain. You're not complaining. You're not judging your grade off of your last pick in the draft. But all in all, very good. I like he made it clear he values defensive backs. And final point, I want to say thank you to everyone who joined us. You guys are awesome. Thank you for spending the last 3 days and 16 hours and about 44 minutes, and still counting with us. We appreciate you guys. And to my colleagues here, and even those who aren't on here, man, appreciate you all. Thank you guys for joining us. You guys were awesome throughout this, man. Nothing but love to you all. Have a good one, and see you next year.
Yep. And Carl's got to get out of here too. So let's get Carl's grades before we get going too far. We got some more supers here, but Chris Orme coming in again. People all across the world loving these Broncos. This feels like we're right in the ship here. Broncos have kind of been in that pit of misery, but the Bronco faithful is still strong all across the world, and the ship is being righted, right? I'm excited about this team as I've been in years, probably since 2016. So we got Chris Orme saying, love my fellow UK Bronco fans, #state of being, #MHH for life. Chris, you're beautiful. We love you. I hope you're doing well across the pond. We got Franklin Peterson coming back in too. Great job to the whole MHH staff, guys. It's a marathon. I got my second win. I was really appreciative to go to get a shower. Shout out to Manscaped. I should have used the ball wipes that I got right here, but appreciate the hard work. Be safe and God bless. Go Broncos. And Carl, let's get to your grades because I'm curious. You are the most level-headed one here, right? Never too high, never too low.
It's true.
Except when Justin Fields isn't picked and his face.
Yeah, I know. It's so, and that's I'm gonna have to give 2 grades here because if they don't get Aaron Rodgers, I'll give this draft a B. If they get Aaron Rodgers, I give it an A because, like I said, I love the players, but just that idea of passing on Justin Fields because how many times did we have people tell us that Justin Fields, there's no way he's going to fall to pick 9. He's too valuable. And we've even talked about that. We'd be willing to trade up and give a lot of draft capital to go get this guy. I know not you, but the rest of us. But the rest of us have been there. And,
sure, yeah.
And so to have him sitting there at pick 9, you didn't have to give up anything else. And to pass on him, you better go get yourself Aaron Rodgers. And if they do that, then I look at this draft and I say, wow, this filled out the roster. This gives us the best chance to go out there and win some games and really stand a chance to actually go win a Super Bowl. I look at those first 2 picks. Surtain, he can be a day 1 impact player, one of the most NFL-ready players in this entire draft. Javonte Williams, running backs, they translate quickly. So you stick him with Aaron Rodgers, man, that guy can turn into a star real quick. And and then 3rd round, going and getting Baron Browning. You're getting yourself Mr. Miners as well.
Miners,
yeah,
Wisconsin Whitewater Zone.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
And so you just like all those kind of players if they line up with getting that figured out because I really like this roster now. I like the depth that they've added, and special teams actually could be special. That's nice to hear. So anyway, thank you guys for just another great draft. Loved it. This has just been the best time just getting to hang out with all you guys, all the other hosts here. Man, always love talking football with y'all.
Yeah, amen. And Carl, you can get out of here. Love you. God bless. Happy belated birthday, everyone in the chat. So tell Carl once again, it's his birthday weekend, right? He's that drunk sorority girl where she had a birthday on Tuesday, but it's Friday night. Guess what? It's my birthday weekend. So Carl, go out there, go have some fun. God bless. Let's get to Lance here with the grades. I'm curious what Lance has to say, and then I'll take us home, boys.
F. Plain and simple.
Oh, God.
I got to throw the hot take out there. It all comes down to that the quarterback position. And this team is now very well built from the inside out. I mean, the trench play is decent. You've got extra edge defenders. You got an extra linebacker as well. And on the outside, you've got plenty of pass catching options, adding Seth Williams into the toe that I don't think necessarily got nearly enough love. And again, as that red zone weapon, another developmental wide receiver prospect, I love the pick. But then you go to the secondary of the defense, and you address the cornerback concerns that the Broncos had from last year, especially the depth at the cornerback position. You get 2 safeties in this incredible safety class, and there's still some players that are falling out of the secondary class in general, in Trill Williams and in Darius Washington. So the Broncos can still go and continue to upgrade this secondary class. Quite honestly, if it weren't for passing on Justin Fields and then trading up for the running back, and I love Javonte Williams and I love Patrick Surtain, and I don't hate those players by any stretch of the imagination. Those 2 moves and taking Quinn Miners at number, I think it was 100 overall, those 3 players knock it down just a little bit based on the need of the quarterback position. I don't value running backs enough to trade up to go and get them. And I also like the depth of this interior offensive line that the Broncos already have in tow. It's going to knock it down from an A to probably a B minus in that kind of an area. However, I do love this draft overall in a vacuum. If it was in a vacuum and the Broncos quarterback situation was figured out, it would be an A for sure, in my opinion.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out here to Andrew Lampy saying, thanks from Flyover, Nebraska. Andrew, you got to understand that I am from Iowa, so that was 100% tongue in cheek because you'd say the same exact thing, right? It's a Spider-Man pointing meme. So there's some great areas in Nebraska. The football game there, beautiful, man. The black shirts, it's a lot of fun.
Well,
I'm a Hawkeye.
On that, I mean, I live in Wyoming. You want to talk about the ultimate flyover state. Like, nobody mentions anything about Wyoming. In fact, it doesn't actually exist.
Yellowstone?
It doesn't actually exist. It's a government simulation that is like, if you're ever told that you're standing in Wyoming, you really need to be worried about what you're doing with your life. So the Tetons are great. About an hour and a half drive away from me. I've lived in Wyoming my entire life and have never once been to Yellowstone.
And Flippin' Booch, we love you, man. You're coming in the chat here. He's saying, looking back, you guys will be wrong. It'll be A+. Your B's will be wrong. B is just a little bit hedging your bets. I'm going to give it a B+. I really wanted a quarterback here, and I thought the Broncos did a really good job later on the draft. I want to run through all these picks before we get on out of here, just as a general recap. The Broncos with the 9th overall pick in the first round, Patrick Surtain, the 2nd, cornerback from Alabama. Round number 2, pick number 35, Javonte Williams, running back from North Carolina. Round number 3, pick number 98, Quinn Miners, guard from Wisconsin Whitewater. Round number 3, pick 105 from New Orleans, Baron Browning, linebacker, Ohio State. Then we got round number 5, pick number 152, Caden Stearns, from safety from Texas. Another round 5 pick 164, Jamar Johnson, safety from Indiana. Round 6, pick 219, Seth Williams, wide receiver, Auburn. Then we got our 3 7s here. Round 7, pick 237, Kerry Vincent Jr., cornerback, LSU. Round 7, pick 239, Jonathan Cooper, defensive end / edge rusher, Ohio State. And round number 7, pick 253, Marquise Spencer, defensive end from Mississippi State. I'm going to give it a B+. I think that the Broncos really, really liked Patrick Surtain. There's also some talk they really liked Jamin Davis, the pick from the Bears. They didn't think they'd be able to get Patrick Surtain, obviously not there, but also Jamin Davis, which they were right. I think he went pick 19, so they weren't going to get him at 20. That's probably one thing that drops us a little bit. I'm all about finding that quarterback. I think Patrick Surtain could be a great player, but I think I would have preferred that Bears 2021 first-round pick, trading back there, getting another player at 20, like a Greg Newsome. But overall, I mean, a B+, it's good. This Broncos roster is set up very well. All comes down to that quarterback. No excuses this year. Either way, either Drew Lock figures it out and we're golden, or they move on, or we'll see. I mean, they're still Aaron Rodgers, but we're going to see, guys. We're fixing to find out. Grading the draft as soon as it's over is always a foolhardy endeavor, because you never know until you know. These guys are going to hit the field, but we appreciate everybody for joining us today. Guys, this has been the draft coverage, another draft season, another successful draft season for the Mile High Huddle crew. Guys, if you're enjoying us, make sure you check out Mile High Huddle. Follow us on Twitter at Mile High Huddle. Go over to milehighhuddle.com and find all of our latest content. Everything is dropping there right now. You guys can see up above, Luke and Lance are rocking their hats right now. I got my hair all good and fancy right now, so I don't have my hat on, letting it dry out so I don't get that hat hair. But you can get your stuff. Oh, wrong one. You can get your swag at Facebook.com oh no, that's the wrong one. Get your swag on.
HuddleUpPod.com.
HuddleUpPod.com.
HuddleUpPod.com. And Lance said it best. Lance has a beautiful baby at home. Get your baby some swag.
Yeah.
You can get anything from baby swag to wife
100%.
swag to yourself some swag, coffee mugs, gators, some of the best gear. I rep my MHH gear, my hoodie almost every single day.
Yeah, absolutely. Most important thing you guys can do if you're still joining us today, subscribe, like, and share on YouTube. If you're joining us on Facebook, click those little thumbs up, heart reacts, laugh reacts, angry reacts. I don't know if you didn't get a quarterback or you don't like some of that stuff. No, that's life, man. We love you. You guys stay safe. Man, we're going to make sure we check the supers here before we get on out of here. But yeah, I give it a solid B+. Broncos filled out a lot of future needs. They got a lot of high character guys. They got a lot of great athletes. I'm excited about the depth of the roster. I'm excited about the 2021 season. This Broncos team is trending in the right direction. And we're appreciating all you guys coming along with us because it's going to be a fun season. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back soon. The off season's among us, but man, it is time to talk next season. I think this team's going to be fun. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. Thank you everybody in the chat. We love y'all. Stay safe. Go Broncos.
Go Broncos.
Go Broncos.